70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle. It's the collector's version of the mint state coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the mint state coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there are only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the Proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, the rims are higher and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down. The dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed, and the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar of the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse, that was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a Proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as Cameo. In this case, Ultra Cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered for there to be a high mintage this late in the year. Almost impossible. I would be very, very surprised if it even reaches that maximum. But nonetheless, that's where we're at. This is a pre-sell at $229 for a very special release. First day of issue. There is a really short period of time by which your coins can be submitted to the grading service. There's only one way that it works. For you and me, it would be very difficult to do because number one, you got to get in line at the U.S. Mint. You got to buy enough Silver Eagle 2020 S's to even submit to get one in a perfect grade. So you got to buy a lot of multiples. You got to wait for them to come from the U.S. Mint. Don't forget, just started selling these. We're guaranteed to get first day of issue, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for the very last coin of its kind, $229. I want to let all of you know why this coin is so special. The reverse is going away, but you know what is staying? This exclusive label. Because Rare Collectibles TV owns this label that we call the Reagan Mercanti label. It's exclusive to our network, and it really means a lot. Ronald Reagan was the father of the American Silver Eagle because he signed the bill into law, authorized the U.S. Treasury to start striking these coins, and that was in 1985. It was known as the Liberty Coin Act. It had two parts to it. The first part was not the American Silver Eagle. It was the 1986 Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration. A silver dollar, incidentally, Mr. Mercanti was responsible for that silver dollar as well. A silver dollar was issued, and what they call a rider to the bill, an addendum, if you will, was also signed into law. And that second part of the law authorized the American Eagle program. Now, it's been going strong since 1986. The obverse is featured Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and the reverse, a tribute to the original heraldic eagle design, turn of the 19th century design on silver dollars. Well, that is all going away, and a new reverse will hit the scene in 2021. Well, you can imagine, in this year of the Mint being closed, how pent up the demand for this coin is. Have you guys been watching our show? We have featured a Silver Eagle that is known as the emergency release. And what that simply means is that the U.S. Mint, because they were striking no coins, went back to their archives, to their stockpile, and they released some coins from 2017 that they were holding. Those coins have been highly sought after just because there was nothing available in 2020 from the U.S. Mint. Finally, a small trickle of the current dated silver dollar. And lo and behold, it's the last one ever. This small trickle is coming to Rare Collectibles TV in this form. Let's take one more look. $229 for a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. San Francisco strut. Very limited maximum mintage of 200,000. When you look at the 1994, that mintage was 372,000. And a 1994 in a perfect Proof 70 grade with an autograph by John Mercanti is nearly $4,000. That mintage is substantially higher than the cap on the mintage of the 2020S. Have you guys ever heard of the term registry set or a registry coin? To put it simply, really what it is an opportunity for us collectors to brag about how fine our collection is, to put together a set that then gets rated by NGC. And they assign a point, in a point system, they assign points to every single issue in that collection that you submit as a registry. And the ultimate goal is to be the #1 holder of the registry set for, let's say, the Morgan dollar, or the Walking Liberty half dollar, or the Peace dollar, or the Lincoln cent, or the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, NGC has recognized by recording our populations of our exclusive label, this Reagan Mercanti label, they are now recording the populations separately from all the other Mercanti autograph labels. Ours will be the only label that has those individual designations. This is information that will allow you to put together the finest registry sets attainable. This exclusive label with a Proof 70 grade is all Rare Collectibles TV. And one of the reasons why we love this label is the connection. The connection between Ronald Reagan and John Mercanti was a really amazing one. John Mercanti first came to work at the United States Mint in 1974. His tenure at the U.S. Mint lasted all the way to 2010. He finally became just the 12th chief engraver. And that's how he retired. But his career featured things like this. You see that Ronald Reagan that was created by John Mercanti when he was at the U.S. Mint. He sculpted that. Reagan became president when Mercanti was at the U.S. Mint. Mercanti was at the Rose Garden during the signing of the Liberty Coin Act that authorized these coins. His connection to Ronald Reagan, timeless. So Reagan appears on our label because that bust that you saw that was sculpted by Mercanti became that label. That artwork was based on that sculpture he did. And he signed it, each one of those. So the connection that John Mercanti had to Ronald Reagan and to the United States Mint and to this silver dollar, timeless. But his reverse is being retired. So 2020 is the last year. And specifically, this coin from San Francisco, the last silver eagle the U.S. Mint will issue in proof that bears the original heraldic eagle design of John Mercanti, the 2020S. Now, everybody who buys a coin right now at $229 is guaranteed the following: an absolute perfect example graded by NGC with our exclusive label. Guarantee, absolutely, of this coin being the last proof silver dollar of its kind. There will never be another one. A perfect Proof 70 grade. Now, I got to tell you, first day of issue is really important here. Imagine being able to own a first day of issue of the last silver dollar of its kind in the highest grade attainable, $229. If you can see your way to do it, purchase as many of these coins as you can. Because from first day of issue, which lasts really just, it's fleeting, just like the name describes, first day of issue. So once that's gone, they then go to early release, which is pretty darn good. What you want is the very last one designated as the first ones at the grading service, the first day of issue. That's everything. And we have it all with a great price as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why you watch Rare Collectibles TV is just for this sort of an event. We love rarity, and we love a great price. But when you couple all of that with everything this coin has going for it, our exclusive label, the highest grade, the last one of its kind, a fantastic inside price, you're going to want to own more than one of these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this presentation. Here's the warning. The last one of its kind in the highest grade you can get, first day of issue. That is it right now. Don't miss out. $229. Don't go anywhere. More great coins are coming up. Thanks so much for watching.
We haven't given a presentation on these coins, Jack, in about 6 years.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while.
6 years.
Is it that long? Wow.
Getting almost.
Flies, yeah.
These coins are so special. These are among my favorite United States coins because they were struck. We're talking about an early era. This is before the steam press.
Right. Yeah, let alone electricity, hydraulics, lasers, computers.
I like
this
to call,
was before steam.
Right. I like to call this the Birth of Our Nation series.
Right.
Because this is the very earliest era in U.S. coin production when they were using what they called the screw press.
Right. Manual labor.
The screw press. Now the screw press. Now, Jack, you actually handled. In your hands, you had the very first silver dollar struck in 1794. That was struck during the screw press era.
Right. This was the earliest days of the mint. This particular coin is believed to be the first silver dollar struck by the U.S. Mint. It's a spectacular coin.
It's valued in the tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, it's a coin that when you see this coin, you just know that this is not made under normal circumstances. You know, with the technology of the day, they made a coin that looks like a proof coin, and that just shouldn't be. That just shouldn't be the case. It's a phenomenal coin.
Well, this can't be a very long presentation, folks, because we don't have very many of these coins. What we have are some cap bust tabs struck between 1829 and 1836 during the screw press era in extra fine 40 condition, meaning they were in circulation for a few months.
Yeah.
And they were pulled out of circulation. This was about, almost 200 years ago now.
Right.
Pulled out of circulation and stored somewhere to survive in extra fine 40 condition. These are sensational, folks. They're so lightly worn. And they're all problem-free because, so often, Jack, over the centuries, really, the coins can get cleaned or damaged in some way. And most of the coins, there are so few survivors like this, as you see right here. And they're such a great, great price. Yeah. This is sensational. Here, Jack, This is cool.
That's more typical.
Folks,
I love that
these,
coin.
nobody collected these. Nobody saved these. $50 back then was a heck of a lot of money.
Yeah.
For something that survived, barely circulated. Here's one that Jack has that's more typical of what you would find surviving from this era. You know, and this is amazing because I've got a Franklin $50, and you compare the width of the two coins. You can see how worn,
it's so worn down.
you know, from decades and decades and decades of wear. What's interesting also, though, is the diameter of these coins are slightly greater than the Franklin Kennedy $50 that followed. So they're larger coins. They're larger coins. To find one with so little wear, here's one, for example, like we have here, extra fine 40, but Jack, it says corroded, cleaned, details.
And that's the thing too, you know, like you're saying, Rick, at this point in the 1820s, 1830s, there weren't coin collectors. 50 cents was a ton of money. Nobody's putting this away. Most of these coins, if they were lucky enough to survive with a minimal amount of wear, you know, 100 years ago, if somebody found one of these coins, people didn't know like they do today.
Exactly.
Don't clean your coins.
Exactly.
They weren't a collector. They just found it in a drawer or something their grandfather had, and it's, you know, say 1920 or 1930. Oh, look at this old coin. Let me polish it up to see what it looks like. You know?
Jack, this is exactly what I was collecting Washington quarters as a kid, and you get them and you're changing them. They're all dirty. So I got this book on how to clean your coins. You know, you use baking soda and stuff, and they were so shiny.
Right.
But yeah,
but they were ruined.
Right. You know, but if we could zoom in any closer on this, and maybe they could see the cleaning on this. You know, which is typical.
And you can see those.
There you go. There you go.
Those parallel.
Those horizontal lines.
Yep, all around the date there.
You could see somebody was cleaning it, polishing it.
Something abrasive, like you said, it could have been baking soda, could have been some kind of a scouring pad. But that's damage. That's not what we want as collectors. We want our coins original.
In the condition we've shown you these coins, problem-free extra fine 40 condition. Take a look at these population charts. This is how rare these coins are. Fewer than 10,000 have been certified in all grades.
All grades, right.
All grades for the dates we have for you today. All grades. Now, to put that in perspective, we've got the population chart for the rarest Morgan dollar. In the Morgan Dollar series, in all grades, the 1893S, where they've graded about 10,000 examples. Here's the cool thing, 1893S Morgan Dollar. I mean, we could fill our stand with 1893S Morgan Dollars in good to extra fine condition, and they sell for $5,000 to $10,000 and more in good to extra fine condition. Extra fine I've seen for $15,000 to $20,000. They'd be easy to get. Getting these coins that we have here, folks, is so much more difficult, as you can see by the population numbers, because these are extra fine 40. They're hard to find. They're really, really tough to find. Now, this is the screw press era. This is what's so fascinating, because this was before they used steam. Jack has some pictures of some screw presses that they used back in the day. This is so cool. When you consider, Jack, back during the Roman times, the Greek times, you know, back in when they made ancients, where they used a hammer to strike coins, they really hadn't advanced much in 2,000 years. They went from a hammer to this screw press to create these coins. This is what they call making coins the real old-fashioned way.
Here's a book about the history of the U.S. Mint. Here, this is a good one too. I like this one. You see this guy just cranking this giant screw.
To make one coin, just to make one coin. You know, once they got to the steam press era in the late 1830s, with the new steam presses, folks, they could strike over 100 coins a minute, and they were well struck.
Right.
You know, the steam press revolutionized coin making. So these coins, to make these coins, was truly a labor. A lot of labor to make a single coin.
Yeah.
And there are so few survivors, as you can see, they're in extra fine 40 condition. You know, and when you see these listed, here's one, extra fine details, improperly cleaned. This is a dealer, a 99.9% positive feedback, over 34,000 happy customers, okay? Extra fine details, improperly cleaned, okay? We're not giving you anything that we would call a problem coin. All of our coins are problem-free. They're not cleaned, they're not details, they're not whizzed $324. Do we have any other comps, Sasha? Again, we can't spend too much time on this, folks, because we don't have that many of these. Rare coin, there's one for $350, ungraded though, you know. So, Jack, and so many of these are cleaned. When you get on, you know, so many are, the majority are cleaned. That one looks like it's maybe a fine to very fine.
Yeah, I say about a very fine 20.
For $277. Yeah, that's yeah, like Jack says, about a very fine 20.
Here's a VF30.
VF30 details. Details meaning it's been cleaned in some way.
Yeah, damaged and cleaned.
Damaged and cleaned for a couple $1,000s.
There's a graffiti. I mean, somebody carved their initials or
Yeah,
scratched something
exactly.
into
Very
the
fine
coin.
30 for a couple $1,000s. Very fine 30, cleaned, retoned, details, $300. Folks, I hope you get the point. Now, one of the unique features of these early cap bust halves is they did not have a reeded edge.
Right.
They did not have a reeded edge. Now, one of the problems they had back in those early times is they had to put something around the rim, because what people would do was file away a little bit of the
Yeah, they'd
silver
clip a
around the
little
rim,
rim.
and, you know, you file a little way of this coin, and it'll file a little way of the next coin, and you accumulate silver that way, and the coins would get smaller and smaller.
Right.
So what they had in these early years, they didn't have a reeded edge. They had what they called the lettered edge, and Jack got a great picture of this. This is really cool,
A
folks.
few pictures too.
You could say 50,
Right, 50 cents or half a dollar.
and that's what it says on every coin.
Yep.
50 cents or half a dollar. So you would look on around the rim of the coin, and if it didn't say 50 cents or half a dollar around the rim of the coin, you know it had been filed down. Now, of course, the penalties were extremely severe for doing that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you face prison time, folks, for doing that. So all these coins have this lettered edge from this screw press era. Folks, if you just want one coin, we're going to get to the price right away here. We've got the 1834. Take a look at this piece. Folks, we've got them for only $299 a coin. $299 a coin. Look at this piece. So lightly, I love it in this condition, Jack, because again, it's so lightly circulated. You see virtually all the detail. It's just incredible.
Exactly. Extremely fine condition is going to have all of the major details. It's just a little bit of wear, you know, at the highest points of the coin.
The reverse of the eagle. You see all the feathers.
Right.
You know.
You can see the feather details. You can see all the, you know, the detail in the leaves there in that olive branch. You know, on the obverse, you see the ringlets in the hair and the curls in the hair.
Jack and I, we bought a small collection of these. We offer up to 5 different dates. The second date we have is even rarer than the 1834. It's the 1832. Even rarer. But if you want to get a 2-coin set, you can get the 1834 and the 1832, but you get it, the 1832 at the same 1834 price, $299. So you get the pair, folks, an extra fine 40 for only $598. Look at this piece. I love these early screw press era cap bust half dollars. And then we have the 3-coin set where we include the 1833, which is even more elusive. Only around 4,900 examples certified, folks, in all grades. That's 4,900 examples certified in all grades, and these are exceptional extra fine 40 examples. Only $897. Again, that's $299 a coin. You get so much eye appeal, so much quality, and so much rarity. And again, folks, we could fill this stand up with 1893s Morgan dollars, sell them for $5,000 to $10,000 a coin. There would be a lot. Jack.
And what are we saying? All grades, there's about 10,000 of those graded, right?
There are about 10,000 of those graded. They'd be much easier for you to find than these coins that we have here.
They'd cost a lot more money.
And they would cost a lot. We'd make a lot more money selling those.
Right.
But these offer such great. I mean, if you're a collector who just wants to own something really cool, something really rare in exceptional condition for a modest amount of money, this is a great collector special that we have here for you. And then we go to the set of 5. where we've got the 1834, 1832, 1833, and then you're going to get a fourth coin, but the fifth coin in the set will include an 1829. You could get an 1836 or an 1835 or an 1830 as the fourth coin, but the fifth coin will also be an 1829. You'll get a coin in the 1820s.
And that coin also has a much lower pop, additionally.
And that is extremely scarce, only about around 4,500 coins certified in all grades. And again, you're going to get an extra fine 40, which is a very, very high grade for these early cap bust tabs, because these coins were heavily, heavily used in commerce. Again, Jack, has this example. I mean, this is the typical quality you find from these coins. For a coin to survive extra fine 40, folks, it was only in commerce. It was only being used in commerce for a few months. And for some reason, it was put away somewhere and sat in a drawer for, almost 200 years in undamaged condition. And this is why they are as rare as they are. You get the entire 5-coin set for $1,495.
I love this set. I love the early U.S. coins. I mean, I collect colonial coins. A lot of these coins from this era are really crudely made.
That's what you got started at.
Yeah, crudely made, crudely designed. They didn't have, like we talked about, the technology they have today to make these perfect coins. We're used to proof silver eagles and proof gold eagles. These coins
that's
that
such
are
a great
so
point. Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Back then, this is pretty close to perfect for what these coins come like.
This is like state of the art.
Yeah. I mean, they're using a manual labor. I mean, you can imagine the strikes are not that strong as current strike. I mean, by the end of the day, what's this guy's arms like trying to turn this giant screw press and make these coins?
Yeah.
So I love it's such a piece of history. I mean, I hold these coins and I look at them and I think about who held these coins? What was going on at this time? Like you said, it's almost 200 years old now.
Well, that's exactly it. To survive in a lightly circulated condition, without any problems, without being cleaned or whizzed or pitted, or damaged in any way. This is why they are as rare as they are. Again, if you've just tuned in, we have these up to five different years we can offer. And they're only $299 a coin. When you look at the population table here, you can see how rare these are in certified condition. Most of the coins you see listed when you look on eBay will say something like XF details.
Right.
If it's XF details, it's not included in the population total.
Right.
Most of the examples, like this coin you see right here.
Right. If it's details graded, it means it's ungradable because there's a problem with it. They still put in a holder like you see here.
It has extra fine details. It's extra fine details.
Right, which means if it wasn't damaged, it would be an XF40 or 45 coin.
Right.
But they're saying, but this coin's got a problem. It's not worth nearly as much. This is a coin that collectors really don't want.
And it tells you what the problem is right there. In this case, improperly cleaned.
Right.
And this dealer still wants $324 for the coin.
Right.
Again, ours are problem-free coins, $299. If you just tuned in, you can own one of these for only $299. Again, you can see how rare they are. We have a limited number of these. This is why it's going to be a short presentation. Right. It's been almost 6 years since Jack and I have been able to offer these exceptional cap bust halves from the screw press era.
Right.
This is the pre-steam press era coins, when coins were truly made the old-fashioned way.
Yes. And like you said, only $299 a coin. And what we did here is, if you get 1 coin, 2 coins, 3 coins, or that 5-coin set.
Jack, we just sold 3 sets of 5 for $14.95 to one individual. So that takes away a lot of our inventory.
But if you get the 1, 2, 3, 5-coin set, it's still $299 a coin. But the bigger set you get, the increasing rarity you get. We're giving you rarer and rarer coins in each set, but we're not raising the price, which is normally what you expect. But we're able to, the way we did this deal and the way we bought this group, we're able to hold the price down so that even as you get those increasingly rare coins, you're getting it for that same $2.99 a coin, up to that $14.95. Still only $2.99.
In other words, if you just buy the one coin, the 1834, that's a rare coin. They've only graded around 7,900 examples. It's rarer than an 1893S in certified condition. 1834, only 7,900 graded. It's only $299. But if you get the 5-coin set, that 5th coin is the 1829 with only 4,489 coins graded, almost twice as rare, for the same price.
Right.
All 5 coins for $299 a coin in extra fine 40 condition, problem-free.
This is one of those things, like Rick said, we haven't offered this in about 6 years. If we ever do offer this again, I'd be shocked if it wasn't about $3.49 a coin, something like that.
Or $3.95 a coin.
Yeah, or $3.95 a coin easily.
You just acquired this deal, and it's a great little deal. We have, again, we haven't had a deal like this in so many years.
And these coins are so tough. And you know what? I just remembered a funny story from when I was at Stax. So, you know, Stax, obviously, Midtown Manhattan.
Yeah.
Probably one of the biggest counters of any coin store anywhere, right? So we had a dealer who specialized in early coins, early U.S. coins, call. And me and my friends still always laugh about this. And this guy calls up and says, "Hey, can you guys do me a favor? You know, I want to buy all of your bust halves that you buy in the store." And we're like, you know, these guys think like, I probably see one coin a month, and it's got a hole in it, or it's slick like the one you showed, or it's clean.
Oh, yeah, a lot of them have holes in it because they hung them around their neck.
I mean, of the thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of coins that we bought every month, I'd see like one bust half, and it was not XF.
Right, exactly.
You know? It was not a coin like this.
Or it was clean or whizzed.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they're so rare, as you can see by those population numbers, folks. They are such a great value. This is a cherry picker's special of the highest caliber.
Yeah.
I mean, these early coins from the screw press era, our Birth of the Nation series, when we were making the these coins the old-fashioned way in extra fine condition. You know, get the 5-coin set if you can swing it. It's only $1,495. We got a lot of people calling in. I think we'll have to close it about here, Jack, because again, of some of those tougher dates, we only have a handful of some of these rare dates in this group here. So this has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is great. I love this series. You know, this is a series I actually have. My grandfather collected bust halves. I have some of his coins still. So it's a series that I really love.
Yeah, I remember extra fine is such a high grade because, you know, I remember when I started collecting, my dad had a small box of coins. He brought it into the kitchen. He opened it up, dumped the coins out, and they were like Barber halves.
Yeah.
You know, Barber halves were struck in the 1890s, early 1900s, but they were in like good condition.
Yeah.
Good condition. They were not very good. They were not fine.
Yeah.
Very fine would have been, wow, holy cow. And here we have these coins struck in the 1820s and 1830s that are in extra fine condition.
Yeah.
We've got another set, 2 more sets sold. Okay, we've got a lot of folks calling in. We're going to close it right here. Again, this is these cap bust halves from the screw press era. This is the kind of stuff that Jack and I love to offer you folks, our viewers. I mean, it's great to get so many of those great modern coins struck by the U.S. Mint where you get, you know, the ultimate in quality. I mean, the technology today is so advanced, you get perfection.
Right.
You know, you get perfect coins that are in 70 condition. To get an extra fine 40 from this early era, there's no comparison in terms of the rarity. I mean, these are so very, very rare, folks. These are the kind of coins that you want to put away for your kids, your grandkids. There's so much rarity, so much history in these coins.
It's a piece of history, really.
It truly is. The earliest years of our nation here, it's all yours for only $299 a coin from Jack and I, the Coin Guys.
Thanks for joining us.
But please stay tuned for our next presentation coming right up, because you never know what we're going to come up with next. Thanks again. I have a great rare gold coin for you today, folks. This is a coin that really should not exist in the condition I have it. It's a spectacular specimen. These coins were struck in 1894, and they really should not exist in the condition I have them in. It's the 1894 P Liberty Double Eagle. I'd like you to take a look at these, folks. We have over 100 examples we acquired. And the story behind these coins is compelling. These are the largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint. A gold double eagle. Now, why do they call it the gold double eagle? Because the U.S. Mint has struck gold in various denominations, different size coins that have been struck since the late 1700s. Beginning with the coin on the far left is a $1 gold piece. That's a very small coin, folks. It's much smaller than a dime. And then you have a $2.50 gold piece, which is about the size of a dime. Then there's a $3 gold piece, a $4 gold piece called the Stella, and then a $5 gold piece, which is about the size of a nickel. And that's called the half eagle. It has just about a quarter ounce of gold. And then right after that comes the $10 gold piece with almost a half ounce of gold. And that was referred to as the eagle because up until 1850, that was the largest gold coin struck by the mint. And so it was referred to as the eagle. And then in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And with this abundance of gold, our country was able to produce an even larger gold coin. And the larger gold coin would be of tremendous benefit to our banking system. And so this larger gold coin was made double the size of the eagle with nearly a full ounce of gold. And so it was called the double eagle. Now, these pieces in particular, folks, this date, really should not exist in the condition I have it in. Most importantly, now is the perfect time to acquire one of these gold double eagles. Never in the history of numismatics has there been such a great buying opportunity as we have today. And that was highlighted in an article that came out, about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And I've been telling our viewers, talking about this for the last several years, a couple of years before this article even came out. But the title of it is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? And there's a sentence in here which is basically the essence of the story. To quote, "There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot." And again, this is what I've been telling our viewers now for many years. But what they mean by that, to give you a personal example, I remember it was 15 or 20 years ago. I was buying and selling gold coins. I remember I had gold double eagle, and it was a common date. It was in mint state condition, and gold was around $350 to $400 an ounce. And I remember selling it to a dealer for around $3,500. In other words, I sold it to a dealer for about 10 times the gold value because of the rare numismatic value of the coin. And it was a common date Liberty Gold Double Eagle. It wasn't a 94p. It was a more common issue. So it went for about 10 times the gold value. And that's what the premium was for gold, rare gold coins back then. Now we're in a time when gold's around $1,900, $2,000 an ounce. 10 times the gold value, folks, would be $19,000, $20,000. Now, when I say these coins should not exist, what am I talking about? Well, these coins were really the result of the Great Depression that hit our country in the late 1920s. In 1933 alone, there were an estimated 4,000 bank failures. The economic devastation throughout our country was unlike anything we'd ever experienced before. Now, 4,000 bank failures, folks. Think of how many millions of citizens were completely wiped out because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. So if you had your life savings in the bank, which you spent 20, 30 years accumulating, and imagine going to the bank the next day and the banks shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began to pull their money out of the bank, and with the paper money, because again, this was during the Great Depression. I mean, paper money, you know, with our government in such economic distress, who knows what that paper money would be worth, you know, next week or a year from now. So with that paper money, what they did was buy gold coins. They began to buy gold coins, because gold, throughout human history, you go back to Egyptian times, gold has always had value in every culture the world over. Now, this created additional stress on our banking system. So then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102 in early 1933. Executive Order 6102 made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. If you had over $100 worth of gold, you had to turn it into the Treasury and get paper money back in exchange. You had to turn it in on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, folks, it was enforced. You faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And again, it was enforced. Now, again, gold is the only thing you can count on. So what to do? What a lot of people did was buy the gold coins while it was still legal to own them before that deadline, and they proceeded to ship these gold coins in bags to these European banks where they've been in the vaults since the 1930s. These banks in Europe had bags and bags and bags of United States gold coins in their vaults. Now, most of the gold double eagles that were stored in the Great European Bank Hoard were the more recent years, understandably. Gold double eagles struck in the 1920s and early 1900s. You rarely see anything coming out of the Great European Bank Hoard pre-1900, like this 1894p. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, folks, we have this chart here. This is a sample of some of the double eagles we have sold over the last several years on our show. In the St. Gaudens series, the most common date is the 1924p. There have been about 644,000 certified by NGC and PCGS. 97,000 of those have been MS62 and 87,000 have been MS65s. You go down the list and you get to rarer and rarer dates. You've got the 1926p there, only 50,000 examples certified. That's a very, very scarce coin. Now, in the Liberty Double Eagle series, by far, the majority of Liberty Double Eagles, when you find them in mint state condition, were issued in the 1900s. You see the 1904p there and the 1900p, which accounts for almost half of all the Liberty Double Eagles in existence in uncirculated condition. Once you get into the 1890s, like you see there, at the very bottom is the 1894p. Only 28,700 certified, only 11,794 in MS62 condition, with the condition we have these coins in today. Now here's a chart, folks, I'd like you to take a look at. It has the total population of all the Liberty Double Eagles and St. Gaudens Double Eagles certified in uncirculated condition, MS60 to 69 grade. Well, what do we mean by MS60 to 69? Well, coins are graded on a 70-point Sheldon grading scale that goes from a low of 1 to a high of 70. 70 represents perfection. Coins from this era do not exist in 70. Liberty Double Eagles do not exist in MS69. You look at the entire Liberty Double Eagles series, folks, only 1.2% of the entire mintage has been certified in uncirculated condition. And again, about half of those are just the dates, the 1904p and the 100p. Those two dates alone comprise almost half the entire surviving population. The 1894p, a handful of survivors in uncirculated condition. Now, in the Sheldon grading scale, a 60 is a coin that's never been in circulation. It doesn't really have any wear on the surfaces. Now, it'll have a lot of bag marks. Again, remember, these coins were struck for commerce, folks. They were struck from commerce. The Liberty Double Eagle is a large, heavy coin. It's a little smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar, but it's 25% heavier. They're large, heavy coins. So if you can imagine one of these coins being struck, being ejected into the bin, the next coin being struck, ejected, falling on top of that. From there, they go through coin counting machines and they're dumped into these bags. They end up typically with a lot of heavy bag marks. And here's a Liberty Double Eagle dated 1903. Notice the deep cut along the jaw there. This coin is not even gradable, folks, because that cut, that gouge is so deep it would be considered a damaged coin. But this is what you would expect just from the process of minting these coins, minting these Double Eagles. Here's another date, the last year of the series, in 1907. And look at the serious scuff over Liberty's cheek there. If it is gradable, it would probably be an MS-60. The highest grade any Liberty Double Eagle has ever received is an MS-67. Now, the 1894P, again, is a rare date, graded MS-62. That's an extremely high grade for an 1894P. If you go to the Smithsonian and look at their coin collection, they have the greatest collection of United States rare coins in the world. The 1894P in the Smithsonian is an MS-62. The exact same grade as the coins we have today. These are the finer examples that came out of the bags from the great European bank hoard. Now, this particular coin is encapsulated by NGC, Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. We also deal with another grading service, PCGS, Professional Coin Grading Service. NGC and PCGS are the leading grading services in not just the US, but the world. And these holders are tamper-proof. The NGC holders are actually airtight. They're sealed. And it's your guarantee of the quality of the coin in the holder. Now, to give you an idea of what Liberty Gold Double Eagles can sell for, when you get to some of the rarer dates, some of the rarest dates in this series, here are some examples that are circulated, folks. They're not uncirculated, they're circulated. And they sell for hundreds of thousands, they can even sell in the millions of dollars. Here's an 1854O. AU58 means it's almost uncirculated. It was in circulation for maybe a month, and it's $834,000. Here's one, AU55, a little lower grade, that's sold in auction for over $600,000. There's a 56O, AU58, circulated, $460,000 in auction. There's an 1866S, again, circulated, almost $150,000, sold for in auction. Here's an 1870CC, over $400,000 in auction. And those are some of the rare dates. But even the most common date, now I couldn't find any comparables for the 1894P in MS-62 condition, okay? And I mean, it's a really, you just don't see these, folks. This is not a coin you can go to your local coin shop or a local coin show and expect to find an 1894P in uncirculated condition. They're just not out there. I could find comparables, though, for the 1904P. Again, the 1904P is the most common Liberty Double Eagle in mint state condition. By far, I mean, it's about 20 times easier to locate than an 1894P. And here's a 1904P in MS-62. MS, same exact grade as the 94Ps we have here today, $4,200. Here's another one, an MS-62, $4,200. And these are dealers with 100% positive feedback. Here's one for $5,400. Here's one for $7,000. I think that's on the very high end of the spectrum, but you get an idea of what the premiums can go for. And again, the 04P is by far the most common Liberty Double Eagle in mint state condition. We've got these 1894Ps, folks. MS62. This is a superior grade. There are so few examples that have survived in uncirculated condition. Now, this is the best part of all. Recall at the beginning of the presentation, I talked about how the most common date gold double eagles were selling for 10 times their gold value. Again, gold is around $1,900, $2,000 an ounce today. That translates to 10 times that value. It comes to around $20,000. This is an example. I've got this scale here, Liberty and St. Gaudens Double Eagle condition rarity chart, where you have the most common date in the lowest mint state grades, like a 1904P, maybe an MS60 condition selling for about $2,000. And then you have the coins that are over $1 million. This 1894P, you've got a coin that's over here on the rarity scale, okay? It's a tough coin. Pre-1900 in mint state 62 condition. But on the price spectrum, folks, take a look at one of these. If we had these for $4,900, it'd be a really fair price. You could go maybe find one at a coin show, and they might have it for $4,900 if you're able to find one. You take a look at these. How does a coin this old survive with so few marks? This is exceptional quality. Again, it matches the Smithsonian specimen, MS62, mint state 62 condition. Among the finer examples from a small group of bags that came out of the great European bank hoard. $3,900 would be an exceptional price. $34.95 would be a buy it now price. But it would not be based on our cost. Our policy, the key to our success from day one, is to offer coins based on our costs, not on what the market will bear. That means when we get some good fortune coming our way, we're able to acquire a group of coins at a great price, we pass our good fortune on to you. And so we don't have these at $34.95. That would be an excellent price. We could offer them at $34.95 and we'd sell them, but it wouldn't be our best price. This is the part of the show I really love. Folks, call in now. Please call in now. Get an 1894P while we have them in mid-state 62, $2,995. You heard me correctly, $2,995 for an 1894P. I mean, if it were a 1904P, that would be a really good price. But it's an 1894P mint state 62 Smithsonian quality, and if you can't swing the whole entire $29.95 today, we have a 2-payment option. We want everyone who could possibly afford one of these coins, call in now because we have a 2-payment option. All you have to do is put half down today of $1,497.50, and we will hold one of these coins for you. And that is so important. I can't tell you how many times we've had a rarity like this, and we get somebody calling in a week later to order one, and we have to tell them, I'm sorry, but we're sold out. This is one of those coins. So if you can put half down today, we'll hold one of these with your name on it, put it in our vault, and you pay the balance in 30 days. That's all it takes. And you'll get one of the best gold values in all of U.S. numismatics, folks. Again, this is the 1894P. I got one last chart to show you. They only struck about 1.3 million of these, all right? 1.3 million. The number certified in MS62, less than 12,000. That's less than 1% of the original mintage. That's less than 1%. Not only that, folks, but when the U.S. government recalled all that gold, when all those U.S. citizens had to turn their gold in to the mint, to the Treasury, what did the Treasury do with all those gold coins? They melted them back down into gold bars. Fully 39% of all the double eagles struck were melted back down into gold bars. Fully 39% of all the gold double eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars. 39%. That's over 50 million double eagles. So the 1894P is rare in any condition. But to get it in uncirculated, Mint State 62 Smithsonian quality at this historically low premium. Again, there was a time when a rare coin like this would have gone for 10 times the bullion value, when gold was $300 to $400 an ounce. And here today we have gold hovering around $1,900, $2,000 an ounce. But it's not $20,000 for this coin, folks. It's not even $10,000 or $5,000. It's $29.95. $29.95. We have the 2-payment option. Please call in now. We have a limited quantity of the 1894Ps. This is not a date we can oversell, folks. This is the first time I've ever had this quantity of the 1894P in Mint State 62 condition. It truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is a classic, folks. Classic, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint in Smithsonian quality Mint State 62 for only $29.95. Thank you for watching, but please stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up.
This is a special announcement for all silver enthusiasts. Stay tuned to find out how you can acquire a rare, limited production American coin struck from pure silver. The American Silver Eagle, struck from 1 ounce of .999 fine pure silver, has long been America's favorite silver dollar. President Ronald Reagan signed the Liberty Coin Act of 1985, and the first ASE was struck on October 29, 1986. The obverse of the iconic American Silver Eagle depicts Lady Liberty wrapped in the stars and stripes of the American flag as she strides forward with an outstretched arm and an open palm, which beckon in the hopeful rising sun of a new day. This design of Lady Liberty comes from Adolph Weinman's stunning Walking Liberty half dollar, which was minted from 1916 to 1947. John Mercanti, the 12th chief engraver of the United States Mint, used modern mint technologies to strengthen many details of Weinman's legendary design. The reverse design showcases Mercanti's heroic rendition of a valiant heraldic eagle, inspired by the Great Seal of the United States. The eagle is clutching an olive branch in one talon and arrows in the other. 13 stars above the eagle represent the original 13 colonies of the United States. But Mint State ASEs do not bear the numismatic mint mark of where these coins were struck. The West Point Mint began striking American Silver Eagles in 2001. And in 2020, due to an emergency closure of the West Point Mint because of COVID-19, the production of American Silver Eagles briefly shifted to the Philadelphia Mint. But during this 2-week period, the Philadelphia Mint produced one of the lowest mintage American Silver Eagles ever of only 240,000 coins. And NGC, the leading numismatic grading service in the country, has identified these coins with a special pedigree designation on their label that states Emergency Production American Silver Eagles, as well as the rare pedigree of first day of issue. Call 1-800-233-4145 right now to make sure you don't miss out. And listen to this, only 240,000 of these limited emergency production coins were struck, making this one of the rarest American Silver Eagles to ever be produced in the entire series. This limited number of coins being produced from Philadelphia is what coin enthusiasts call absolute rarity. And don't forget, these stunning coins are struck from .999 fine pure silver. That's right, pure silver. And each of these coins is graded Mint State 69. That's the grade of a nearly perfect coin. And also has the rare pedigree of first day of issue. Due to the incredible scarcity of 2020 emergency production American Silver Eagles in Mint State 70 condition, prices have skyrocketed, sometimes even costing between $700 and $800 for an MS-70. But listen to this. The difference between a Mint State 70 example and a Mint State 69 example is unable to be seen by the naked eye. This means that unless you are looking at your 2020 emergency production American Silver Eagle under 5 times magnification, there will be virtually no difference in quality between the Mint State 69 and Mint State 70 examples. And that's not all. Each of these stunning American Silver Eagles will come with an RCTV exclusive Reagan Pop Art label inspired by a Ronald Reagan sculpture that John Mercanti designed himself. Call 1-800-233-4145 right now to add this exclusive 2020 emergency production American Silver Eagle in Mint State 69 condition to your own personal collection for the low, low price of just $99.95. That's right, only $99.95 for one of the rarest American Silver Eagles to ever be produced. Wow! Due to the minuscule mintage and immense demand for these remarkable coins, we must limit this exclusive offer to 5 coins per household. And listen to this. If you order right now, you will also receive free shipping and handling. With such a low mintage of only 240,000 coins, this limited production pure silver American Silver Eagle is truly a historic and rare treasure. Lady Liberty on the ASE has always represented America's desire for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Call 1-800-233-4145 right now or visit our website at rarecollectiblestv.com. That's rarecollectiblestv.com.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I'm Rick Tamaska, and thank you for tuning in today. I have a great collection of incredible, beautiful, high-quality silver half dollars for you today. Now, first of all, I really don't think of myself as a salesman or a coin salesman. I'm a rare coin specialist, otherwise known as a numismatist, but otherwise known as a coin collector. That's really what I am. I will never consider myself a coin salesman. Now, what's the difference? Well, from day one, going back to the 1980s, my focus has not been to simply sell coins. My focus has been to help my clients build the collections of their dreams. Collections that would offer my clients, you folks watching today, tremendous future potential for you, your children, your grandchildren. Coins that I enjoy owning. I buy them because I enjoy owning them. I think they're great values and opportunities, and that I can then present to you. That is, in fact, what I've been doing, specializing in since the 1980s. And I think I have the track record to show for it. I mean, here's an award one of my clients received from NGC for the finest known proof Franklin collection on their NGC registry. The top ranked set that was awarded in the year 2010. That's just one of the many, many awards my clients have received over the years. This is what I do, folks. There are so many people out there who know how to talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. Walking the walk is a lot of work. I've written 6 books to date. I began writing about Franklin and Kennedy half dollars in the mid-1980s. Back then, if you had gone to a coin show and asked dealers about Franklin half dollars, you most likely would have gotten a blank stare from the dealer, and you'd be told that those coins are so common, they're not worth collecting. Now, that all began to change with the publication of my first book, in 1991. It was a lot of work. This first book, folks, took almost 5 years of working late nights and weekends, while I had a day job which I worked at least 50 to 60 hours every week. This first book was a tremendous commitment of time and money. But I did it because I knew that the rare United States Franklin and Kennedy proof coins I was writing about offered tremendous potential for collectors, for my clients. All they needed was the information to make the best possible buying decisions. And I believe I achieved that goal because over the years, apparently this first book has become highly sought after by collectors. I was truly shocked when a couple years ago, my secretary looked on Amazon and discovered used copies and new copies of my book being offered. The original list price of the book was $35, folks. And here's copies being offered. There's one for $225, $368, $400, $1,014, $1,692. I was shocked. I'm still to this day shocked. But that told me one thing, that the book achieved its goal. What I wanted to do was write a book that had useful information that could be used not just for the collectors of that day, but for future generations of collectors as well. Now, I've written 5 more books since then. The result for my clients, Franklin half dollars I once sold for $100 or $200 or $300 back in the 1980s and 1990s are now selling for thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars and more. Most recently, a new record was set in auction, $129,250 for a 1958 MS-67 Franklin half dollar, folks. Something that did not surprise me. I expected it. Over 30 years ago, I was telling my clients that there would come a time when truly superb Franklin half dollars would be selling for over $100,000. And that day has come. I doubt there was another dealer in the country who envisioned that back in 1985. Okay, that's my story in a nutshell. And that hopefully gives you a sense of why I am here. I'd like you to take a look at the Franklin collection that I have assembled for you that I have here today. Every Franklin struck in proof condition from 1955 to the last date in the series, 1963. A 9-coin set in NGC Proof 67 in my proprietary We the People holder. And this holder is so extremely important. Folks, not only are you getting the finest possible eye appeal and quality for the grade when you get it in this We the People holder, you will get a copy of my latest book in the limited hardcover edition, and you will get a 22-page brochure which explains why the We the People holder is so important. But briefly, without going into in-depth detail, only the finest Franklins go into this holder. I have exclusive control over the Franklin half dollars that go into this proprietary NGC holder. The coins are sent to me by NGC and I review them. And if I don't think it's the best quality for the grade, it remains in the NGC generic holder. Here's a couple examples. These are some 1954s I happen to have. I've actually already cracked these open so you can see the coin once I remove the top of the holder. But here's a 1954 Proof 67. It's correctly graded by NGC. But in terms of eye appeal, it's not premium for the grade. And I'll remove the cover that I had cracked apart prior to the presentation. If I can get it back apart, here we go. And when we zoom in, you can see some toning, smudging over the surface of the proof coin, which is very, very typical of these early proof Franklins. So technically, yes, it's a Proof 67, but it's not a clear, deep mirrored Proof 67. I have another example. In the brochure here, where I compare two 1950s, the first date in the series. Here's your typical 1950, proof 67, shallow mirrored. Here's a We the People 1950, proof 67. Very deeply mirrored, exceptional eye appeal and quality for the grade. Now, folks, the Franklin Half Dollar series was struck for a very short time, from 1948 to 1963. It was scheduled to be struck for at least 25 years, through at least 1972, but for the tragic assassination of President Kennedy. Congress wished to commemorate the late president on one of our coins and left the decision as to which coin to Mrs. Kennedy. Mrs. Kennedy reasoned that of all the other denominations, the Lincoln cent, Jefferson nickel, Roosevelt dime, and Washington quarter, those coins had revered presidents which should remain on those coins. That left the Franklin half dollar. And Mrs. Kennedy reasoned, number one, Benjamin Franklin, while a great American and a founding father, was never a president. And number two, very importantly, she also reasoned that Franklin was also on the $100 bill, where he would remain. So she picked the half dollar. While the mint state Franklin half dollar was struck from 1948 to 1963, the proof Franklin half dollar was struck for an even shorter time. First proof Franklins were struck in 1950, and the last in 1963, along with the mint state Franklin. This set of proof half dollars I have for you, these Franklin proof half dollars, struck over 50 years ago at the Philadelphia Mint. And these are not just any set of proof Franklin half dollars. The coins in this set, again, rank among the finest in this proprietary We the People holder. They are of such extraordinarily high quality for their era. No other show in the history of coin television going back 30 years has ever offered a proof Franklin set of this caliber, except right here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Now, for all you new viewers out there, new collectors, these are proof Franklin half dollars. There are essentially two different coins, kinds of coins, struck by the U.S. Mint. There are coins struck for commercial use, and there are coins struck strictly for collectors, which we refer to as proof coins, which are meant to represent the state of the art. Mid-state Franklins were struck in large numbers. Here's some 1961 Franklins I have in mid-state condition. And here's an example, I just took it. Again, these are the kinds of coins that are meant to be spent for commerce. And they're struck under high-speed presses, struck once, the coins are ejected from the die press into a bin where one coin falls on top of another. They go through coin counting machines and dumped into bags where they accumulate bag marks. So by the time you get one at the bank, even though it's a brand new coin, never been spent, it's going to have a lot of bag marks on it. Proof coins, on the other hand, and this is what's always attracted me from day one when I started collecting when I was 10 years old. The very first coins I bought in a coin shop were proof coins. I bought a 1962 proof set. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality given the technology of the day. A lot of work goes into the making of a proof coin. Proof coins have been issued by the mint since the early 1800s. But back in those early days, they were only available to dignitaries or famous people or monarchs, or ambassadors. They weren't available to the public until 1858. And back then, they were struck in very small numbers. They might only strike 100 or 200 examples of an issue. And back in this early era, in the mid-1950s, they only struck a few 100,000 in a given year. Now, a proof coin, to make a proof coin, it's very labor-intensive. The mint takes the finest dies, and they are polished until the dies have a mirror-like finish. And then they take the coin blanks, and they give them a kind of polishing treatment as well. And then they slowly feed those coin blanks into the die. And they're struck not once, but twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design as the mint intended. Many mint state coins, well, again, mint state coins are only struck once, and sometimes under inadequate pressure. So a lot of times you get these mint state coins, and there'll be a lack of definition on the high points because of inadequate die pressure. You don't get that with the proof coin. They're double struck under higher pressure. You see all the detail. And then, most importantly, once struck, they're not dumped into a bin like mint state coins. They're individually handled and then packaged in their own separate compartments, so they are never allowed to braid with any other coins. What makes these coins from the Philadelphia era so precious? These were the last proof coins struck on 90% silver planchets at the old Philadelphia Mint using these old technologies. After 1964, proof making was switched to the San Francisco Mint. And they began using advanced technologies to make proof coins. So nowadays when you get a proof set, the coins are of the highest quality. They border on perfection. Proof coins and mint state coins are graded on a scale from 1 being the lowest possible grade to 70 representing perfection. Nowadays, many of the proof coins you can get at the U.S. Mint are 70. They're perfection, which means they are flawless under high magnification. Franklins do not exist in 70, folks. These earlier proof coins, the Franklin series and earlier, the highest possible grade you'll ever see is proof 69. Proof 67 is extraordinary. Here's a chart, folks, on the 1955 to 1963 Franklins showing you the mintages of these coins in mint state and proof condition. And you can see in the later years of the Franklin series, in mint state, they struck over almost 90 million coins for commerce in 1963. In proof, they struck about 3 million. 1962, about 45 million for commerce in mint state. About 33,200,000 in proof. You look at the 64 Kennedy, the 1964 Kennedy, that year alone, over 433 million struck in mint state and about 4 million in proof. But it's those earlier years when you go to those earlier Franklins where you see the mintages get infinitesimally small. 1958, they didn't even strike 1 million proof coins, 875,000. In 1956, only 669,000. In 1955, 378,000 coins. Folks, that is the smallest mintage by modern standards. And that coin is the first coin in this set. And it's in proof 67 condition. I gave you the example of that 1954 in proof 67. And you notice the toning and the haze in the fields. You look at this coin, folks. It is as pristine and beautiful as the moment it was struck back in 1955. It's like it was preserved in a vacuum all these many, many decades. And that is why it's in the We the People holder. This is a coin I personally reviewed. It was originally in an NGC generic holder. And I reviewed the coin, and it was of such high quality that I sent it to NGC with instructions to put it in the We the People holder. Now here are the total populations of the 9 coins you see. To date, there are only 125 examples of the 1955, 178 examples of the 56. You go on down there, the last date in the series, 1963, 139 examples in proof 67. Now, in the years ahead, those numbers will, of course, increase, but they will be a tiny fraction of the generic numbers you'll see in the NGC and PCGIS population reports. Because, again, these are the very finest examples, the most elite examples. These are the kind of coins, when you look at it, you just say, wow. Why isn't this a coin of proof 70? It looks absolutely perfect. The last date in the series, folks, in 1963. Now, this is a top-rated seller. This would be a retail price, a reasonable retail price, but a top-rated seller on eBay just for that 1963, $349 for that one coin in the set. Here's a 1961. It's probably the same top-rated seller, $349 for that coin. So right there for those two coins, just those two coins were at $700, folks. Here's a 1960, proof 67. That one's only $120. So we're over $800. 1959, a tough date. Tough date. We're getting into some key dates in the series. $550. So we're at around $1,400, just short of $1,400 for just those 3 or 4 dates. 1958, one of the toughest dates in the series. $550 just for the 1958. Why is that coin so expensive? Here's an example, folks. I have an original sealed 1958 proof set. It's never been opened. This is how it came from the U.S. Mint. We call them flat packs. This is the original envelope, sealed as it came out of the mint in 1958. When you open this set up, this is going to be a first. This is one of the few remaining 1958 sealed sets that I own. But every one that I acquired from this group had the same problem, and it's a problem that's so typical of Franklin half dollars from this era. I'm cutting it open. We're going to take a look at this set. In the cellophane, it looks really nice. However, what we're going to do is cut it out of the cellophane so you can see it unimpeded by the cellophane wrapper. And this is an exceptional example. But when we look closely, you can see at least 7 or 8 tiny white spots over the surface of the coin. Around the word God, at 3 o'clock by the rim, right in front of Franklin's nose, right in the middle of his head there, you can see a spot. These tiny white spots, we call them milk spots, but they do not come off the coin. They are part of the coin. And you see more on the reverse. You can see a larger one right on the yoke there at around 11 o'clock. Spots all over the coin. This is probably about a proof 64, proof 65. That's the typical grade. One of the major problems they had in quality control in this early era at the Philadelphia Mint when making proof coins was improper cleaning of the coin blanks. The coin blanks would go through a soap bath as part of the cleaning process. And they were then supposed to have that soap solution washed off the blank before it went into the die. But back in that early era at the Philadelphia Mint, they simply did not have the quality control that they have today. So many of these coin blanks would go into the die with some of that soap residue left on the blank. And when that die came down with 200 tons of pressure, that residue was struck into the coin, and it became a part of the coin. And so many, the majority of your Franklin halves from this era have that spotting problem. That's why you see that individual asking $550 for his proof 67. Here's a 57. Again, a top-rated seller, $180. We're around $2,100. And folks, there wasn't a comp for the 62. I haven't included a 62 yet, and we're over $2,000. Now we get to the 2 earliest dates in the set. Here's a 56, $215. We're around $2,300. And finally, the earliest date in the set, here's a 1953 in proof 67, $300. A top-rated seller, we're around $2,700, $2,800 for the set. And again, these are just generic NGC Franklins in proof 67. I've got this entire set today, folks, okay? Premium examples, all right? Premium examples, the finest proof 67s for $105 a coin. $949 for the entire 9-coin collection. You won't find a finer quality, more eye-appealing collection of Franklin half dollars for anywhere near this price in the entire nation. Again, hand-selected by yours truly for eye appeal and quality, the finest proof 67s for only $105 a coin. The Franklin half-dollar series is the last half-dollar series struck entirely in 90% silver, folks. And you have this collection today, extraordinary, for only $105 a coin. You're getting the book, the hardcover limited edition, which is a $45 value right there, and you're getting the brochure that explains the We the People holder. This is something that is really a set about your future. This is a roadmap where you're getting the opportunity to collect a set of silver half dollars struck from an earlier era in superb high-quality condition for a collector-friendly buy-it-now price. You know, this is my specialty. This is what I've been doing, since the early 1980s. And I have opportunities to get some of the finest proof Franklin half dollars. Going through the set, folks, again, the last 9 coins of the series from 1955 to 1963, an extraordinary proof 67 condition. This is what I specialize in. This is the kind of collection that really makes me very, very happy as a specialist in these coins. You know, I have always loved finding coins that offer my clients exceptional eye appeal for their date, exceptional quality, exceptional rarity, at a real collector-friendly price. And to get a 9-coin set, when some of these dealers are asking almost $1,000 for individual examples, and I have the entire set for only $949. Again, that comes out to about $105 a coin. Again, these coins are reviewed by me and encapsulated in the We the People holder. So you're getting the finest quality at the best possible price. This is a great way to start a top quality collection of a really underrated silver half-dollar series in the United States coinage. We've got the 9-coin set from 1955 to 1963 in proof 67 condition. When you get to the point where you want to complete your set and get those earliest dates from 1950 to 1954, give us a call. We will complete this set for you in proof 67 condition. And that is an extraordinary collection that years from now you'll look back on with tremendous pride. And this is the kind of set you really want to pass on to your kids and grandkids, because the coins like this, silver half dollars like this of this quality, are getting rarer and rarer by the week. This is the perfect grade at the perfect price point. In proof 67, where I can offer it for only $105 a coin. I mean, folks, if I went down a grade to proof 66, I'd save you maybe $150. But the difference in quality between a proof 66 and a proof 67, and the difference in rarity, you're getting so much more coin, so much more rarity, so much more eye appeal for that proof 67 grade. It's really the perfect grade to build a beautiful, beautiful set of Franklin half dollars. I hope you take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
You're watching Rare Collectibles TV.
Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Have I got a great collector special for you folks today? By collector special, I'm talking about some incredible, beautiful, rare U.S. proof coins struck in an earlier era, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Philadelphia Mint used to be the place where proof coins were made, folks, beginning in the early 1800s up through 1964. That all changed after 1964 when they switched the proof-making facility to San Francisco. But 64 and earlier, they were struck in Philadelphia, and they were made the old-fashioned way, using old technology, using old packaging. Nowadays, when you buy a proof set's supposed to be state-of-the-art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So they'll take the dies and they'll polish them to a mirror-like perfection, and they'll take the planchets and slowly feed them into the die. The planchets are the coin blanks, and they'll strike them at least twice under higher pressure. And then, once struck, and rather than dumping the coins into a bin like they would for coins for commercial use, they would individually handle the coins so they wouldn't abrade with any other coins. And then nowadays, when you buy a proof set nowadays, like here's a 1991 set in the original government packaging. You order it special from the Mint, you have to pay a premium because, again, all the work that goes into making a proof coin, it's very labor intensive. Now today, machines have really taken over. Technology's taken over, and it's really mechanized. But back in the Philadelphia Mint era, folks, it was really much more of a craft. You had each craftsman responsible for preparing the dies, for preparing the planchets, and the quality of the coins really depended a lot on the ability of the craftsmen, of the people in the packaging department. So you had a lot of flaws coming out of the facility when it came to these proof sets. In the Philadelphia Mint era, rather than shipping the coins in these original hard plastic packages that you see here, they sent them in these envelopes. In fact, I've got one in an individual, in this original envelope as it was shipped in 1959. And they shipped it third-class mail. Very kind of strange because third-class mail, folks, third-class insured mail, very slow. It's not very, very good for the coins, very rough transit. And then the packaging, you got them in these cellophane envelopes. And here you could see each coin is supposed to be in its individual compartment, but the cellophane envelopes would break apart, and one coin would break a braid against another. And here you see the toning on those coins that's developed. This is so typical of proof sets from. Look at this one. I mean, this one just completely fell apart here. The coins are falling out of it. This one's not. The coins are still in their original compartments, but look at the $50 in there. Look at all the spotting on the coin. Those are milk spots. One more set. Another one, So you get this set, and there's nothing you could do about it. There would be a little note in the set telling how your proof coins have been carefully inspected and then sealed in a transparent envelope. Care in handling and storage will help to prolong the newly minted luster. Please do not ask us to make any exchanges or adjustments. If there should appear what may seem to you a defect or scratch on a coin, it's no doubt a crease in the packaging material. We tell you this to save us both unnecessary correspondence. So, these people had a great sense of humor, right? They had a great sense of humor, but unfortunately, you paid serious money to get these sets, so you probably weren't laughing, But the coins I have for today, folks, these are Jefferson nickels, proof 68, one coin from the highest grade. Take a look at these. 1956 to 1964, proof 68 condition. You could see the mintages. The last year of the series, they struck about, down at the bottom, 1964, total mintage 3.9 million. But as you go into those earlier years, the mintages get lower and lower. 58, only 875,000. 56, only 669,000. There you see the total NGC pops in proof 68. There are no proof 70s, folks. There are no proof 70s. When you look at these, for these coins on eBay, I found a few proof 67 comps. Here's a 1964. The 1964 is the highest quality issue in this series. It's the last year of the series in proof at the Philadelphia Mint. The quality was the best, but still, to get them in proof 67, proof 68 is difficult. And again, there are no 70s. $40 there for a proof 67. Here's a 1963, and again, proof 67. I'm offering you proof 68s today. $59 for a 63. Here's a 62, also in proof 67. $99. So you've got a couple $100 there over that just for those 3 coins. Take a look at these. If you want a 1964, this is the last date in the proof series struck at the Philadelphia Mint, because in 1965, they did not make any proof coins. And in 1968, when they resumed proof making, they were struck in San Francisco with an S Mint mark. This is the last of the Philadelphia proofs in proof 68. If you want one of these, folks, if you were to submit this for yourself for grading, the grading fee alone would be about $25. They would ship it back to you registered mail, which is about $25. The grading and shipping alone is $50. It doesn't include the cost of the coin or your shipping. I've got one of these today for only $29 a coin for a 1964. But it gets even better, because if you want to extend your set and go back in time, if you want to include the 1963, I will include a 1963, even though it's even rarer than the 1964, for the exact same price, $29. $29 for this 1963, 1 grade from the highest. Look at this beautiful 1963. Really, you look at this, it is flawless to the eye, as flawless as the day it was struck, folks. As the day it was struck just about 60 years ago. Amazing quality, $29. But it gets even better. Again, this is my collector's special, folks. This is the kind of presentation where we get so many dealers calling in to buy these, because these are dealer prices. A 62, even rarer, also only $29. And if you want to get a 4th coin, if you want to include the 1961, I'm keeping it at $29. So in other words, you can own all 4 for only $116. You can own all 4 for only $116. But I'm not done, because if you want to go back and include the 1960, where the mintage drops substantially, the mintage, only 1.7 million were struck. If you want to get that 5-coin set that includes the 1960, folks, it's only going to be an additional $29. In other words, you can own all 5, the 1960 through the 1964, for only $145. Okay, $145. Now, finally, what about those earliest dates? What about those earliest dates? Well, this is where they get even more elusive. Here's a 1959 in proof 68, $199. The first date in the series, the 1956, which you'd have to consider the key date, $200. Just for those 2 coins in proof 68 condition. This is my collector special, folks, because you can own the entire set. That's all 9 coins. All 9 coins in proof 68. Not for $200 a coin or $100 a coin or $75 a coin or even $49 a coin. You can own the entire set for $27.67 a coin. To put that in another way, the entire set, all 9 coins, $249. $249. Call in now to own this entire set in proof 68 condition. All 9 examples in beautiful hand-selected. I review every single one of these to maintain and make sure that it has beautiful, pristine, deeply mirrored, haze-free, spot-free surfaces, flawless to the naked eye, just as you see this set. Only $249 in this collector's special, courtesy of Rick's U.S. Coin Show and Rare Collectibles TV. Folks, this is my specialty. I could go through literally hundreds of thousands of proof coins to select only the very finest. There are no middlemen, and that's why I get to offer you these coins at these prices. We cut out all the middlemen. We do all the work so we can give you the best possible coins at the lowest possible prices. You get so much incredible eye appeal, quality, and rarity in this set for so few of your numismatic dollars, only $249 for this incredible 9-coin set. I would urge you, if you are a collector and are looking for a really great deal, in fact, if you're a dealer looking for a great deal, we get a lot of dealers, again, who buy these sets from us and then resell them, resell the individual coins. This is just a great, great opportunity. Thanks for watching. Jefferson nickels, again, are really hard to get, difficult to get in high grade condition because of the hardness of that nickel planchet. So to get a Jefferson nickel, a proof Jefferson nickel in proof 68 is sensational. And we just had a presentation on some proof 68s at a great, great price. I mean, we went through thousands and thousands of Jefferson nickels to get these 68s. Out of that group, we have a handful of sets in proof 69 condition. And these are so rare, folks. Take a look at the chart here where we show you the populations, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about here. These are the combined NGC and PCGS populations for all the Jefferson nickels struck in proof from 1955 through 1964. How many have been graded in proof 68 and how many in proof 69? And you can see some of those years. The 1957, only 290 examples. The 58, only 239. 59, 258. The 60, 254. The 1961, 193, because poor metal flow. Poor metal flow. They would strike the coins because the hardness of the planchet, you wouldn't get all of the metal flow into the deepest parts of the die, so you get some bits, a little bit of pitting in the high points. And so if there's any kind of pitting whatsoever, you can't get a proof 69. 64 is the best quality. They've graded about 2,500 examples. Take a look at this set that I have for you. I only have a handful of these sets in proof 69 grade. Again, if I had to buy these already graded from a dealer or a collector, our prices would be about triple of what you're going to be offered this set at. Only a handful of these sets, every one of these, highest grade. There are no proof 70s from this year, folks. This is the highest numeric grade from NGC or PCGS, proof 69s. This is outstanding, top of the line. These are the very best from our work in the trenches, I call, looking at these under a halogen light, one coin after another. There you see the 61, fewer than 200 graded. The hardness of this nickel planchet, it's very difficult to strike one of these up. A lot of them also were mishandled. So there are very few graded in Proof 68 and only a handful in Proof 69. Kimberly just has a few comparables for you folks. And just to give you some idea, these are top-rated sellers on eBay. There's a top-rated seller with a 1955 Proof 68, $274 for a Proof 68, 1955. There's a 1959. Again, Proof 68, $199 for a Proof 68. So that's $400 or over $400 just for those two coins. $470 really. And there's a 59 in Proof 69, top-rated seller, over 24,000 happy customers, $316. And again, that's a tough date, but there's several tough dates, and that's not the toughest. Here's the entire set. You're going to love this opportunity. I mean, at $300 a coin, this 10 coin set would be $3,000. At $200 a coin, it would be $2,000. At $100 a coin, it would be $1,000, and that would be a great, great price. But again, if we had to buy these from somebody else who already had them certified, who did all the work, who went through the thousands and thousands of coins, this set would be priced to you at $2,000 to $3,000. But we did the work. We went through the thousands of coins to hand select these pieces for you. We cut out all the middlemen, and I'm able to offer this entire 10 coin set. I only have a handful of these. The entire set for only $79.50 a coin. $795 for the entire 10 coin set. Now, we just had, the lines have just lit up on this all of a sudden, $79.50. This is the kind of price, folks, that you can buy one of these sets, and if you're a part-time collector dealer and like to set up at your local coin show, you can buy a couple of these sets and probably get double what you paid for. I mean, this is a great, great opportunity for a collector if you want to hold on to them, if you want to resell them, or whatever you want to do with them, it's up to you. But this is really a ground floor opportunity for some very, very rare Jefferson nickels with tremendous, tremendous condition rarity. Tremendous condition rarity. Again, I only have a handful of these sets. We have fewer than 15. We have already sold, it looks like 5 of them. Every one of these coins, folks, as pristine, haze-free, spot-free, hairline-free as the day it was struck. It was like as if you were at the Philadelphia Mint back in 1955, and you were there as the coin was struck, and as it came off the die, you caught it on a velvet pillow. That's the best analogy I can give. I mean, how else are you going to get and not only that, but you have to get one of the examples that were fully struck, because again, so many of these, because of the hardness of the nickel planchet, it would have very slight pitting on the high points, especially along Jefferson's jawline there, the high point of the planchet, because that's the deepest portion of the die. And the hardness of that nickel planchet was such that you wouldn't always get complete metal flow to the deepest portion of the die on these coins. There you're looking at a 1962, only 311 graded, none higher, 1962. Let me go through the pops once more. The 1964, better quality, 1964, 2,491 graded in Proof 69. That 1963 you're looking at, or you just saw 436 graded, 1962, only 311 graded. 1961, 193 coins. We cannot break any of these sets. I cannot offer individual pieces because this is all I have. If I offer an individual coin out of here, I can't offer the entire set to all the people calling in who want to take advantage of this complete set offer. The entire 10 coin set for only $795. Again, we only had to have a handful of these available. We were already sold more than half of them. So I'm going to just call it right here. We just, for the people still calling in, we have some sets still available. But thank you for watching this presentation. It's always a thrill
to be able to offer this kind of ultimate quality. Beautiful, eye-appealing coins of the ultimate highest quality. Very rare in this condition. For under $100 a coin, folks. I mean, you can't beat that. This is a great, great ground floor opportunity for all you collectors out there. This is a real collector special. And again, from Kim and I, thank you for watching.
Welcome, coin collectors. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. I'm here with a really fantastic gold coin, and I don't have that much time for this presentation, so I want to get right to it. Rare Collectibles TV. We don't deal in the ordinary. Now, we could, but look at what we have found for you guys. These coins are from 1913. They are the second masterpiece created by Augustus St. Gaudens. Now, everybody knows the $20 gold double eagle, Augustus St. Gaudens' numismatic masterpiece. But many people are not aware that he designed the $10 gold Indian, equally considered one of the greatest numismatic achievements the world has ever seen. In fact, let's take a quick look at this coin, because we have it in a grade and a year that is both very unusual to have it in a mint state 63, and this particular date of 1913 is an extremely difficult coin to get. I'm going to give you all the factual information. What you're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, is a mint state version of a United States gold eagle designed by Augustus St. Gaudens that features, for the first time ever, Lady Liberty wearing the Native American headdress. And it's very controversial for its time. In fact, it was artistically amazing. And as you can see, this coin exhibits an extreme lack of contact points, and it exhibits an amazing amount of original luster. This coin, this particular date, and in this grade, is a total miracle, if you really want to get right down to it, that I'm even here today with the amazing quantity that we have. And I always tip my hat to the buying department at this great, great company, because when we bring gold to our collectors, we bring the type of gold you want to own. We bring you rarity and some of the most unbelievable grades. And, of course, the greatest price. Take a look at all those United States gold eagles, ladies and gentlemen. The $10 gold Indian, first struck in 1907. Designed by Augustus St. Gaudens. Now, Augustus St. Gaudens, the preeminent sculptor of his time, an amazing artist. He was the mentor and the teacher to so many great United States coin designers that came after him. In the early 1900s, after he had designed Theodore Roosevelt's inaugural medal, he was asked by Teddy Roosevelt himself if he would, and this was very controversial for the day, going outside the U.S. Mint to commission a designer to design United States coin. It's never been done before. All this was normally done within the mint. But Roosevelt was extremely displeased with the artistic quality of our coinage. And Roosevelt wanted our coin designs to reflect a more artistic angle. He was a student of art all his life. He appreciated great art, and he wanted great art to be reflected in our coinage, much like it had been in ancient Roman times. So here comes Augustus St. Gaudens. He was the right man for the job. And this $10 gold Indian, the design was actually the design that was first thought of by Augustus St. Gaudens for the new $20 gold double eagle. And in the end, of course, a different design was used for the St. Gaudens, and for the $10 gold, this design was selected. But this design was originally the pattern design for the double eagle. Now, I want you to take a look at a really important point. Throughout its history, the United States government has melted coinage that we struck. No coin was melted more than the $10 gold. They melted a lot of 20s. But when you look at $10 gold, nearly 50% of all the $10 gold eagles that were struck were melted by the government. There's a lot of reasons why, and I'm going to get to them in a second. And I want you to remember that date range there, 1933 to 1940. Numismatically speaking, one of the most important periods of time in U.S. history. It was at a time during the Great Depression. It was at a time during the run on banks. It was a time during massive gold hoarding by American citizens out of panic, out of fear. And it was a time when American citizens were ordered to turn in their gold holdings that of any significance or face fines and imprisonment. The reason why the government wanted people to turn in their gold during those years of 1933 to 1940 for melting, gold was needed desperately to prop up the U.S. economy during the Great Depression. We are specifically talking about a great date. 1913, $10 gold Indians struck at Philadelphia. Mintage wasn't high for this coin, 442,000. The finest known, MS-67, only one exists. In a mint state 66, only 19. This is a scarce coin. Hardly any are grading in uncirculated condition. In a mint state 65, look at that, only 85 coins. They began grading coins 1985. And up till this point in time, only 85 coins graded. We'll take a look at a mint state 63. Only 1,268 mint state 63, 1913 Philadelphia struck $10 gold Indians have ever been certified. And we have a nifty little quantity here. I want to further illustrate to you why this coin is scarce. Double eagles from 1850 to 1907, those would be liberties. 103 million coins were struck. The St. Gaudens, 70 million. And then take a look at the Liberty gold from 1838 to 1907, 42,684,196. And then the smallest gold series of $10 eagles, the Indian Eagle, designed by St. Gaudens. From 1907 to 1933, 14,867,345 coins. Gets even better. In the mid-'80s, grading services, specifically two of them, started to independently grade coins. These grades became so accurate and these grading services became so sought after that they really became the Bible of coin grading. And these standards that were established by the grading services have been adopted by collectors, dealers, investors, everywhere. And so today, these are the coins that are in demand. But here's the trick. The mintage wasn't that large. Many of the coins were melted. We saw the amount of $10 gold melted was very close to 50%. So that's after the government forced all the citizens to turn in their gold that was valued in excess of $100. And what they did with all those gold coins that were turned in, they melted them into gold bars and they stored them in Fort Knox. So when you look at the scarcity of the coin, we judge it by what survives. Percentage certified MS-60 or higher. And mint state 60 is the beginning grade of uncirculated. And we've seen that the highest grade is a mint state 67. And hardly any exist even in mint state 65. So we see that in mint state 60 or higher, there has only been 5,754 coins that have been certified, which is 1.3% total certified of the mintage of 1913 Ps. 1.3% grade of mint state 60 or higher. Now, that's important. A minute ago, I showed you populations in mint state 64, one grade higher than the coin we're doing. And I want to show you why what we're bringing to you in a Mint State 63, so valuable and so immediately obvious to be added to your collection. That's a little bit of a pushy statement, but I make that statement because the rarity of $10 gold Indians is well established. I want you to take a look at a Mint State 64 from an auction, $5,875. Same date, by the way. And I want you one more time to pay careful attention. There's only 1,268 coins that have ever been certified. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big event. Number one, ordinarily when you would see a coin like this that has such a small surviving amount in uncirculated, not even 5,800 coins across the board. Look at the quantity that we have. It's impressive. We worked really hard to bring, these are all one solid date and one solid grade by one solid grading service. That's really difficult to do, even for us. And I want you to remind yourself one more time of the universe of only 1,268 coins. That's it. And the fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, that the vast majority of those 1,268 coins are right now in coin collections. In coin collections that are just rock solid, never coming out. They're there forever. That's that space for 1913 in that series. This is an opportunity to really go big without spending a lot of money. This coin right now is $2,195. We're splitting the payments in 2 equal payments of $1,097.50. So when you give us a call right now and you want one of these coins, and you take advantage of the 2-payment option, what happens is one of these coins, maybe even this one right here, is going to be put aside with your name on it. And after a month goes by and you make that second payment, this coin will be coming to you. No matter what happens to these coins, because I can tell you right now, there has never been an instance when coins like these have not sold out. There aren't even 1,300 of these coins in existence. This is a legitimate United States gold rarity from a time that shouldn't even exist. Now, let me give you the other part of the story. I mentioned the great melts of the 1930s. But before that could even happen, you have to understand in 1929, the Great Depression. The Great Depression was a time in America where in many regions of this country, there was 25 to 35% unemployment. Banks were closing left and right. In 1933 alone, close to 4,000 United States banks went under, just in 1 year. Thousands, even millions of Americans who had their money in these banks lost everything. Well, when other Americans heard about these tragic events, they began to line up at their banks, and there was a run on the banks. They began withdrawing all their money. The reason why they wanted to withdraw all their money is because they wanted to switch from paper to rock-solid gold. Even back in the 1930s, people knew that the original form of money was gold. Even back in Egyptian times, people knew that the original form of money was gold. So that tradition has never gone away. That history never gone away. And today it's more important than ever. We're living that right now. This is a scarce coin. Let me tell you, Mint State 63 is one of the greatest grades for a $10 gold Indian. Traditionally, the biggest jump in prices was always Mint State 62 to Mint State 63 because the cutoff was Mint State 63 because those were the coins that retained all that original luster, all that original strike, all that original detail. Look at these coins. They are spectacular. They're stunning in appearance, what we call eye appeal. They have it all. The strike, the crispness of strike, the luster, the rarity of date, and that grade of Mint State 63 that has been third-party graded. $2,195. I want to show you a price that I pulled from an auction that took place 14 years ago. Today, the price of gold is 3-4 times higher. This is important. Back in 2006, this coin, same coin by the way, same grading service, auctioned off for $2,300. Well, that was multiple times over its gold melt value. Something amazing has happened in numismatics. It's a temporary trend that we all know. The fact that premiums for United States gold are at their all-time lows. The premium over its intrinsic value. There's proof right there of the constant fact that these coins trade at multiple amounts over their gold value. So when we can bring a coin to the show today that's selling for less money than it did 14 years ago when gold was a third of the price that it is right now. I mean, you're looking at gold that's heading towards $2,000 once again. And we're able to bring you this coin. I believe in 2006, the price of gold was a little bit under $600 per ounce. So that coin at $2,300, today, that same coin would auction off for twice the money. And you can see it in the Mint State 64. That's bringing almost $6,000. And that was a great buy. And today, ladies and gentlemen, when coins are trading today at premiums that are at their all-time lows, this is a great buying opportunity. And I want you to know that we have sacrificed nothing in terms of quality to bring you this price. This is the question everybody asks. How did you do it? Here's how it happened. I was telling you about the Great Depression. Well, you can't talk about the Great Depression and the great gold melts of the Great Depression of the 1930s without talking about a certain presidential order, number 6102. If you look it up, you'll see. It happened in April of 1933, and the president at the time was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Interestingly enough, a cousin of Teddy Roosevelt, who was responsible for the design of this very coin. At the time, the Great Depression was at its height, 1933. President Roosevelt ordered that all Americans holding quantities of gold in excess of $100 were required by penalties of imprisonment and fines. And by the way, the fine was $10,000 and the imprisonment could be 10 years. That's a big price to pay for not turning in your gold. Well, if you were holding gold, you had to turn it in. You had 1 month. You had to do it by May of 1933. And what they did with this gold, they didn't put it away on shelves at the mint. They melted it down. They melted it down to put it back into the Treasury to back the U.S. economy during one of the most terrible economic times in the history of the country, the Great Depression. Well, that took all those coins out of the mix. But how did we get these? How did these coins survive that? Why weren't they turned in by American citizens? Who would risk having to pay a $10,000 fine or spend, it could be both, 10 years in jail just to keep these coins, just to keep one of them? Well, here's how it happened. There were some Americans who realized that they were legally allowed to move their gold to a foreign country, to Europe, and store their gold there and try to ride out these terrible times. And that's what happened. Gold was moved from the United States to Europe. And what happened then was the beginning of the European bank hoards. And these bank hoards featured United States gold coins. And they featured mostly $20 gold double eagles. And mostly common coins, mostly St. Gaudens, 1924s, 1927s. Coins with the highest mintages, the ones that were still available. And occasionally, there would be rare coins that would be sent over. And this is one such occasion. A scarce coin, as this, was sent to Europe for safekeeping to ride out the Great Depression. Now, here's the thing. This happened in 1933, but it wasn't for a year. It wasn't for two. No, this prohibition against owning gold lasted all the way to 1974. And it was President Gerald R. Ford who actually lifted the ban in 1974. And slowly, the gold began to make its way back to the United States of America, what we call the European bank hoards. We have some great buyers at this company who have positioned themselves to receive this gold, to even be in a position to cherry pick this gold. And we bypass the common dates, and we bypass the common coins, and we bypass the conditioned coins that we're not interested, that collectors are not interested in. And that leaves really small mini hoards. This 1913 Philadelphia struck $10 gold Indian. This coin that was designed as only the second redesign of American coinage completed by Augustus St. Gaudens. He passed away, unfortunately, in 1907, just before these coins were released. Over the generations, Augustus St. Gaudens has become legendary. And partly it's because he mentored so many great artists who came after him. When we think of the great renaissance of American coin redesign, Augustus St. Gaudens' fingerprint is all over every design. He was the master. He taught Adolph A. Wyman. He taught Herman McNeil. He taught all of these great artists who designed these great coins. All started with Augustus St. Gaudens. And this was the second completed design. And he only did two. This is the classic United States Indian eagle, a coin that made history. I'm almost out of time here, folks, so I want to express the urgency of the condition we have, of the rarity, of the lack of coins surviving, the small population. And that's a great shot. What you're seeing right there is luster and strike. I want you to notice that Liberty is adorned with the Native American headdress. But the unusual thing about that adornment, that headdress was not worn by women. And Augustus St. Gaudens pointed this out to Teddy Roosevelt. But Roosevelt didn't care. And that was actually a last-minute addition. And he wanted that Native American headdress on Liberty's head for the symbolism of America embracing its First Nation, Native Americans. And so that design became legendary. Almost 50% of these coins were melted by our own government in a short period of time. Doesn't even count the thousands and thousands of coins, maybe even millions, that were melted in several other run-ups or gold rushes, if you will. This was the most used American coin in jewelry. If you've ever seen coin jewelry, you'll know it's all about the $10 Indian. That's how unique, how unusual, how amazing, how bold a tribute it was. And that contributed to the lack of coins being available today in mint state. This coin was also struck for commerce. So it was used in commercial transactions all over this great country. And at a time, ladies and gentlemen, when these coins were issued, their purchasing power was amazing. 99% of the people who had these coins would not hoard them or save them. They would not collect them. They would release them once again back into commerce. Once they had got their hands, they would spend them. Those coins became worn out. As they wore, the government would pull them out of circulation and melt them down and replace them with others, or not replace them at all in the case of what happened during the 30s. So when you look at the scarcity of this coin, it's clear that the government melting almost 48% of those coins, that the few that survive today are evidenced by recorded archival population figures. There is hardly any of these coins that have ever been, less than 1,300 coins. It's also the perfect grade because a mint state 63 allows you the opportunity to get an extremely, it's not just reasonably priced. This coin is below its value. These are worth way more than $2,195. Everything about this coin points to its scarcity. It's way scarcer than its price indicates. And I think that is a reason to put this coin away, because you're getting an unbelievable value. I'm really out of time here, ladies and gentlemen. The thing is, I just don't want to leave, because here I am surrounded by these great coins where they are amazing. And you so rarely see them. They shouldn't exist at all. They should have been melted in the 1930s. They should have been turned into the government. How they escaped is a miracle in itself. They made their way to Europe. They made their way back to the U.S. Rick and Jack landed this deal. Everyone is certified in the unbelievable grade of Mint State. And for those of you who are gold Indian collectors, you know that Mint State 63 of a gold Indian is like the Holy Grail. I mean, that is the grade that everybody wanted, because as they get into higher grade, they exist into such small quantities that they're mega thousands of dollars. This one at $2,195 with the split pay is the coin right now that means everything to a gold Indian collector. Man, this is just something else. I hate to go, but I have to, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank all of you for watching this presentation. Please remember, what you see right here, there isn't much more available besides that. This is one of the largest quantities we've ever had in one of these little mini hoards from the European Bank Hoard. So take advantage. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for more great coins. I hope to see you real soon. Hey, everybody, and welcome. This next coin is one for the history books. It's a Kennedy half dollar. It's the first year of the Kennedy half dollar. It's a Mint State coin. And this is a legacy coin. This is, like I said, one really for the history books. On November 22nd of 1963, John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas. President John F. Kennedy was assassinated. It was a tragic event, and it played out nearly live on television, which really made it so lasting an impression on anybody who was around at the time, and even anybody who came later on. And in fact, the Kennedy half dollar is one of the most beloved, one of the most collected coins, not just here in the United States of America, but all over the world because of the legacy of John F. Kennedy. And you also have the connection of John F. Kennedy to the Apollo 11 moon landing, to the United States of America winning the space race against the Russians. Just 5 short days after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, 2 gentlemen at the U.S. Mint, Frank Caspero and Gilroy Roberts, began working on a design for a memorial for Kennedy, which was going to be on a coin. And it turned out to be the brand new Kennedy half dollar. There's many stories about how the half dollar was chosen over the Washington quarter. And in fact, I have a letter that was written, actually 2 letters, written by both Frank Caspero and Gilroy Roberts. Frank Caspero is responsible for the reverse of the Kennedy half dollar, the presidential seal. And Gilroy Roberts, the portrait, the obverse. So they penned a letter in 1964, really telling about their experiences in designing the coin and bringing it to Mrs. Kennedy, having her slightly change the design and the selection of the half dollar, mainly because Benjamin Franklin was not a president and he would remain on the $100 bill if he was removed. So the choice was made to put John F. Kennedy's portrait, which was very reminiscent of his 1961 inaugural medal, on a brand new half dollar. History was made right there and then. So 5 days, on November the 27th of 1963, word came to the U.S. Mint to begin preparing designs for a new half dollar to honor the fallen president. All Kennedy half dollars are special because the Kennedy half dollar was the coin that people hoarded to remember one of the most tragic events in the history of the United States of America. It's a very interesting story because in March of 1964, March the 24th to be exact, there was a big ceremony, made the newspapers, of the first Kennedy half dollars being issued. And a ceremony was held And this was a corresponding striking ceremony that was held at all of the mint locales. The public began lining up to get the very first Kennedy half dollars. And the Kennedy half dollar, because it was so popular, is the highest mintage of a half dollar in the history of the United States of America. Before everything was said and done, nearly 500 million Kennedy half dollars were struck for circulation between the Philadelphia and the Denver mints. In Washington, D.C. alone, there were 70,000 coins allocated for the first day of sales, March the 24th of 1964. Thousands of people lined up outside the Treasury building in Washington, D.C., and there was a limit of 40 coins per person. And the 70,000 coins that were allocated for that day did not last but a few hours. By the time everything was said and done, all 70,000 had gone, had been scooped up, and still people remained in line to get these coins. So initial strikings of the coins were in the millions, and the quantities grew. The demand was so insatiable for this 90% pure silver 1964 Kennedy half dollar that they actually continued striking the coin into 1965 with the 1964 date and in 90% silver. So it took a lot to satisfy demand for this coin. And today, the Kennedy half dollar is still going strong. It is one of the most popular coins in all the world. I want to show you how popular the Kennedy half dollar is. Here is a 1964 Kennedy half dollar from a special mint set that brought $108,000 at an auction. The grade was SP67. And the reason I'm showing you that is that's a very special coin. There were a really small amount of special mint sets. $108,000 illustrates how popular and how in demand, and how when a Kennedy rarity comes around, that it becomes priceless. I mean, this coin today, priceless. It is from a mint-sealed bag that was recently discovered with a very unusual pedigree. As you can see, the labeling on this certified coin, 1964 Denver struck Kennedy half dollar, first day of issue. Mint State 64, and below that, discovery bag. Well, in a ceremony at NGC, Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, that was recorded, that featured the chairman of NGC, Mark Salzberg, this bag was opened up while the cameras were rolling, and it was in a special tin bucket. And when the bucket was opened up and the bag was removed, now there are only 2,000 of these coins that will ever exist. And here's the most interesting thing about this. Up until this bag had surfaced, it was thought that the earliest coins were from March the 24th. In fact, I'll show you an auction that took place featuring just those coins, two of them, from March the 24th. Well, lo and behold, as Mark Salzberg was opening up this canvas bag, and it was lead sealed, and it was mint sewn, as the bag was opened up for the first time ever since 1964, since the bag left the mint, it was discovered, and thus the discovery bag, that this bag had a label that was dated not March 24th, but March 19th of 1964. Now, this could be the earliest Kennedy half dollar bag ever known. March 19th, 1964, predating the March 24th. So here's what we are so honored to bring you. History. This is one of the most historic numismatic events. Now, folks, $108,000 for a 1964 special mint set Kennedy half dollar is a big deal. Wait till you have an opportunity to own one of these coins that I have never seen an earlier coin, and I have a connection to this bag that goes back nearly 2 decades. Well, let's take a look at facts and figures. First of all, the amount of Kennedy half dollars just from the Denver Mint alone were over 156 million coins. And now, the 1964 first day of issue hoard, the Discovery bag, contained only 2,000 pieces, and you can see the minuscule percentage of 1964D's first day of issues versus all the other business strikes from 1964 from Denver. It is a 0.0013%, almost incalculable how low it is. Only 2,000 coins exist. Now, the great thing about this, ladies and gentlemen, are these facts and figures right here. Only 2,000 of these coins will ever exist. That's how many are in a mint-sealed bag of $1,000 face half dollars. 2,000 coins. In brilliant uncirculated and choice brilliant uncirculated, there were 1,454 coins. In mint state 64, only 406 coins. And in mint state 65, only 136. And the highest grade attainable out of this particular bag was a mint state 66, of which there were only 4 graded and none graded higher. So when we look at the MS-64 from this historic bag at only 406 pieces being graded, there will be no more than the 406. That's it. We see that they're only 2 grades away from the highest known. Now, something else great about this particular historic coin. It is accompanied by a certificate of authenticity that is signed by the chairman of Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, Mark Salzberg, attesting to this original Federal Reserve bag, first day of issue, 1964 Kennedy half dollar. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really excited to bring you this coin because this is history. This is why we collect coins. All of us coin collectors, we want to have something in our coin collection that nobody else has. That's what we really want. We want to have unique coins. We want to have highest graded, many times. And we also want to have the most historic and the rarest. And when you look at this Kennedy half dollar in mint state 64, from a bag that was issued, stamped March 19th of 1964, making it first day of issue, an amazing historic coin. And when you look at the 1964 from the special mint set, the demand for that coin was so great it brought over $100,000. Today you can own this coin with the certificate of authenticity, graded by NGC, first day of issue, Discovery bag, mint state 64, for $895. $895, not just for a piece of numismatic history, but for world history. The Kennedy half dollar has been popular all over the world since the first day it was issued. Kennedy was a man of the world. Kennedy was famous in Germany. We all know the Berlin blockade. Kennedy was world-renowned in terms of how he was beloved. And the tragedy of Kennedy's assassination has just further enhanced his legacy. And there's something else that has further enhanced the legacy of John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy's insistence that the United States of America reach the moon before the decade of the 60s was over. Reach the moon by landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth. A monumental occurrence. One of the greatest events in history was brought about by the insistence. He gave a speech before Congress in 1961. At Rice University about a year later, he traveled the country imploring Congress to allocate the money for the Apollo program to reach the moon within the decade of the 60s. Though Kennedy was not around to see it happen, it did. In 1969, on July 20th, the United States of America won the space race. And forever, the connection of John F. Kennedy to space is permanent. And because of that, we have a great bonus to go along with what is historically one of the greatest Kennedy half dollars and one of the very first ones ever issued. And we have, from 2019, to honor the 50th anniversary of the landing on the moon of Apollo 11, we have a unique $50 coin in the highest grade attainable, a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, a perfect coin. Folks, this is a coin that we sell for about 90 bucks. It is included in this historic offering. There it is right there. Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, the highest example. You see the label. We choose to go to the moon. And you know, you see that shot right there where Kennedy is pointing to the sky. He was actually at a rocket launch. And he was pointing at the vehicle. And that shot right there really sums it up. As Kennedy is pointing to the stars, insisting that the United States of America win the space race, beat the Russians, let's be honest about it. It was imperative that we do that, and it was accomplished. One of the greatest feats in human history was accomplished by the United States of America. And that coin, which features an image on the obverse and reverse from photographs taken on the moon, is a bonus in this deal. That's a $90 coin in perfect grade. As I was looking and doing my research, I came across a letter that was written by Frank Casparo. Frank Casparo was the designer of the reverse of the Kennedy $50, the presidential seal. And it talks about shortly after President Kennedy's death, plans were being made to create a lasting and significant memorial to his memory. After careful consideration and various suggestions throughout the nation, the final decision was made by Congress to make a coin with the late president's portrait on the obverse and an appropriate design on the reverse. This happened because in 1961, the inaugural medal, which was also done by Gilroy Roberts and Frank Casparo, had a great design, which had actually been approved. Here's the irony of this coin. The design of Kennedy's portrait was actually approved by Kennedy himself as the inaugural medal design. And it became one of the most historic coins ever issued. And beginning in 1964 and continuing to this day, Kennedy $50 are one of the most collected coins around the world. But few people of the millions of Kennedy collectors will get a chance to own what could turn out to be or certainly one of the earliest bags of Kennedy $50 ever discovered. To date, ladies and gentlemen, I have never seen a bag with an earlier date on the tag than this bag had, March 19th of 1964. And I mentioned before that I have a unique connection to this bag. I've been chasing this bag literally for close to 15 years. I had heard about it at a coin show. You know, at coin shows, we kind of sit around at the end of the day, we have dinner, and we start talking kind of, you know, stories. Oh, I own this coin, I had a chance to buy that, I just got this, and all these fabulous rarities and, you know, great dates get bantered around. Just bought a Mint State 6.6 high relief, and you hear all these great coins and the history of these great coins being talked about. And then, at this table, somebody mentioned that they had an original Kennedy $50 bag that might be the earliest one ever known. In fact, when you look at the press release, dated March 24th, and you see this bag dated March 19th, wow. And then NGC grading these coins, Mint State 6.4, of which only 406 coins will ever exist, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. There were only 2,000. That's the entire population of the coin you're looking at right there, with that label. First day of issue, Discovery bag. And the photo of that bag and the ceremony of that bag being opened up, that is one for the history books. As I said, we coin collectors are a unique breed. We want to own something unique. Many times we want to own the highest grade. We want to own the smallest mintage. Rarely do you get an opportunity to combine all those at a price of less than $900, $895. I will tell you this right now. If you're not running to the phone, well, you probably have it in your hand. But if you're not calling us right now, you're going to miss out on something truly unique, extremely valuable. Here's a little mention from a coin publication. And it was a letter that was written, and it's entitled, "Wasn't there a 1964 Kennedy half dollar that sold for $18,000? And the answer, and by the way, this is from Numismatic News, yes, it was a remarkable sum for a coin that was just 5 years old. Listen to this. The coin was glued to the outside of an envelope, postmarked March 24th, 1964. This was the new Kennedy half dollars, first day of issue. And it says this coin was purchased and affixed to the envelope, and it mentions a certain gentleman's name. And the coin was purchased in 1967 for $2,000, glued to an envelope, March 24th. It then sold, are you ready for this? 2 years later, 1969, for $18,000. Now, this was first day of issue from March 24th. We have March 19th here, folks. First day of issue, glued to the outside of an envelope and canceled at the post office. That's how they used to do that. The gentleman who bought the coin for $18,000, one coin, remarked that he was prepared, in 1969, mind you, to go as high as $30,000 to own what was thought to have been the very earliest first day of issue. We have a historic bag dated March 19th. I think that's the biggest deal in the world. I have to tell you, so did NGC. They call it a discovery bag. They call it first day of issue. They're certified. There's only 406 of these coins that will ever come out of this unique bag, of which there were only 2,000 coins. Only 406 grading Mint State 64, near gem. Now, the highest grade was a mere Mint State 66, of which there were only 4. And there was about 135 or 136, if memory serves me correctly, of the Mint State 65s. And there we have, and we have a very small quantity of Mint State 64s. Folks, we own this bag exclusively. This bag is history. There will never, I don't think there will ever be another one. I have to say, I almost said there will never be another one, but I'm going to say I don't think there ever will be. This bag right here, historic. All of the hoopla, all of the publications that said on March 24th of 1964 that you could line up at the bank along with thousands of other people in the hopes that you could get one. You know, when people lined up at the Treasury in Washington, D.C., there were 70,000 coins for the first day. They were gone like that. And there was a limit of 40 per customer, and they were gone. Before everything was said and done, almost 500 million of these coins were struck. But there will only be one bag. There will only be one group of 406 in Mint State 64 from that discovery bag dated March 19th of 1964. So we are a funny breed. We want to own history. And that's what coin collecting is all about. Portraying the events of history to last forever. History that goes down in history. That's what the Kennedy half dollar is today. As popular today, even more popular today than it's ever been. It wasn't that long ago that there was an anniversary celebrated for the 50th of this historic coin being struck, and they made it in solid gold. That doesn't happen very often. A solid gold half dollar. Think about that. In 1963, on November 22nd, John F. Kennedy was struck down tragically. This event was watched by the entire world. the motorcade, the assassination. I remember so vividly being dismissed from school. In 1964, I was 7 years old. And it was hard to understand the gravity of that event. But when I made it home from school, we used to walk back then. So when I walked in to the house and I saw my mother sitting in front of the TV set in tears, weeping uncontrollably, and I watched Walter Cronkite disseminating the awful news that John F. Kennedy had been assassinated, and that image seared into your memory forever in black and white. Really one of the first televised tragedies that, and it just, for all of us who were there then and for collectors who have come along since, it is a seminal event in the history of the U.S. It is also a seminal event in coin collecting when you talk about this very, very early first day of issue, 1964. Now, folks, it is really something to get a first day of issue 2020 Kennedy half dollar. To get a first day of issue from 1964, that will never happen again. This is a major event. This is history making. This is gonna be in every numismatic. In fact, I have even heard from Rick himself that in his new book, there will be a chapter devoted just to this bag, to the discovery of this bag. That's gonna make it even more in demand. So for those of you watching this presentation right now, for $895 with the bonus Apollo 11 commemorative in perfect Proof 70 grade, $895. You get the pedigree that goes with it. Not only do you get the great label, Discovery Bag, but you get the certificate of authenticity that is signed by Mark Salzberg. Mark Salzberg is the chairman of Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. He is the gentleman you see opening up that tin bucket and then opening up that mint sewn and sealed bag that had never been opened since March 19th of 1964. Lots of people will have the opportunity to own a Kennedy half dollar in their lifetime, or many. But you will not have an opportunity to own first day of issue. It's just not going to happen. The last time that it did happen, $18,000 was paid for just one coin. And truth be told, that coin was glued to an envelope. And these are certified. These are numismatic treasures that have not been defaced, that are a pedigree, a piece of history. This is everything. And if this is the ultimate coin collector's dream, then folks, you are not dreaming. Or if you are, wake up and guess what? The reality is right here. One last time, $895, Mint State 64, a really low population. The whole bag only had 2,000 coins. But a low population in Mint State 64 of only 406 coins. There they are with everything, including the Apollo 11 commemorative, with two of the most iconic images of the Apollo 11 moon landing. Wow, in this unbelievable Kennedy half dollar. That's it, folks. I gotta go, but I gotta tell you, don't miss out. I'm imploring you not to miss out on this one, because this is something so special. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon.
I've got some of my favorite Proof Kennedy half dollars for you today, folks. Now, the proof Kennedy half-dollar series, the first year of the Kennedy half-dollar series was 1964. It's the longest running half-dollar series in the history of numismatics. They're still being minted and struck today. So it is an incredible series. It's obviously very, very popular. And the great thing about it is that there's a lot of really tough key dates that in the years ahead, these key dates are going to become more and more valuable with the passage of time. And those are the dates I'm focusing on today in proof condition. The dates I have are the 1968, 1969, and 1970 Kennedys. And these are really, really important because these were the last of the silver Kennedy half-dollars struck what I call the old-fashioned way. Back in that earlier era, in order to make a cameo, the cameo was, the mint discovered was incredibly popular with collectors versus a regular brilliant proof with no cameo contrast. I have a picture here of a 1964 proof Kennedy half-dollar, first year of issue, and it's the typical 1964 proof Kennedy half-dollar. It has what we call brilliant surfaces. In other words, there's no cameo contrast between the fields of the coin and the portrait of Kennedy. And then to the right, we have what we call a deep cameo, or NGC calls it an ultra cameo. Notice the frosted portrait on that face of Kennedy, and the eagle on the reverse would be frosted as well if it's an ultra cameo. Now, in those early years, those coins were extremely rare because back in those early years, the way they made these early cameo dies, and it's a really kind of interesting, very interesting and kind of humorous process when you think about it. But they used to take the dies and put them in a bath of 95% alcohol, 5% nitric acid, and dip the dies in this acid bath. They called it pickling. And this pickling process would completely acid etch the entire surface of the die. And then they would take the die and put it on a buffing wheel. The fields would be exposed to the buffing wheel, and they'd buff it until the fields had a mirror-like finish. But the portrait of Kennedy on the die was recessed. It would never receive the buffing treatment, so it retained that acid-etched cameo effect. And so the very first strikes off that die would have that cameo effect, that acid-etched cameo effect, transferred to the coin blank. The problem with those acid-etched cameo dies is that they were very delicate. As you can imagine, those surfaces, when you have 200 tons of die pressure, folks, 200 tons of die pressure, and a proof is struck twice under higher pressure, that acid-etched cameo effect would slowly wear away until even after for some years, just a few dozen strikes, the cameo effect would be greatly diminished. And so for these early years, those Kennedy half-dollars with exceptional cameo contrast can be extremely rare. Now, the mint, in order to make more cameos and to, have more happy customers, because imagine back then, ordering 10 proof sets from the mint in 1970, and you get 10 sets and all the Kennedys are brilliant proofs, and maybe your buddy orders one set from the mint and he gets lucky and he gets this beautiful cameo. So you had a lot of unhappy collectors. So the mint in the early 1970s began to experiment with new ways to make cameos so they could strike more of these beautiful cameo coins for the collectors. They actually began to sandblast the dies to create an intense cameo effect. And they would, of course, then buff the fields, but they then had a chrome plating process to harden the dies, to give them extra durability. Now, they began doing this in 1972, 73. And by the late 70s, they pretty much had the process perfected so that when you bought a proof set from the U.S. Mint, they would all be a deep cameo. For example, here's a 1991 set. This is the packaging these sets came in. You could have ordered 100 1991 sets back then, and they would all be these beautiful, beautiful deep cameo coins, as you see here on that Kennedy half-dollar, because they had perfected the proof-making process so they could strike hundreds and hundreds of these beautiful deep cameos or ultra cameos before the die would wear. And as soon as it began to show signs of wear, they would replace it with a new die. So you were guaranteed of getting a beautiful ultra cameo. Now, here are some proof sets just struck 20 years earlier. And this is typical. You could order 100 sets and they'd all look like this. Here's a 1971 Kennedy. Has some very light frost, but it's very, very light. It's basically a brilliant proof. Here's another one. And these are 71s. Now again, you compare that coin to the 1991. And you can see the difference. So, when you're collecting proof Kennedy half dollars, the dates I focus on are those dates struck in the mid-1970s and earlier. And especially rare are the dates pre-1972, from 1964 to 1971. To get these Kennedy half dollars with the heaviest cameo contrast, this is where they are extremely rare. And I've got among the finest known examples for you today, folks. I've got 3 different sets to offer you. I've got the 1968, 1969, and 1970 Kennedys. I have that set in proof 68. And they're beautiful proofs. They're not cameo, but they're beautiful, brilliant proofs in proof 68 condition. Now, there are no proof 70s graded by NGC for these years. These are just beautiful, brilliant proofs. The 1968 to 1970 set is really significant because 1968 was the first year the Kennedy half dollar was struck in proof at the San Francisco Mint. Before that, the Kennedy proofs were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. So that's an important year. And then 1970 is as important because that's the last year these coins were struck at the San Francisco Mint on a silver planchet using the old acid-dipping cameo die preparation technologies. So this is kind of the end of an era in the proof Kennedy half dollar series. I've got a special on these 3 dates, folks. Got them at a great, great price. Here's a dealer who's got a 1970S in proof 68 just for the 1970S alone. And you'll typically see these priced between, between $50 and $100 a coin for just one date. Here's one in proof 68 for $118. I've got this 3-coin set in proof 68 for only $99. $99 for the 3-coin set, folks. That's $33 a coin, okay? That's a special. If you want to just build a really nice Kennedy proof collection, this is a great place to start. Now, on the other hand, if you're one of those collectors like me, I'm one of those guys. When I first started collecting coins, I had to get the most beautiful coins possible for the date. That's what I have in these next 2 Kennedy sets. Beautiful, beautiful, high-end, ultra cameo Kennedy half dollars in proof 68 ultra cameo and proof 69 ultra cameo. 69 ultra cameo is the highest numerical grade in ultra cameo given by NGC. And they are in my new, I call it my Kennedy aspiration holder. Now you may be familiar with my Franklin We the People holder. The NGC Franklin We the People holder is historic. It really is, I think, one of the most important contributions I could make for the collector of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. This is a holder that has to go through my own personal grading. I call it the Kennedy aspiration holder. Both are really significant. In the months ahead, I will have a custom holder, a proprietary holder for the Eisenhower Dollar Series. Now, what's the purpose? What's the point of these special custom holders? Well, folks, I've spent my adult life focusing on these coins in proof condition. I've written many books on them, okay? I've specialized in the finest proofs from this era now since the early 1980s. I take a lot of pride in offering my clients the very best possible quality for the price. And that's what these Franklin and Kennedy holders represent. Now, I call it the Kennedy Aspiration Holder because there's two famous quotes on this holder by John F. Kennedy. On the obverse, you have two quotes. The first is most famous: ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And then the following year, he gave his "We Choose to Go to the Moon" speech. And that's what started us on our journey to land on the moon in July of 1969. In that speech, to quote, "We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills, because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too." And so that's what I chose for this new proprietary Kennedy holder. The significance to you is that only the finest, the heaviest Ultra Cameos go into one of these proprietary holders. And we've got a comparison on the right to show you the difference between your generic NGC Ultra Cameo and one in the aspiration holder. Now, the one on the left is a Ultra Cameo, but it's not as frosted as the example in the Kennedy aspiration holder. Now, again, this is the critical part, folks. You're not buying the grade on the holder, you're buying the coin in the holder. So when I review these coins to go in the aspiration holder, the coin has to go onto my desk and I review the coin. And if it has the quality and eye appeal I think is really exceptional for the date and grade, I send it to NGC and they encapsulate in the aspiration holder. So it has to go through yours truly. And that's what it's all about. These coins will have their own separate NGC populations. Just as the Franklin We the People holder, where NGC will have the separate populations for the We the People Franklin, same with the Kennedys, and same with the Eisenhower dollars, which are coming up in the months ahead. Now, how rare are these Kennedy half dollars? Well, if you went on the NGC website and look at all the examples they've graded in 6.8 Ultra Cameo and 6.9 Ultra Cameo, it's a tiny percentage, far less than 1%. Key dates are really the 1968, the 1970. In 1969, not quite as difficult. But these are all the Kennedys graded in 6.8 Ultra Cameo and 6.9 Ultra Cameo. Now, aspiration quality might represent 25 to 35% of those totals, folks. They're going to be extremely rare. Maybe about 1 in every 500 to 1,000 Kennedy half dollars struck during this era are going to have the kind of cameo contrast you see on these coins that I have in this set. It's a great, great set. Here's some generic Kennedys in Deep Cameo and Ultra Cameo. Here's a Proof 68 Deep Cameo. The 1969 of the 3 years, again, is not quite as rare as the 1968 and 1970. It's very rare, but not quite as rare as those other two dates. And here's a dealer who's asking, basically $200 for a 69 and 6.8 Deep Cameo. Now here's a 1968 6.9 Ultra Cameo. This does not look like aspiration quality. And again, it looks like a generic Ultra Cameo, and it's a $700 coin. There's a dealer with 99.9% positive feedback. Here's a 1969 6.8 Ultra Cameo, $499. Here's a 1970 6.9 Ultra Cameo. Again, kind of like the generic example that we have, $795. Folks, take a look at the 6.8 Ultra Cameos that I have here. If you just want one really nice early Kennedy half dollar, I have a few more examples of the 1969. Again, it's not quite as rare as the 1968 and 1970. So if you want to buy the 1969 and just that one coin, they are available for only $195. $195. Now, when you get the Ultra Cameos, if you just get the 1969 Ultra Cameo, you'll get a booklet that'll explain the Kennedy aspiration holder with a couple pictures that shows you the difference between, again, a generic Kennedy and an aspiration Kennedy in terms of cameo contrast. Now, if you want the entire 3-coin set in 6.8 Ultra Cameo, I've got the 3-coin set for $795. Now, when you get the set, the 3-coin set, you'll also get a copy, a limited edition, my 3rd edition of a guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. Now, we're working on an encyclopedic version of the Franklin and Kennedy half dollar series. It's going to be a much larger book, published by Whitman. And we're quite a long ways on that book. We're about 50% done at this point. I hope to have it out about a year from now. But I've got this limited edition, and you'll get that with the 6/8 Ultra Cameo set for $7.95. Now, the top of the line set, take a look at these, folks. These are so rare. The coins here might represent 1 in every 2,000, 3,000 examples struck for those years. If you want to build a top-of-the-line Proof Kennedy collection, we have this set in 6/9 Ultra Cameo. Again, NGC is not graded at these early dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Their earliest date that they've graded in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo is in 1973. And again, in 1973, the Mint began experimenting with those new technologies, the sandblasting, et cetera. They didn't have that technology back in these early years. 6/9 Ultra Cameo is the highest numerical grade. I have the 1969, which you can acquire separately. The 1969 you can acquire separately if you just want to get one really nice early Kennedy in 6/9 Ultra Cameo. That coin is available for only $495. Now, 69 6/9 Ultra Cameo, you take a look at this, folks. Look how this looks like a modern proof. Most recently struck. It was struck in 1969. They are so rare in this condition. Most importantly, to get an Ultra Cameo, both the obverse and reverse have to have Ultra Cameo contrast. And that is critically important to understand. In this early era, the obverse and reverse dies wore at different rates. And the custom back then to conserve the dies was to only change that half of the die pair that was worn. And so the reverse might wear out faster than the obverse, so they'd change the reverse, and you'd have coins struck with a brand new reverse, although the obverse was worn, so you'd have coins with beautiful reverse contrast but no obverse contrast. And then maybe a few hundred strikes later, the obverse die would be worn away, and they'd change the obverse, and you'd get a beautiful cameo obverse. But by that time, the reverse was worn away, so you'd have coins with the cameo only on the obverse. So to get an Ultra Cameo in this early era, you had to have a coin struck from a brand new obverse die and a brand new reverse die. In 6/9 Ultra Cameo with this, again, the Aspiration Kennedy holder, this is an extremely rare coin. I have a few additional examples of the 1969S. They're only $495. And again, you'll get my little booklet explaining what the Kennedy Aspiration holder is all about. Folks, in a nutshell, 50, 100 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Kennedy half dollar in one of these Aspiration holders will own a Kennedy half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. That's my goal in offering these special, personally reviewed Kennedy half dollars. Now, if you want the complete set, I mean, look at the 1968 and the 1970s. They're just off the charts stunning. So rare in this condition. You can own the complete set. I have a limited number in 6/9 Ultra Cameo. $1,795. You'll get the 4-page booklet. You'll get my limited edition hand-signed and numbered. And it is available on the 2-payment option. And that's so important because I have by a limited number, folks, I mean fewer than 15 sets at this point in time. Available on the 2-payment option, you could put half down today of $897.50, and we'll hold one of these sets for you and pay the balance in 30 days. And again, these set coins will all have my Everest Selections seal, meaning, again, they're reviewed by me, they're in the Aspiration holder, and they have the Everest seal, meaning they're among the finest in eye appeal for its date. Now, again, one last time, it's all about the cameo contrast, the eye appeal for the date and grade. On the left, you see a 6/9 Ultra Cameo that's in the generic NGC holder. That would not be in an Aspiration Kennedy holder. It just doesn't have the Ultra Cameo contrast I'm looking for that date and grade. The coin on the right, it's 1 point lower grade. It's a 6/8 Ultra Cameo. It's a 6/8, but look at the cameo contrast. It's spectacular. And that's what it's all about. Those coins you see on the left, I generally put those in auction. I don't offer them to my clients. Again, my goal over the decades has been to offer my clients, you folks watching today, the very finest possible Franklin, Kennedy half dollars, Eisenhower dollars, Mint State coins, Morgan dollars, the very finest possible for the Dayton grade. I've built many of the finest collections you can find on the NGC and PCGS registries. I love building collections that have just the finest possible eye appeal and quality, folks. I like to make your dreams come true when it comes to United States rare coins. Now, once again, in closing, for those of you who have just tuned in, I have the 3-coin set. The first proof Kennedy half dollar struck at the San Francisco Mint, struck on silver planchets, those 3 years. In proof 68, the 3-coin set, the 1968S, 69S, and 70S in proof 68. I don't put those in the Kennedy aspiration holder because, again, for those early years, I'm just looking for the really, really nice cameos for those early years. But they are hand-selected, beautiful proof 68s. The 3-coin set, folks, is only $99. $99. Now, if you want some stunning, stunning ultra cameo Kennedy half dollars, I've got these coins in proof 68 ultra cameo in the aspiration holder. I have the 1969 all by itself if you just want to buy one example, just to have a great, great early Kennedy in ultra cameo. Now, 1969 is only $195. The complete 3-coin set is $795 because the 1968 and the 1970 are tougher dates than the 1969. They're extremely difficult to get with the cameo contrast you see on these 3 coins. With that 3-coin set, you get one of my booklets on the Kennedy aspiration holder, and you get the 3rd edition of my guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, the hardcover library edition, hand-signed and numbered for $795. And then I have these 3 Kennedy half dollars at the highest numeric grade 6.9 Ultra Cameo. The 1969, if you just want to get one example, I have the 1969 available by itself for $495. It includes the booklet. And then I have the 3-coin set. I have a limited number of these 3-coin sets. We have a lot of people calling in. I'm going to be closing it off right here. The entire 3-coin set is $1,795. It's available on the 2-payment option. And again, you get the booklet. It explains the holder and the importance of the holder, and you get a hand-signed copy, numbered, hardcover, limited edition for $1,795. This is a great place to start collecting the Kennedy half dollars. I offer a lot of the more recent Kennedy half dollars in ultra cameo, dates struck in the late 1970s and later. But those are much, much easier to locate in ultra cameo condition, as virtually all of them are ultra cameo that are struck today at the U.S. Mint. In these early years, folks, you're talking about less than 0.1% of the proof mintage for these early years, and with the kind of quality you see right here. That's how rare these coins are. Thank you for watching.
I'm here at Sutter's Mill, which was the perfect location for a sawmill on the American Fork River. It was a day like today with the rain coming down back on January 24th of 1848 when James Marshall discovered gold right here at Sutter's Mill, setting off the California Gold Rush and changing numismatic history forever. The gold was initially being sent back to the East Coast to be minted into coins in Philadelphia and New Orleans. There was so much gold here, they needed a place to mint coins out of all this gold out here. And in 1854, the San Francisco Mint was established to strike all those beautiful S-Mint gold coins we know today. You're watching Rick's US Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
Coin guys here.
That's us, the coin guys, Rick and
Jack
Jack.
and Rick.
Yeah.
How you doing, folks? We like to get together, Jack and I, when we have something really, really special. I mean, seriously, I mean, if we don't have a coin that's really cool, that we think is a tremendous opportunity for our clients, it's kind of like, no, we don't really want to come up here and offer you something that we really don't believe in. That,
right.
From our experience, I've been doing this about 35 years. Jack, you've been doing it for like 40 years.
Yeah, professionally. Professionally,
That was a joke, Jack.
No, I know it's a joke, but professionally, I've been doing it 15 years.
You have been.
And as a collector,
Yes.
albeit when I was 5 or 6 years old, I was a novice, but I've been doing it a while.
For our newer viewers, Jack you were a buyer at Stax.
Yep, probably the busiest counter in a coin store anywhere in the world.
Stax is, I believe, the oldest living auction house today. In operation
in the
today.
U.S., yeah, in the
They
U.S.
started out in the 1930s.
30s, yeah.
They're out of New York.
Yep.
They're among the most respected auction houses in the country, especially if you have numismatic coins.
Oh, yeah.
And you were with them for about 7, 8 years?
Yep.
So you've got a great background.
I've seen a lot of coins
You've got
there.
to handle some of the most amazing coins.
Oh yeah, I've seen 1913 nickel, 1894 S dime.
The most
$1 million
amazing coin, Jack, was I never got to handle it. The first, what they believe is the first silver dollar ever struck.
1794 silver dollar that they argue
Imagine
is the first silver dollar struck
And
by
they
the U.S.
think
Mint.
it was a specimen 66, I believe, was
It's
the
a
grade.
remarkable coin. It's something special. You could tell it wasn't just a business strike.
Right.
There was a lot of care taken to make that coin.
The first silver dollar ever struck, I believe the coin sold for over $10 million.
Yep, its most recent sale was over $10 million. Absolutely.
So, and I've specialized in silver dollars. I put together the #1 finest Proof Morgan collection for
Beautiful
for
coins.
clients over the years.
I've seen a lot of those coins.
But what we have today, we also love gold.
Yes.
I love the gold double eagles, as do you, because, well, for a couple reasons. #1, it's the largest gold coin ever struck by the U.S. Mint for Commerce.
Right.
And there's a pictorial there of all the different sizes of denominations of gold coins struck by the U.S. Mint since its inception. On the far left, you've got a $1 gold piece.
Right.
$1 gold piece. And then you have a $2.50, which they call a quarter eagle.
Right.
And there, interestingly, Jack.
Yeah, we've got some unusual denominations
yes,
here now.
$3 gold piece, which was struck for a
$3.
very short time.
Yeah, that's a rare coin.
Very rare coin, very valuable coin. And then a $4 gold piece, which is even more.
Very rare coin.
And there's a special name they gave that.
Right, that's the Stella.
That's
collect on the Stella.
The Stella, folks. And remember that. It's a very short-lived, very, I mean, if you can, if
Only
you
made it
own
for
one
2
of
years.
those, yeah, if you own one of those, you've got something worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
And then you've got the half eagle, $5 gold piece. And then you have the $10 gold piece, referred to as the eagle,
Right.
because initially when our country first started striking gold coins, the $10 eagle was the largest denomination.
Right. They first started making them in 1796, and they wanted to have a name for this, benchmark of our coinage, that largest gold
Right.
coin, and they decided to call it an eagle.
So there, and that was true through 1850 when they started striking the double eagle. And the double eagle came about, because of discovery of gold in
Right.
California.
The gold rush, absolutely.
The gold rush, and all of a sudden our country had all this gold, and the banks were thrilled with the idea of being able to get a larger gold coin. The banks on the East Coast, because up until that point, folks, they were actually the United States banks were actually using a lot of foreign gold of larger denominations for their big transactions, just because it's easier, you know. And we didn't have a $20 gold piece, so now we had all this gold, and we were able to strike double eagles.
Right.
And the most valuable double eagle of all is in the Smithsonian. We've shown pictures of it before. They struck two examples.
1849.
1849.
One is
Folks,
no longer.
Jack, I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm going to do this right now because
Where'd you go?
it's very important. I'm back here. It's very important to make a point. They only struck two examples. The other one is not accounted for. This is the one residing in the Smithsonian.
Yeah, exactly. We're all pretty confident the other one has been melted, like,
Yes.
you know, a very, very long time ago.
And one of the important lessons here in showing this coin to our viewers, or showing the picture, and you actually got to see the coin. You were there, and you took a picture of it.
Yep.
Folks, take a look at this photo once again of this. They only struck two examples. Only two were struck, and yet, when you look at the obverse of this coin at around 7, 8 o'clock in the field, you'll see three very deep and obvious rim, what they call reading marks or rim dings. In other words, the rim of another coin, the other coin struck, hitting the surface of this example you see here. Now, originally, I figured with marks that deep, it's probably about an MS-63 coin. You know, and the point of all this is these large double eagles. They're very large, very heavy coins. The double eagle, folks, is about 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar or a peace dollar, and it's a very soft metal.
Right.
And Jack showed me the actual picture he took.
Yeah, I took a picture just with my phone, just as a tourist. And
and it was great because when I saw your picture, there were actually, you could see all kinds of cleaning lines, cleaning lines on the coin. So it was obviously lightly cleaned at one point. So it's probably just an MS-61 or something.
Yeah, they probably.
Today.
I'm guessing they'd call it Proof 61, but
it's still worth 25 million, 50. Who knows?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
the Smithsonian is not going to sell it.
No.
So the double eagle is kind of the crown jewel of U.S. numismatics.
Absolutely.
But another reason we're interested in the double eagles is that in mint state, uncirculated mint state condition, these coins are at historically low premiums for their bullion value. What I mean by that is that, for example, Jack, about 20 years ago, I had a Liberty double eagle. It was in MS-63 condition. Gold at the time was about $400 an ounce. I sold it to a dealer for around $3,500, $3,600. He probably sold it to his client for about $4,000. So it went for about 10 times its bullion value. And this is a common date. It was it was not a rare date. It was one of the most common dates. About 10 times its bullion value in MS-63 condition. Today, Jack, we've got a rare date double eagle, that we're offering for less than twice its bullion.
Right.
This is a window of opportunity, folks, for the collector of today. And we have got from an incredible collection some very rare San Francisco Mint issues in uncirculated condition. Now, first of all, to get any double eagle in uncirculated condition is difficult. Kim's got a chart here showing you the total mintage of the double eagles that we have for today. Today, folks, we've got some very, very special St. Gaudens double eagles. For the entire series, the U.S. Mint struck just over 70 million examples. Now, interestingly enough, Jack, here you had the St. Gaudens double eagle. That was the spark for the creation of that coin was Teddy Roosevelt, our president in 1903, 1904. And he believed we should have some beautiful coins that had offered classic beauty that represented the great country that we were.
Right.
And so he managed to contract Augustus St. Gaudens,
Right.
who never wanted to work for the U.S. Mint again, and that's for another presentation. But we were able to get his services to design this beautiful St. Gaudens double eagle. And then a few decades later, his cousin, Franklin Roosevelt, passed legislation to make ownership of the coins illegal.
Right.
All right? And so everybody
That is pretty ironic, isn't
yes,
it?
it is. It's amazing. And folks, think about that. You could no longer own these. Now you could own up to like $100 worth of gold or something, one or two coins.
I think as a coin collector, you could own 2 examples of any particular date.
Yeah,
there was a little bit of a wiggle room if you're a collector, but most people were not hardcore collectors, and they got scared and they melted them.
You had all these people who were turning their gold coins in, their double eagles, into the U.S. Treasury.
Right.
In exchange for paper money, which nobody wanted because there were, this is during the Depression, banks were going under left and right.
Right.
And then the Treasury was taking these St. Gaudens and Liberty double eagles, many of which were the inspiration of Teddy Roosevelt, his dear departed cousin, and they were melting them down.
Yeah.
They estimated, like 39% of the total miniatures melted down?
Is a huge,
something like
huge
that.
Amount, yeah.
So take a look at this chart, folks. So they struck about 70 million, maybe 45 million, 50 million have survived. Of those, only about 2.5% have been certified in uncirculated condition, and that's MS-60 or higher. Remember at the beginning of the presentation when I showed you the 1849, how it was only 2 were struck, and yet it had all kinds of bag marks, probably no better than an MS-61, MS-62 grade. Most of these surviving examples are very low grade. Now, that only tells you a part of the picture, though, because here you have 2.6%. That's a small percentage. However, there are 51 different dates and mint marks in the series.
Right.
About 2/3 of that total, that 1.8 million, come from 3 dates.
Right.
The 1908, the 1924, and the 1927 account for about 2/3 of that total uncirculated population.
Right.
And Kim here has the chart that we really want you to see. And this breaks it down where you see the total certified in uncirculated mint state condition. And as far as MS-69s, the only MS-69 I'm aware of was 1908s. They haven't graded any 24Ps or 27Ps.
Yeah, I think there was a couple from that Wells Fargo one. That's about it, though.
Some of these dates...
Most dates, they're not anywhere close to 69 that exist at all.
Those 3 dates you see at the top. Recently, Jack, I was able to offer 22P, a much rarer date.
Yeah.
In MS-64.
Much rarer,
Folks, we sold out in a couple days, 22P. Today, we have the perfect pair, San Francisco Mint issues. And there are so few of these. The branch mints are so elusive in mint state condition, both the Denver and the San Francisco Mint issues, Jack.
Yeah.
Here you see the total certified in uncirculated condition. Only 41,000 for the 14S, just over 30,000 for the 15S. And that's in mint state 60 and higher condition.
Right.
What we have today, folks, are some of the finest surviving examples, because we don't have these in MS-60, obviously, or 61 or 62, which is not a bad grade, or 63, which is a very good grade. We have these in extraordinary MS-64 condition. This is an amazing collection of these 2. We're calling them the perfect pair, because here you have the 14S and the 15S branch mints in superb condition. If we can get some close-ups of these, Kim, this is just absolutely breathtaking. Here's the first date in our perfect pair, 14S, extraordinary MS-64. And this is what I love about being able to do this on TV, Jack, is that the viewers get to see the coin as it truly is. You can go on the internet and look around, and boy, almost everything, I would say everything you see is Photoshopped to some degree.
Right.
Here, Kim is showing you, she's tilting the coin around. You can see every little aspect of the coin.
And you see the mint mark there. The mint mark is so tiny, Jack.
Yeah, exactly. I think they pulled the
Gardens.
die punch from a dime. It's a little tiny little S mint mark.
Folks, the mint mark isn't below the date there. It's right there where Kim's pointing. It's a tiny little S.
Right.
And you have the initials AW at the, no, not AW.
A&W root beer?
I was thinking Adolf Weinman. That's not Adolf Weinman.
No, that's the Augustus St. Gauden's.
That's right.
It's a monogram of the ASG, Augustus St. Gauden's. And I had a lot of people when I worked in Stax come in and ask me, what mint mark is it? It has a mint mark. And I said, no, that's not the mint mark. That's the designer's initials. Augustus St. Gauden's, as was customary, signed his work.
And here, one of the things my viewers have heard me say before, it's one of the coin designs where the reverse is as beautiful as the obverse. It's the most beautiful American eagle in full flight. It's just so majestic, so inspirational. The rays of the sun behind, in God we trust below. It's an absolute work of art. And again, as Kim tilts it around, you could see the luster, how so few marks there are. It's, just a couple tiny little abrasions, and they're all struck for commerce. And now we're going to look at the 1915s. They were struck for commerce. They were, folks, these large, heavy coins, heavier than a Morgan or Peace dollar, were dumped into bins, one falling on top of another. They went through coin counting machines, dumped into bags. Thrown onto a train where they traveled across country to banks on the East Coast. And Jack, to this day, I ask myself, how does a coin this size, this heavy, knowing how they were treated, survive in the condition you're looking at now, folks?
Yeah. And it's
so
really
close
important.
to perfection.
It's really important to note, you're talking about how big and heavy these are. Besides being extremely dense and heavy, like you said, much heavier than a silver dollar, even though the diameter is a little smaller. This is a really soft metal. Gold is extremely soft. So the amount of pressure it takes for one coin to fall on another that maybe will leave a little ding in a Morgan is going to leave a huge gash in a gold coin like this.
Exactly. Just, take a moment here, folks. It's just such a beautiful coin, and this is one of the reasons they're so popular. And, again, I said, how does a coin, it's a miracle that a coin, knowing the treatment it received, this heavy, struck in this kind of metal, survive in this condition. And the answer is very few of them do. And that's why they're as rare as they are today. And this is why we're so excited, because to have these kinds of coins at the prices we have them at today, when, again, premiums years ago above the bullion value were 10 times the bullion value of the coin. And we're offering these coins today, folks. I mean, when gold has been around $1,900 an ounce, this is essentially an ounce of gold. This is about 0.97 of an ounce of gold. Essentially an ounce of gold. You multiply that by 10 at $1,900 an ounce, that's $19,000. And again, this is not a common date. These are much rarer dates, the 14S and the 15S. Let's price them now, Jack.
Okay.
The 1914S. We call them the perfect pair. This is the perfect grade. This is a really, really exceptional condition for these rare S mints. Other dealers would be selling these for around $3,500 and above when you get San Francisco Mint issues in this condition. Some of these came from that great European bank hoard, which we spoke of. Again, the European bank hoard, it surfaced not very long ago. We talked about how citizens in the U.S. were required to turn their gold in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Well, not everybody did that.
No, some wealthy people.
One enterprising individual had a bunch of double eagles, and he shipped them to a bank in Europe, where they've been stored since the 1930s. A lot of these coins came from that hoard. And we got first pick on some of the finest examples from this European bank hoard. It's an historic hoard, and we've been able to offer double eagle coin values, the likes of which have never been offered in the history of coin TV. And today we have the 1914S's, folks. They're not $4,500 or $3,500. Call in now
And if you do, while we have these, Jack, while we have them, we don't have an unlimited supply. We have approximately 40 of each, approximately.
Right.
$3,395 is the price you will get one of these 1914 S's at. $3,395. Remember, when I said that we have them for less than double the value of the gold, again, gold is $1,900 an ounce. That's about $3,800. $3,395. The other half of the perfect pair, the 1915S, even more elusive.
Yeah, low mintage.
Even more low. They only struck about 567,000. Again,
Very
a lot of them were
low-mintage.
melted down. How many have survived in MS-64? Also, $3,395. Now, we've got people calling in already, but here's what we're able to do if you get the perfect pair. $3,395 is an incredibly fair and an incredibly low price. But we've got a special while we have this group that we acquired. If you get the pair, both the 1914S and the 1915S, Jack, you tell them the price.
Yeah, this is
really good. I want to give you the pleasure. This is really.
Yeah,
this is really good.
Yeah, this is right, right? I can say this?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Once I say it, we can't take it back.
No. You and I, we sat down and said, let's just do it. Let's just do it.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah, this is a smoking deal. We're gonna do the pair for just $6,395, less than $3,200 per coin if you can do the pair.
Call in now. We have a limited number of these. Okay, set of 2 sold. If you want to get 2 sets, you can get 2 sets. But $6,395 is obviously our absolute bottom.
And those S-mints always bring more for
You can get 3
any.
sets if you want to get 3
Any
sets.
S-mint double eagle brings more because first off,
Any
we talked
S-mint.
about the rarity. On top of it,
Another set of 2
it's
sold.
so popular among collectors because
Another set of 2 sold.
that connection to San Francisco, the 49ers,
Jack,
the gold
2 sets
rush.
of 2. 2 sets of 2. Congratulations. Yeah. No, any S-mint is a tough coin. Any Denver Mint issue is a tough coin.
Right.
I mean, the Branch Mint, St. Gaudens, the S-Mints and the Denver Mint issues are tough in uncirculated condition. And so are most of the Philadelphia Mint issues. I mean, here's
they're all tough, right.
They're all tough.
But San Francisco is always
everybody,
very popular.
for some strange reason, Jack, everybody's getting a set of 2. I don't know why do you think that is?
Yeah, I wonder why.
Here's a 21p. MS-61, 21p mintage, 528,000, about that of the 15S, but extremely rare in mint state. But it's over $100,000 in mint state 61, and then you get some of the ultra rare dates, some of the late date issues. They're over $1 million.
Oh yeah.
In just mint state condition. So this is the 14S and the 15S. The perfect pair because we're able to offer this beautiful pair of coins at in a grade of MS-64, which is such an extraordinary high grade. We only have 1 open line at this point, folks. I've just been notified we have 1 open line if you've been trying to get in on this offer for the 1914S and the 1915S in the extraordinary grade of MS-64. Now, if you just tuned in, Kim, we had that one chart where we showed the total number of certified with the most common dates there. The ranking. Again, folks, about 1.9 million St. Gaudens Double Eagles in the entire series have been certified mint state when you add them all up for the entire series. However, about 2/3 of that 1.9 million are accounted for by just 3 dates. The 3 dates you see at the top there, the 1908P, no motto, the 24P, and the 27P.
Right.
Those 3 dates alone count for over 1.1 million of the 1.8, 1.9 million coins, about 2/3 of just those 3 dates. Once you get beyond those 3 dates, they get really tough.
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
one thing I do want to say, this is not to say that the 08P or the 24P are not good coins
to buy.
Yeah, especially when you get to high
When you get
grades.
them in the higher grades.
Gem 65 coins.
The
like,
08
it's a big
Ps,
deal.
when we can find those in MS65, we love to get those. We love to offer those. They've been rising in value, Jack, since we last offered those in MS65. The 24 Ps we've been able to offer in 6.5 and in 6.6. When you see us offer these dates at the top in 6.5 and especially in 6.6 in the future, jump on it, because again, these kinds of minimal premiums are available for this very small window of opportunity when we have these coins coming from this European bank hoard. This hoard is drying up very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Today we have the coins you see at the bottom, the 14S and the 15S, in all grades of mint state. This is not the MS64 population. This is for MS60, uncirculated MS60 in higher condition. Only 41,000 for the 14S and 30,000 for the 15S. And then you get to the MS64 grade, you're only talking about 10,000 coins for each of the years in MS64. And here we have them. One more hand shot. We have a limited number of each date, only about 40 of each in MS64 condition. The perfect pair, these San Francisco Mint issues. To get them, we've had them in MS63 before. I've been able to offer a few in MS65s. The premium really jumps in when you get to MS65s. MS64s, to be able to get these for under $3,200 in MS64, which is the price you're getting them for when you get the pair. As Jack said, you get the pair, they're only $6,395, but only as long as we have this particular group of 14Ss and 15Ss.
Right.
We
exactly.
bought these as
We bought this big group from that European bank hoard. There's a little mix of some from the San Francisco group too, and it's once these are gone, we're not going to be able to do these prices again. They're just too hard to get these coins.
Yeah, these deals that are coming out, the quotes we're getting now for a lot of the coins we sold like a couple months ago, the quotes we're getting now in a lot of cases are $50 and $100 higher than than the last group, than the last acquisition.
And MS64 for a scarcer date like this, a rare date, for either of these dates here, 14S and 15S, MS64 is a lot of bang for the buck. You're getting a coin that's a virtual gem, borderline gem coin, for much less than you'd have to pay to get that MS65 gem grade. So it's a really great grade, I think.
Jack, the 6.4s we've selected here, again, folks, we select all of these. We're really careful. We review all the coins. Okay, if we're getting 64s, they're going to be really nice 64s. And indeed, I've seen 6.5s, Jack, that do not look as nice.
Right.
At shows that do not look as nice as the 64s we're showing you here today, folks.
Oh yeah, I always end up kicking them out when they have copper spots and some kind of
they'll have all,
debris and crap
they'll
on the
have,
coins.
Especially on the high points, they'll have heavy scuffs over Liberty's breast and over her leg there, deep rim dings,
Especially those copper spots
marks,
too. Even in these grades, those dark orange, black spots. Ugh.
Well, let's give the viewers again one last hand shot of the 14S, a close-up, just a work of art. Look at this. Here, this is a close-up, folks, and we've got strong lights here in the studio, and the coin, looks like it was hand-picked. And again, folks, these just received the routine treatment at the mint. They were dumped into bins, these large, heavy coins.
Yeah, this isn't like a modern proof silver eagle or something where they have gloves and special handling and it goes into a capsule. These were tossed in a bag.
This is why they are so rare and so valuable, why they have so much future potential, because of their rarity and the condition you see these in. These coins that are now over 100 years old. And there's a 14S. One half of the perfect pair. We're going to close and we're going to show you the hand shot of one of the 15Ss. Again, they could easily pass for MS65s. They could easily pass for MS65s. To offer the pair for only $6,395, these better date S mints, on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Compliments of Jack and Rick, the coin guys. A lot of folks still calling in. We're going to close it right here because, again, we started out with about 40 of each. I'm not sure how many we have left, Jack. This is one of those items that we will be able to offer for, I don't know, maybe just a couple days, and we'll be gone. So we want to thank you for watching this presentation. It's all about the coin. And here you've got one of the most prestigious series in U.S. numismatics, Liberty and St. Gordon's Double Eagle. A better date, San Francisco Mint issues, branch mints.
Yes.
14S and the 15S. Stunning coins, eye appeal, incredible quality, tremendous rarity. Gold, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint, and at a historic low premium over the value of the bullion content. This is the time to get an opportunity that comes this way maybe once in a generation. Hope you take advantage of it. You know, we're a little different, Jack. We are a little different. We're really information-based. We try and educate our viewers about numismatics as best we're able. We're always we welcome all the feedback. We get a lot of nice things said. We thank you for all the compliments, but also if there's something we can improve on, we're always happy to get the feedback from our viewers.
Right.
You know, we can always do better.
Yeah, we want to be the best we can be.
Exactly. We want to be the best we can be. We want to be able to offer you the best coins possible, the coins with the greatest future potential. And that's what we're doing right now. Right now with this 14S and these 15Ss. Thanks for watching from Jack and I. I'm Rick.
Jack McNamara.
The Coin Guys.
Yeah, that's us, Coin Guys.
Please stay tuned for our next presentation. We've got another great U.S. rarity coming right up.
Want the latest numismatic news, access to exclusive interviews, as well as secrets to collecting from RCTV's hosts, Rick, James, and myself, Jack? Then sign up for the Coin Chronicles, Rare Collectibles TV's monthly newsletter. Get all the inside information about the coins you crave in the RCTV Coin Chronicles. Signing up is easy, and our monthly newsletter is free. Just visit our website at rarecollectiblestv.com and start accessing the Coin Chronicles today.
Sign up for the Coin Chronicles monthly newsletter at rarecollectiblestv.com. It's absolutely free. That's rarecollectiblestv.com.
Jack, we're back here.
The Coin Guys are back.
And we're here to talk about, the great American silver dollar hoard. Right. And it's an amazing hoard of bags of silver dollars that were put away many, many decades ago. This is, we introduced our viewers to the Great European Gold Hoard several years ago, where we offered some of the finest gold double eagles seen anywhere in the history of coin television. Right. And then this group of several dozen bags, uncirculated bags of silver dollars, Morgan and Peace dollars, came our way many months ago. We've made a few presentations on them, but what we not have made a presentation on are the coins, the Morgan dollars from the Carson City Mint. Folks, if you're not familiar with Morgan dollars, the Carson City coins are like, how should I put it, Jack? It's just they're magical.
Yeah, the most storied, romantic.
I mean, there are Morgan collectors who only collect Carson City dollars.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And it's because so few were struck at the Carson City Mint. Now, first of all, Jack and I have visited the Carson City Mint. We visited the San Francisco Mint. We've got a picture of the San Francisco Mint. It's known as the Granite Lady. It was one of the few buildings that survived the earthquake of 1906 in San Francisco. It's a massive, massive structure.
Right. Yeah,
can't miss it. But then when Jack and I went to Carson City, Jack, We got in late at night, and we drove by several times. I thought I was driving by a library or something, just or maybe it was a bar or something. Here's the Carson City Mint.
Beautiful building, but not nearly as big as one would expect a U.S. mint to be. I mean, this was a little outpost in the West where they, where they made this discovery of the Comstock lode, and they needed a place to make coins.
This could have been maybe the cafeteria for the for the San Francisco Mint. Really, it's that small. And we spent several days there. It's a tiny, tiny building. They didn't strike that many coins, and they were only open. They only struck coins for a very short period. I think the first year they struck any coins were 1870.
Correct. Yeah.
1870. And the last year was 1893. And Jack, you pointed out.
Exactly. Yeah. They didn't even strike them every year during that short period.
Yeah.
So you're starting with a short period, and then between the middle of 1885 and until the middle of 1889, they didn't strike any coins. Like none were struck in 86, 87,
had to do
88
with politics. It was all political.
Of course.
You know, and so, Jack, you've got this chart.
Yeah, I love this
give
chart.
the readers an idea of how incredibly elusive these Carson City Morgan dollars are.
I love this chart because I think this really tells an important story, because you're looking at the mintages of Morgan dollars struck at each of the mints that made Morgan dollars during that period.
And one of the things it doesn't show here is that, okay, Denver, they only struck 20 million, but that was 1 year.
Exactly. The Carson City Mint struck Morgan dollars during, 12 or 13 years?
Let's count the years. 1878, 1879, 1880, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, and then 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. 13 years.
13 years.
Denver struck them in 1921. They struck over 20 million.
Right. So there's about 10 different Morgan dollar issues, just single issues, like the 21D is one of them.
Right.
Where a single mint during a single year struck more coins than the Carson City Mint during 13 years.
Exactly. And that's the whole deal with Carson City Morgan dollars. Now, that in alone makes them incredibly valuable. But what we have today are some incredible Carson City dollars, again, from the great American silver dollar hoard, that are in uncirculated condition. They've never been in circulation. And that's the key to Morgan dollar collecting. Morgan dollars are all about condition rarity. They were struck in the hundreds of millions for most of the mints. You could go to any local coin shop or even jewelry shop and find them in circulated examples in bins where they're highly circulated. And you can get them for $30, $35 a coin because they're common in circulated condition. They were used for commerce, heavily used in commerce. This is what they typically look like. I think the last one, Sasha, is in 1890.
And that one is a Carson City.
And that 1890 is a Carson City. And you'll see on the reverse, and it's the only mint with 2 mint marks on it. CC, right there at 6 o'clock at the bottom. CC for Carson City. That's a unique feature as well, which is kind of really cool. All the other mints have just 1 mint mark.
Right. They decided to do that because they didn't want to confuse them with the Charlotte Mint.
Yes,
earlier
exactly,
on.
right.
But they didn't do that when they came out with the Denver Mint, because there was a D in the early days of the mint already, but I guess they figured enough time passed.
So here's the deal, folks. We're talking about condition rarity. Sasha's got this chart. It shows you all the Morgan dollars that were minted over the entirety of the series, over 650 million coins, which is a lot of coins. Now, 270 million were melted down in 1918 because of the Pittman Act, which still leaves well over 300 million. But in certified uncirculated condition, meaning MS60 and higher, and we should probably explain to our viewers what that means, MS60. Jack, let's explain the Sheldon grading scale to all our new viewers out there.
Yeah, it was the Sheldon scale. It was invented by Dr. William Sheldon. He was a large cent collector. But it's a 70-point grading scale, where 1 is a coin that's just barely you can recognize what it is.
Heavily worn.
Like beyond heavily worn.
Like a slug.
Yeah, and then 70 would be an absolutely flawless, perfect coin, which for Morgan dollars, there's no such thing. Just
They
does
don't
not
exist.
But anything 60 or higher is considered uncirculated. It's a coin that is no wear, never went out through the banking system, wasn't used as change.
Right.
But the difference between a 60 and a 65 or whatever is just the number of bag marks. These were coins that when they struck them, even when they were brand new, get ejected from the minting press, they go into bins, they get sorted, they go through counting machines, and they get put in bags and transported to treasury vaults.
Right.
And when they put them in a bag, there's 1,000 coins. So they're all abrading against each other and banging
Going
around.
cross country on trains.
Exactly.
Jumbling around in the bag.
Exactly. So you can have coins that have no wear, they're not circulated, but they do have abrasions and contact marks and things. So 60 or higher is a coin that is still considered to be uncirculated.
And that's the key to Morgan dollars, getting them in uncirculated condition. And this is the key figure we have here on that chart. Of all these 600 million plus examples that were originally struck, a couple hundred million melted down, NGC and PCGS combined have only graded about 1.7% of the original total mintage in uncirculated condition. 6.5 million coins, 1.7%. Now again, almost all of those are the Philadelphia mints, the New Orleans mints, and San Francisco mints.
Right.
Carson City mints, a tiny, tiny percentage of that. So few were struck. And what we have today from the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard, these were, of course, of all the bags, many, many bags, we cherry-picked. And we've accumulated a small group of these, a special today, folks, of some Carson City dollars from this Great American Silver Dollar Hoard. Jack, let's show them some of these coins. We're starting with the 1882, 1883, 1884 Carson City silver dollars. You know, there were over 100 different dates and mint marks of Morgan dollars, folks. Now, we've got all the Morgan dollars struck listed in terms of their mintage from highest mintage to lowest mintage. You can see there at 21p, they struck over 44 million coins. 1889p, 21 million. 21s, 21 million. You see the 21D there, that Denver mint we were talking about, 20 million coins. You go down the list. This is just the first page. Bottom there, we still have 9 million coins struck for the 1881p. Now, again, there are over 100 different dates and mint marks. We're going to skip the next couple pages and just go to the last page with the coins with the lowest mintage, okay? So we're skipping pages 2 and 3. And here's where you see all the Carson City dollars with the lowest mintages. Beginning at the top there, you have the 78cc, 2.2 million. You go down on the 91cc, 1.6. 92, 1.3. Here's what we have today, highlighted in red. To begin with, we have an 83cc, 1.2 million. 84, 82, 1.1 million coins.
Just at the top of this page, 78cc. I mean, that's a rare coin.
That is.
That is a rare coin.
They're all rare coins. They're all so difficult to find in uncirculated condition, especially. And that's the key, because that's the total original mintage. But these are uncirculated, folks. These are select coins from the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard. Of all of the 5 mints, these were the fewest and farthest between. I mean, to find Carson City dollars uncirculated, I mean, out of dozens and dozens of bags. So this is something we have a limited, very limited quantity of. Take a look at these, folks.
Yeah,
Jack.
all low mintage is just a little over 1 million coins, you know, between 1.1 and 1.2, you know, for these coins. Exquisite coin. Bright, flashy coins.
Now, we've touched on some of the reasons these coins are so popular in the Morgan Dollar series. Number one, because the mintages were so small, the lowest in the Morgan series, but it's also the beauty and eye appeal of the Carson City Morgans compared to, for example, the Philadelphia mint issues, the New Orleans mint issues. They did not have this kind of luster, folks, and the kind of strikes you see on these Carson City coins.
Exactly. Whatever they were doing in that Carson City mint, I mean, these coins are just exquisite.
Notice how that luster flashes across the field. That's what we call that cartwheel luster that's unique to the Carson City dollars. And the strikes, and look at the eagle, the frosted effect on the eagle. They're just absolutely stunning coins. And they're so rare. I mean, these are among the most exquisite coins to come out of the great American silver dollar hoard.
And we talk about rarity. You know, often you'll hear us talk about condition rarity, meaning it's a coin that's only rare because it's in such exquisite high grade.
Yeah.
These coins are absolute rarity, and absolute rarity means they just did not make many of these. So even in a low grade, these are rare coins.
Now, we've got them available in a 10-coin half roll and a 20-coin roll. Now, the 10-coin half roll, you're going to get three 1882 cc's, three 1883 cc's, and you're going to get four 1884 cc's. Now, you shop around. We've got a few comparables to show you of what these coins can sometimes sell for. Here's one. This first comparable is an 1882 cc for roughly $1,900, and that's for just one coin. Remember, you're getting three coins, three 82 cc's in this roll, folks. That's about $5,700. Here's an 83 cc, $750. Three of those, you're talking about $2,200. So let's round it down to $2,100. So right there, we're already, Jack, well over $7,000. And then four 84 cc's. There's one for $600. Again, four of those, that's $2,400. You add that up, Jack, that's around $10,000. 10 coin rolls, folks. A limited number from the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard of these Carson City issues, like you see here. $3,995 for all 10 coins, this half roll. That's less than $400 a coin, $39.95. And, Jack, we have it available on the two-payment option. Put half down today of $1,997.50. We'll hold one of these 10 coin sets for you. Pay the balance in 30 days. And you can own the 10 exquisite Carson City Morgan dollars. Three 1882 cc's, three 1883 cc's, and you're going to get four 1884 cc's. And you will get a copy of this book, Numismatic Literary Guild Book of the Year by Miles Standish on Morgan dollars. Good friend Miles Standish, who's been on our show many times, one of the most knowledgeable people in the country on United States coins and, of course, on Morgan dollars. It's a great, great book. It's a great time to get involved in Morgan dollars, folks, when you can start off with these Carson City issues, these great Carson City issues at this great, great price. We've got a lot of people calling in. Now, the 20 coin set. You've got the 82, 83, 84 cc issues, which were really low mintage. They had mintages of around 1 million coins, total mintages. The 20 coin set includes these three dates you see highlighted in red. Now note at the top of that chart, it says these are a key date low mintage issues in the Morgan and Peace Dollar series, folks. The Morgan and Peace Dollar series, these are among the lowest mintage issues in both series. And you can see the 1880 cc there. This was the mintage chart as of the year 2008. The year 2008, the 1880 cc was thought to have a total mintage of 591,000 coins. Right. And there you see the 81 cc and the 85 cc at the very bottom there, among the lowest mintage coins in the entire series. You've got those coins at the very bottom, folks. I mean, the 93S. If you go on the internet and look for 93Ss, you'll find pages and pages of 93S Morgan dollars. They're almost all circulated. Mint state example is going to be in the literally in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, about $200,000 for anything these days.
But even circ examples, which you can easily find, and they're always available. There's one, XF Details, cleaned. In other words, damaged.
Right.
It's $7,500. And here's one, just a genuine AU50, problem-free. It's over $20,000. Here's another one, AU Details, cleaned. It's $40,000. And here's an 89cc, okay? The 89cc is on that page, a low mintage coin, $350,000. It's $15,000. And again, this is not a mint state 60 gradable coin. It's cleaned. It's got questionable color. It's a damaged coin. We're not offering you any damaged coins. We are offering you the finest mint state Carson City dollars. Now that chart we showed you, folks, this is what's so significant. Because back in 2008, it was believed that 1880cc had a mintage of 591,000. And if you look at a red book from the year 2008, this is where we got these figures from. The red book is kind of, the Bible for a reference guide for United States coins. In the year 2008, when you look here for the mintage of the 1880cc, shows it at 591,000 coins struck. Something happened between 2008 and today, and that was Miles' book on Morgan dollars, which again you'll be getting with the 10 coin half roll and the 20 coin roll. In Miles' book on the 1880cc Morgan dollar, on page 47, I'm going to read what he wrote here. And this was
This is big news.
Historic.
Yeah, this is huge.
This was historic. Of the $591,000 struck in 1880 at the Carson City Mint, that mintage you saw in the Red Book, some 96,000 failed to meet legal standards when the assayers surveyed the Carson City output, and these coins were melted down. So the actual total mintage revised was not 591,000, but in the later Red Books, and this is the only time, Jack, I've seen this happen, it was revised down to 495,000 coins. Now, however, in the next paragraph, what Miles goes on to note that of those 496,000 that survived, approximately 20% of them were struck with what we call the flat breast variety. And we should probably explain to our viewers what that means.
In 1878, the first year of the Morgan dollar, the eagle on the reverse originally had a flat breast, referred to as the reverse of 1878, or sometimes flat breast variety. Many felt the eagle appeared scrawny and not impressive enough. However, late in 1878, the Mint redesigned the eagle's breast, giving it a rounded, three-dimensional sculpted appearance, with the feathers layered upon the breast of the eagle. At the Carson City Mint in 1880, the Mint had some 1878 flat breast reverse dies left over and decided to use those to strike many of the 1880 Carson City dollars. It's estimated by Miles Standish in his landmark award-winning book on Morgan dollars that of the surviving total mintage of 495,000 coins, only about 80% of those 1880cc Morgan dollars were struck with the newer 1879 reverse with the rounded breast, which means that the actual mintage of the 1880cc with reverse of 1879 was only about 370,000 to 395,000 coins, making it
along with the 81cc and 1885cc, among the lowest mintage Morgan dollars in the entire 100 or so date Morgan dollar series.
So the actual mintage of the round breast 1880cc reverse of 79 is well under 400,000 coins, and you see it here on that revised chart. This is what I call the Discovery Carson City dollar, folks. And you can see it there. Here you have among the lowest mintage Carson City dollars that are going to be included in the 20 coin roll.
Not only among the lowest mintage Carson City, the lowest mintage of any.
Lowest mintage of any silver dollars. You're going to get 185cc, only 228,000 originally struck. You're going to get 181cc, 296,000. And 180cc reverse of 79, estimated mintage somewhere in the 370,000, 395,000 range. These are incredible, folks. These are such a value. The 20 coin roll. Take a look at these, folks. I mean, even in circulated condition, these are $500 coins.
But
in
these
circulated condition.
These are nowhere near circulated, though.
Exactly.
These are clearly uncirculated.
These
are blazers, these coins.
Look at the strike on these, and again, that great cartwheel luster, the rounded breast of the eagle. This is the round breast variety. I mean, you look at that cartwheel luster and that frosted eagle. I mean, it's unlike any of the other mints. Some of these Carson City dollars that you see here, that's the 80cc. Only a few 100,000 originally struck, so few surviving in mint state condition. And here's the 81cc, only 296,000 originally struck. Look at this coin, Jack.
It's gorgeous.
I mean, when she tilts it around, that luster, it's like it was struck yesterday. And here you've got a
looks
coin.
Like a brand new coin.
Yeah, you've got a coin that's about 140 years old. It's just so beautiful. It's so beautiful, and we have them at such a great price, folks, for the entire roll. And the 85cc, the third lowest mintage in the entire Morgan dollar series, only 228,000 originally struck.
Yeah, that is just a famous, notorious key date. And they're just gorgeous.
Absolutely breathtaking. In this roll, you're going to get 5 1882 cc's, 5 1883 cc's, 7 1884 cc's, and you're going to get 181cc, 185cc, and 1 1880cc. Now think about that. You look at what some of these sell for. The 1881cc, there's one in low-grade mint state condition for over $2,000 just for that one coin. Here's the 85cc MS61. You know, low-grade mint state, but uncirculated, $2,500. So it's $4,500 just for those two coins. And then finally, there's an 80cc sold in auction, $3,200. So just those three coins, you're at $7,700 for those three coins. And then again, you've got 582s, 583s, 784s. Call in now. We have a handful of these 20 coin rolls. Jack, you give them the price. All right? You give them the price. This is a $25,000 roll, really, with these rare dates in it.
Right, yeah, and we've been able to put this together for just $8,995. Less than $10,000, less than $9,000.
$8,995 for the entire 20 coin roll.
And we have a 3-pay option for this, just $2,998.33. So I know there's a lot of people who are going to want to take advantage of this deal, so we're trying to make it easy, trying to make it in a way that everybody can get in and we can reserve these coins for you.
Folks, Jack, do you realize that comes out to $450 a coin?
Wow, and you're getting an 85cc.
with this monumental historic book by Miles, again, with that very important information on that 1880cc reverse of 79. This is, I call it the Discovery Morgan dollar of the last 10 years. We've discovered that the 1880cc reverse of 79 is much rarer than we thought it was just 12 years ago.
And we already thought it was rare. It already was one of the rarest coins.
Yeah, it was a coin where with just over 500,000 mintage, and now we find out it's well under 400,000 mintage, and then so few survivors in mint state condition. We've got the 20 coin roll for about $450 a coin. A lot of people calling in. Folks, we have a limited number of these rolls, the 20 coin rolls with those rare dates. We're going to have to close it out very soon here, Jack. We've had so many presentations over the last 2 years where we've had, you know, some really rare coins, and we got them at great prices, and we passed the savings on to the viewers. And once those were gone, that's it. We were not able to replace them again and offer them again at those prices. And this is one of those times. From the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard, some of the rarest coins out of the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard, the Carson City dollars. They only struck coins from 1870, 1893. All came about what was the Comstock lode, right?
Lode. They discovered the largest vein of silver ever discovered. You know, out in the Wild West, out in Nevada.
It was, I believe, just north of Virginia City.
Right.
North of Virginia City, and it was amazing, the most amazing discovery of silver, I guess, in the world at that time. Virginia City went from a population of a few hundred people to like 25,000 people at its peak. Sometime in the 1870s or around 1880.
It happened so fast. Once the discovery was made, so many people just converged on the area to you know, try and find, you know, that whole go west young man.
It was a boom
town. Find their fortunes. And you know, we got to go out there, and it was a great opportunity.
We were out there. We stayed at the Bucket of Blood Saloon. We played some poker there.
We spent.
And you beat me. You had 4 jacks.
You know, from there we had the opportunity to actually go to the mint and see where these coins were made. The press that actually struck these coins. You know, it was really phenomenal.
So here you had, again, a very short-lived mint, because by the 1880s, the silver production coming out of the Comstock lode was rapidly declining, and they had closed the Carson City Mint down in 1893. And so very, very few Morgan dollars were struck at the Carson City Mint. Again, for our newer viewers, here's the total Morgan dollar production from the 5 mints that struck Morgan dollars. And you could see the lion's share were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, over 300 million coins. The New Orleans branch mint struck 186 million. San Francisco Mint, another branch mint, struck 131 million. Denver Mint, only 20 million. But that 20 million, that all came out, that was just 1921, because the Denver Mint didn't open until 1906. And in 1906, they weren't striking Morgan dollars. There was a period from 1905 to 1920 where they didn't strike any Morgan dollars. They struck them for one last year in 1921, and Denver in that one last year struck over 20 million coins. The Carson City total there, that was struck over 13 years, from 1878 through 1885, and they didn't strike any coins at all from 1886 through 1888, and then they resumed again in 1889 through 1893. And from all those years, a total of only 13 million coins struck. And again, most went into circulation.
That always amazes me, that the Denver Mint in 1 year struck more coins than the Carson City Mint struck in 13 different years. That's just, I mean, that just tells you how few of these coins were struck each year at the Carson City Mint, and how rare each of these coins are individually.
So again, for those of you who have just tuned in, we were offering the 10 coin half roll that features 3 1882 cc's, 3 1883 cc's, and 4 1884 cc's. 2 payment option. Put half down today of $1,997.50, And we'll hold a 10-coin roll for you and pay the balance in 30 days of the same amount, $19.97 and 50 cents. And you can own a 10-coin half roll of these really rare and beautiful uncirculated Carson City Morgan dollars. And then for those of you who want the ultimate Carson City roll set, never ever offered in the history of Coin TV, where we include an 1880 1cc with a mintage of only 296,000. 1885cc, among the lowest mintages in the entire Morgan series, only 228,000. And the Discovery 1880cc with reverse of 79, thought to have a mintage of 591,000 12 years ago, and then with some research done by Miles Standish, turns out that the true mintage of that coin is somewhere around 390,000 coins. That also is included in this 20-coin roll set, where you find other dealers selling individual examples of those dates for $2,000, $3,000 a coin, just for one coin. And we've got the entire 20-coin set. 3 easy payments of $2,998.33 for the ultimate Morgan dollar roll set.
Yeah,
Jack,
that roll is just exceptional. Everything about it, the quality, the history, the rarity. I mean, it's just an exceptional roll of coins.
folks, we've been doing this now for 6 years. We've never offered a 20-coin roll set like we have today.
No,
okay?
not at Carson Cities. No way.
Not Carson City coins. We've had roll sets where we might offer 1 or 2 Carson City coins, but this is an all Carson City roll set. And it's only because of the great American silver dollar hoard. There were dozens of bags of uncirculated Morgan dollars and peace dollars, and out of those, many bags of 1,000 coins, we cherry-picked a small group of these Carson City coins that we can offer for you today at these great prices. We got a great deal on these coins, and we're passing the savings on to you. So if you've never thought about buying Morgan dollars before, this is the time to start, because here we have the rarest of all Morgan dollars, the coins struck at the Carson City Mint. It's an all Carson City half roll, all Carson City roll that we've never been able to offer here in the history of Rick's U.S. Coin Show that we have for you today. It's a limited time offer from Jack and I, the Coin Guys. Thank you for watching.
You know where you're at, right? Rare Collectibles TV, this is the place. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know already, let me be the first to tell you. We, right now, are in the very last year of John Mercanti's classic reverse design on the American Eagle silver dollar. You know the one, the Heraldic Eagle Tribute. Well, it's being retired. 2020 is the last year, and collectors know it. Now, it's been publicized a little bit. We have something really special. But first, let's talk a little bit about what has become the most collected silver dollar in the history of the world, the American Silver Eagle dollar. Why is it so popular amongst collectors? Well, there's a lot of different reasons, but I'll tell you why. In my mind, the main reason, this is the only silver dollar where you have an outside opportunity, a little bit of a chance to get a silver dollar minted by the United States of America in a perfect grade struck for the collector, which automatically makes it one of the most striking designs of a silver dollar you will ever own. If you do not own American Silver Eagle dollars, today is your lucky day because we are offering, since this is the last year, the very last one to contain that great reverse and the very first one, where it all started in 1986. I don't think there's been a silver dollar that has been more widely collected around the world than this coin. It has the greatest design, the Walking Liberty half-dollar design, enlarged. Not on a half-dollar, which was pretty nice back in its day. You know, the Walking Liberty half-dollar was designed by Adolph A. Wyman. He was a protege of Augustus St. Gaudens. It was a Renaissance redesigned coin. It first came out in 1916, and the last one was struck as a half-dollar in 1947. In 1981, Ronald Reagan became President of the United States of America. And for us coin collectors, that was actually the beginning of a really unbelievable time. Because Ronald Reagan is solely responsible for the American Silver Eagle dollar. He didn't design it. He didn't strike it. What he did was he signed into law the bill that authorized the production of these coins. It was part of a law known as the Liberty Coin Act. And I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself because that was actually in 1985, but the real story is what happened in 1981 when Ronald Reagan became president. Almost from the get-go, Reagan had this certain mindset of having a great economy and no debt. And he knew that the United States of America had a strategic stockpile of silver. And he wanted to convert this strategic stockpile into hard cash that they could put into the Treasury and reduce the national debt. Well, up until that point, when they had sold off parts of the strategic stockpile, they did it in bar form. They didn't make coins. But he got this idea, well, let's make a brand new United States coin made out of silver, a silver dollar, and let the American public reduce our strategic stockpile and contribute to reducing the debt. This was in 1981. The idea did not get much traction with Congress. The only one who liked it was Ronald Reagan. But Ronald Reagan did not give up because he won a second term. And in 1985, he signed the bill that authorized the production of the American Silver Eagle dollar. It was known as the Liberty Coin Act. So that's why we say all the time on our show that Ronald Reagan was really the father of the American Silver Eagle dollar. Here's what's happening. 2020, the reverse design, which was contributed by John Mercanti, just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint. He had come to the U.S. Mint in 1974. He worked his way up. He was a master engraver, responsible for a lot of great designs. The Statue of Liberty silver dollar was John Mercanti and so many other great coins. But really his claim to the ultimate fame that he has is his design on the reverse of the American Silver Eagle dollar, a tribute to the heraldic eagle dollar of the early 1800s. So that design is being retired. And here's where it all starts to get really interesting. The key date of the American Silver Eagle dollar program is the first coin, because everybody wants to be able to build a complete collection of these coins, and it's achievable in the absolute highest grade known to man, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. That's what these coins are that we have right now. So what we've done is we've put together the first, the 1986 struck at San Francisco, and the last, the 2020 struck at West Point. 1986 through 1992, these coins were struck at the San Francisco Mint, and they bear the S Mint mark on it, the reverse. From 1993 all the way through to 2000, the coins were struck at Philadelphia, and they have the P Mint mark, and some of the rarest coins came from there. And in 2001, production was moved to West Point, where it remains today. I don't know if you were around in 1986 when this silver dollar came out. I mean, as a coin collector, I was. That was an exciting time because us coin collectors wanted to get the very first American Silver Eagle dollar in a proof collector version. There's two coins, really, two ways of striking coins. Business strikes. You know, when you go to the bank and you get coins, those are business struck coins. They look amazing when you first get them. They're mint state. The Mint does something special for collectors. For collectors, they take these dies, they polish them to the highest degree, they engrave them to be able to strike the most crisp design. And they strike each one of these coins a minimum of 2 times under extreme pressure at a slower speed. Mint state coins, they're struck thousands at a time. If you ever watch a video of the striking process, they go by, you could barely see them. They get dumped into a hopper, and from there they get put into tubes and they're disseminated through a network of distributors all around the country. The collector version is different. Those are specially prepared, specially made, a few at a time are struck before the process starts all over, the prep process. And only the highest examples are accepted. And the ones that have any flaws that are detectable to the eye are melted down and the process starts all over again. So you're assured to get some of the highest quality silver dollars, and yet you won't be guaranteed to get a perfect coin. So as much as the U.S. Mint tries, perfect coins are few and far between. This is a collection of 2. The first, the 1986, and the last, the 2020. In 1986, over 1.4 million coins were struck. And that's important because it was the highest mintage year. But when you look at how many coins have been graded in that period of time since 1986 to right where we stand right now, in a perfect proof 70 grade for the first year, 4,858 coins. And percentage-wise, it's about 1/3 of 1%. So even though it was the highest mintage, it has some of the lowest percentage coins certified in a perfect grade of any of the Silver Eagles. We have an opportunity in perfect grade for something really special. I want to make an announcement to everybody. Numismatic Guarantee has just announced that Rare Collectibles TV, which features our Reagan Mercanti artwork label that's hand-signed by John Mercanti, the designer of the reverse of the silver dollar. We have an exclusive on that label. And we feature coins in a perfect grade with this label. Now here, something very special has just been announced. From now on, our exclusive label will be separated from all the other ones that bear the Mercanti signature. No longer will our label be lumped in with all those other ones. From now on, our exclusive label will be separated, and you will be able to see in every given year how many of those coins exist in that label. And that will give you the opportunity to put together the finest known registry sets. A set that you actually post, you register, it gets graded. You get a point system. And when you take a look at these registry sets, to have the highest graded set, and there are sets in Morgan dollars and in Peace dollars and Walking Liberty half dollars and Lincoln pennies, any coin you could think of that's in a series, a registry set can be put together where every year is numerically graded, is a point system is assigned to that registry. And when the most points gets the highest registry designation. So we are really proud to announce that we are now in a position to help you put together the finest known examples of these coins in an exclusive registry with our exclusive Reagan Mercanti label. It's a really big deal. But we always say, buy the coin, not the label, right? Right. Well, here is something unbelievably special. The very first year of this coin, a coin that was really difficult to get in a 70 grade because these coins were not commonly sent in for grading until 10 years later. So to get these early dates, especially the first year in a perfect grade, not only is it perfect, it's ultra cameo, and this is everything. This is the highest designation. Proof 70. That indicates a perfect, flawless coin. Ultra cameo, that black and white appearance that you see on your screen, that's the cameo. The mirrored background against the allegorical of liberty striding forward in satin produces what is known as the cameo effect. Now, when it's really amazing, obverse and reverse, ultra cameo. So you get the highest designation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is rarity. So now, back to facts and figures. At the very bottom in red is the second coin we're offering in this collection, the 2020 W. The very last one of its kind. 2021 will have a different reverse design, and the series is closed out with that coin right there. Now take a look at the mintage. Only 357,000. Why are there so few of these coins so far? Well, let me tell you, it's been a tough year at the mint. Most of this year, the mint has been shut down. No coins are being produced. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2020 is going to go down as that year when across the board, all coins are some of the lowest mintages ever. Now, with the announcement that there will no longer be the Mercanti reverse on the American Silver Eagles, collectors are scrambling to put together complete collections. And I got to tell you, if you're ready for a complete collection, we'll help you do that. This show, Rare Collectibles TV, our network, sells more proof American Silver Eagle collections than anybody in the whole entire world at the greatest price. So we can do that. Now, with the announcement of our exclusive label becoming even more exclusive, because it's actually going to be separated from all the other ones with individual populations for just this label. That's big news. We're offering this collection for $995. $995. Let me tell you why that's so important. 1986 is a tough American Silver Eagle to get, even though it's the highest mintage of all. It's the first one. Most of these coins were not preserved in a fashion by which they will grade a perfect proof 70 ultra cameo grade. So when you find one, here's what you're looking at. $1,795, firm price. What is that? That's a 1986 in a proof 70 grade with an autographed John Mercanti label. Folks, I am pleased to offer you that coin with our exclusive label in a proof 70 grade and the 2020 W for $995. And we're splitting that payment in two payments of $497.50. It's really easy to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is everything when it comes to the last issue and the first issue, because we're going to be able to open up those two coins and put everything in between for you. We can do that. Why are the American Silver Eagle dollars in proof so darn hard to get? Here's why. When the coin was first announced in 1985, and when they first started striking them at the very end of 1986, they actually started striking the 1986 right almost when the year ended. So 1.4 million in proof. Can you imagine if they started at the beginning of the year, how many there'd be? But I have to tell you, you would think that 1986 would be an easy coin to get. No. In a perfect grade, the hardest of all. But when you take a look here at the numbers, in a business strike, those coins that are akin to the ones you see at the bank, in a business strike, almost 540 million coins have been issued since the program began. Now, why are there such a great difference? In order to get a proof, you got to do a lot of work. You got to correspond with the mint. You got to go to them. They don't come to you unless you're on the mailing list. So individual collectors have requested, when they sold 1.4 million 1986s, it was because they got orders for 1.4 million 1986s. And they shipped those out to people, and most people, you know what I'm talking about, put them on a shelf in the closet and didn't even think about them. And then maybe 10 years later, they saw, wow, people are putting together complete collections of the first 10 years. I have some of those coins. They'd send them in, and they wouldn't get the grade they wanted because environmentally they weren't taken care of the way they should have been. Silver is a very delicate material. The surface of a silver coin struck in proof, can be prone to environmental damage. It just can happen just by sitting on a shelf. So the ones that grade in a perfect grade, just like any coin, you know, when you look at Morgan dollars and the highest grades available, which is, you know, there's been a few 69s, MS-69s, they're so hard to get because the span of time has elapsed where those grades just don't come about. Same is true for the first year of issue for the American Silver Eagle dollar, $995. Being able to get the first and the last in the ultimate grade with the ultimate label is really something. This has been a year, like I said, of shortages. And think back, the mint closed down not long after the new year started. And they have yet to reopen in any capability with any capability to strike a lot of coins. It's a skeleton crew, hardly anybody there. So hardly any coins are being produced. How do we know this? Well, this year, the mint released archived coins that date back to 2017. You see them on our show. They are so in demand that whenever we get any, they go out like that because there's pent-up demand for the coins, because there weren't any coins coming out of the mint. 2020 is going to go down in history as one of the shortest years of production. The final reverse design of John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle is on these two coins. And the last one is 2020, struck at West Point. One of the reasons why the American Silver Eagle program is so important to collectors is because some of the most valuable coins are in this series. 1995 was the 10th anniversary of the American Silver Eagle. And to honor that anniversary, the Mint issued a special coin from West Point. That coin, in years past, at auctions, has garnered, there's been occasions when in a perfect 70 grade, like our coins, has garnered close to $100,000 at auction. So the rarity of the American Silver Eagle dollars is well publicized, and everybody wants one. Now, hardly any of us are going to be able to get one of those $100,000 coins because they're just not around. But imagine being able to get the first year, not for $1,800, but for $995 with the 2020, the last of its kind from West Point, in a perfect grade as well, $995. Now, here's what I would love every one of you collectors to do. Let's take a moment to look at the set we're offering in silence. But before we do, I want to say, take a really good look at the 1986. That coin is a perfect American silver dollar, third-party graded, from the very first year, struck at the San Francisco Mint. It has absolutely no flaws. So, when a grader at NGC got that silver dollar, he looked at it with his naked eye and could not see any flaws. What he then did was observe that coin under 5 times magnification, bigger than you see it on your screen right now. If no flaws were observed, the coin was granted a perfect grade. If even one little minute flaw was there under the magnification, it got a grade lower, a proof 69. So it wasn't easy to get a 70 grade because, you know the old saying, nothing's perfect, right? Well, when it comes to coins, a little bit different. Hardly anything is perfect. That 1986 is an old school eagle. What I mean by that, it was struck in the old school tradition. And many of the silver eagles were struck that way. Struck on the old machinery, where the dies were engraved the old-fashioned way. So that is a numismatic masterpiece in a perfect grade that displays all the attributes of the highest quality coin you can get. That one coin by itself, I found one at $1,795 that had been autographed by John Mercanti. Here's an opportunity to get that coin, also autographed by John Mercanti, in a perfect grade, in an exclusive label that is more exclusive than any out there. And It's a label that ties it all in. It ties in the connection of John Mercanti. He signed it. He designed the reverse. And it ties in the connection of Ronald Reagan. He was the president. When I said Mercanti signed it, I meant the label. He autographed it. Reagan, he went out, he did Mercanti a little bit better, right? He signed the law. He signed the bill into law that allowed the Treasury to start striking the silver dollar. It is the most popular silver dollar in the United States of America. And in many parts of the world, there too. It has even overtaken, dare I say it, the Morgan dollar. Never thought I'd see that day. But the American Silver Eagle dollar has a collector base bigger than the Morgan dollars. Unbelievable. This is an opportunity to get the last and the first. Take a look at what we have here, because we have a lot of coins. Well, we have a good amount of coins for what we're featuring. There will never be displays upon displays of this set that we can feature. It's just too rare. It's just too hard. Most of the 4,800 coins that have been certified are in the hands of collectors. We really have to go through a lot to get that 86. And I'll tell you, the 2020 from West Point being the last year is even harder, because everybody wants the last one. But when you can't get them anymore, that's when you want them the most. So ladies and gentlemen, I have to move along. I want to close by thanking you all for watching. And I want to say, I hope I've opened up the door to collect this great silver dollar. Nobody knows how long all the dates in between will be available in the top grade. We can help you do this. Think of it. We can do it by Mint Mark. San Francisco from 86 to 92. And then Philadelphia from 93 to 2000. And then the current ones. You watch our show, you'll see a lot of these coins right now. We are the only show who has that exclusive label. And now it is going to be recorded by NGC with separate totals for each one of these coins. Nobody else is going to be able to do that. So folks, thank you so much for watching. Remember that great price, $9.95. We can break it in two. It's really easy to do. Give us a call on this one, because everybody is buying these coins right now. This is so hot. I'm so happy to bring it to you. Again, thank you so much for watching. Don't go anywhere, and I'll see you soon.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Thank you for tuning in today. I have the most incredible collection of Kennedy half dollars I will ever be able to offer. In the condition I have these coins, folks, the eye appeal, the quality, and the price. Everything came together. It was like a perfect storm where here I am working on this book, this new expanded version of the Franklin and Kennedy book. You know, we've had 3 editions from Whitman of from their guidebook series. They call it their guidebook series, and this was a guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. And I had been talking to Whitman. I said, look, you know, there is so much collector interest in these coins, and the series is expanding. It really can't fit into a book of this size. For example, in this latest edition, beginning in the proof issues, beginning with 1977 to date, I've only got 2 pages devoted to these most important proof coins from 1977 to the present. And there is so much information that needs to be in there on these later dates, because there's a lot of really tough coins during this era in high-grade proof condition. And so I proposed the idea of having the next edition as part of their encyclopedia series. Now, their encyclopedia series, here's their encyclopedia of U.S. gold coins. This is an amazing book. It's over 400 pages. You know, Caitlin and I worked on a couple, worked together a couple covers, I mean, this is not going to be the cover, but we were just playing around. This was the first cover we thought about, and then we came up with this one. A little better there, but it's going to be something like that, where this book is going to be comprehensive. This is the manuscript I've been working on, folks. It is a lot of work, but this is going to be the most important book I've done since my very first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era. And it's for all the most important reasons. There is just so much collector interest in these coins, and there is so little information on the coins, especially the later issues. And that's why this set I have today, I've got these Proof Kennedy half dollars, the series, every date from 1978 through 2019. I have them graded by NGC. I have one set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, and then I have my ultimate set, my Everest set in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And what has me most excited, folks, is the price. And I'm only able to offer this price because of some good fortune that had come my way in the form of a dealer I had known for many, many decades, who had assembled large quantities of coin collections over many years. He was a prolific dealer. He's still active, but he's going into kind of a semi-retirement. But this dealer I've known since the early 1980s. He'd been around before then. He would buy huge collections, and he would go through them, and he would store the nicest pieces from the collections. I gave a presentation recently on some Proof Eisenhower dollars that he had stored away. His holdings are so great that he actually, and this is it's kind of funny, he actually bought a couple banks in his town that had closed down. Not to reopen the banks for operations, but to just use the banks for storage, to use their vaults, to store his coins. You know, people really do that, folks. I mean, I've got this, for example, I've got this box here of these 1957 proof sets, 50 1957 proof sets, still sealed from the mint as they came from the mint. I've got this box here. I'll cover the individual's name up. Still sealed from the U.S. Mint. You know, you've got the postmark 1957. There were 70 or approximately 70 original boxes of 1957 proof sets. 50 sets in a box. This is from a collection in the Southeast that I acquired. This is about a year and a half ago. You know, there are these kinds of miracles that pop up once in a while in U.S. numismatics. You've got the SS Central America Gold Hoard, you know, and now we have this estate. This gentleman, I'm gonna call him Lester. You know, he wants to remain anonymous, but again, he gave me the privilege of going through his later Kennedy proof sets and selecting the very finest sets. And the problem with these later Kennedy proof sets is so often the packaging, et cetera, is so inferior that most of the Kennedys from a lot of these years are really, really destroyed. For example, I've got some of these sets here today that didn't make the grade. I mean, they're usually when you see these modern sets at shows, they're usually pretty tattered. Here's, for example, a 1986 set. You can see it's received a lot of handling on the outside, a lot of fraying at the edges. You open it up, the holder is actually cracked. The coin, the Kennedy half in there, it looks kind of hazy. Now, these coins are, if you're new to collecting, are what we refer to as proof coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, given the technology of the day. It's the technology of the day that results in some of these coins being so rare in high-grade condition. Because as you go back in time to the earlier and earlier decades, the technology was not as advanced as it is today. When you get a proof set today, folks, from the U.S. Mint, generally the coins are all flawless pieces. They're going to grade either Proof 69 or Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. I've got one chart here of some 2018 S's graded by NGC. The latest 2018 S population of Kennedy half dollars. 2018 S, total populations. They haven't graded any in 6.5 Ultra Cameo, none in 6.6, 2 in 6.7, 11 in 6.8, about 9,300 in 6.9, and over 15,000 in 70. So the proof making today is state of the art. Now the Ultra Cameo designation, you've got two different measurements there. You've got the proof grade, which basically measures the flawlessness of the surfaces. The more flaws there are on the coin, the lower the grade. The highest possible numerical grade a coin can receive is a 70. 70 represents perfection. That's the highest possible grade. Prior to the 1960s, there were no proof coins in 70 condition. The technology just was not available. And even in the 1960s, you just don't see them. Now that Ultra Cameo designation is really important. Ultra Cameo refers to the level of cameo contrast on the coin. Now I first started writing about these cameo coins back in the early 1980s. I was at a show at Long Beach. At the time, I was specializing in deep mirror proof-like Morgan dollars. And the deep mirror proof-like Morgan dollars were early strikes off the die where the coins would have deep mirrored fields, frosted cameo devices. They would almost look like proofs. And that was my specialty. Those deep mirror proof-likes began to dry up. Collectors were salting them away, putting these most beautiful proof-like Morgans away in their collections. And so they became more and more difficult to locate. And so I was looking for something similar to those deep mirror proof-likes that offered incredible eye appeal, incredible quality at a collector-friendly price. And that's when I stumbled upon a 1962 Franklin and a Kennedy half from the early 1960s that had beautiful, beautiful cameo contrast. And this was really unusual because most proof coins from this era did not have cameo contrast. They were what we call brilliant proofs without any cameo contrast. And these coins were incredibly frosted. And I thought to myself, well, this is like an epiphany. This is something I'd never seen before. I didn't know these coins existed. They're obviously very rare because I'd seen a lot of proof coins from this era. I'd never seen cameos like this. So they're very rare. They're highly desirable from a collector's standpoint because they have so much eye appeal and quality, and they have so much rarity, all the things collectors look for. And so I began my study, and it was a journey on learning about these coins in the journey to completing my first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era. And I had contacted many people who worked at the Mint in the 1950s and 1960s. The most helpful by far was a gentleman by the name of Don Weaver, who started out as a general helper at the proof facility at the Philadelphia Mint. And he ended up as the chief of the coining division before he retired. And I had many, many phone conversations with Don Weaver, and he would explain to me how the Mint would improve their technology year after year over the decades to try and create more cameo coins. And because the cameo coins were so popular with collectors. Now, so there I was. This is the mid-1980s, and I thought, okay, I'm going to start offering these cameos to my own clients. And so I actually developed what I called my cameo grading set that I was selling to collectors. And here's one that I had saved. This is, again, from the mid-1980s. I had these sets made where I have these 3 Franklin half dollars. And this was my gem cameo grading set. On the right was a moderate cameo Franklin with just very light frost, and then a heavy cameo in the middle with more cameo contrast, and then the ultra heavy with the heaviest possible cameo contrast. In those early years, those represented the earliest strikes off new proof dies. Proof dies that had been specially prepared, dipped in an acid bath to acid etch the surfaces of the coins, and then the fields would be buffed, and the very earliest strikes would have that acid etch frost in the portrait transferred to the coin blank, and you'd get these beautiful cameos. But these cameo dies were very delicate. That acid etch frost would wear very quickly. Each successive strike, that the next coin struck would have slightly less cameo contrast than the coin before. And so the first strikes would be ultra heavy, slightly later strikes would be heavy cameo, and then moderate cameo. The vast majority were what we called brilliant proofs. Same goes with the early Kennedy half dollars. Here's a little chart showing some different grades of cameo contrast for the Kennedy half dollar. On the upper left there, you see a regular proof Kennedy half dollar without any cameo contrast. Then you see a coin that was an earlier strike off the die, not among the earliest strikes, but an earlier strike off the die with some attractive cameo contrast. In 1964, that might have represented, 1/2 of 1% of all the 1964 Kennedys struck. 1/2, less than 1%, folks, would have cameo contrast like you see here. Then in the lower bottom half, you have what we call a deep cameo minus. Now, this is a replication of the PCGS cameo grading set that I helped establish along with David Hall, who was then president of PCGS. He was incredibly gracious in setting up cameo grading standards. I sent him a copy of my first book, and we got together in early 1992 and decided what a cameo should be, what a proof should be, and what a deep cameo should be. This deep cameo minus would be the minimum standard to get a deep cameo designation from PCGS. NGC has something very similar. They would call it ultra cameo minus. And then finally we have this coin on the bottom right, deep cameo plus. That is like the ultimate, the heaviest possible cameo contrast. That would be one of the very, very first strikes off a spectacular prepared cameo die. Not every date in the Kennedy series can have deep cameo plus contrast. A lot of dates do not exist with this kind of contrast. Now, the set I have today, folks, not only are they proof 70, but almost every coin in this set is what I would call a deep cameo plus. The set is spectacular. Every date from 1978. You got the 1979S, Type 1, 80S, 81S. Look at the contrast on these. Every coin selected from this estate, from Lester, well, I went through tens of thousands of sets. And I've got some here that were rejects that I'm going to show you in just a minute. These coins, I selected the very finest examples. I had them curated at NGC. Curating means they put them through a process in a solution where they remove any kind of foreign material, so the surface of the coin is completely neutral. So there will be nothing that will react on the coin and form a spot or a fingerprint or whatever 10, 20 years from now. And then they seal the coins in these state-of-the-art airtight holders using the highest quality medical grade plastics. These are the same holders the Smithsonian uses. Absolutely state-of-the-art. These are the finest examples from Lester's amazing hoard that he assembled over about 50 years' time. Now, to better appreciate these coins, first of all, this is the finest. This is what the finest modern proofs look like. And this is going to be one of the focuses of my next book on these coins, on the Encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, where I'm going to cover every single date in this series, explaining how rare it is in 6.9 Ultra Cameo, how rare it is in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Absolutely sensational. Everyone has my Everest Selections seal. Meaning, again, I have reviewed every coin, every example has been curated and then sealed, graded by NGC and sealed. to show you the difference, if you're not familiar with proof coins, these coins were struck in very low numbers. A mint state coin does not receive the special treatment a proof coin receives. The mint state coins are coins that are struck for commerce. Here, for example, is a 1968 Kennedy half dollar. Mint state coins are not struck off of highly polished dies. They're struck once, they're dumped into bins where they abrade with other coins. You can see a lot of abrasion on the cheek of Kennedy there. They go through coin counting machines, and then they're dumped into bags, and they're distributed to banks around the country. They're the coins that are meant to be spent. But you look at one of these proof coins, this is the finest. Now here's the thing. The Mint, in the mid-70s, went to a lot of work, introduced a lot of new technology to create the finest possible proof coins. They actually started sandblasting the dies to create an intense frosted cameo effect. And then they would buff the fields. And then they would actually chrome plate the dies to give them additional durability so they could strike more cameos. And as soon as those dies would begin to wear, as soon as that cameo frost would begin to wear away, they would replace the die. But by that point, with that advanced technology, with that sandblasting, with that chrome plating, they were able to strike hundreds and hundreds of beautiful ultra cameo coins before the dies would begin to wear. So it was economically possible to make sure that every collector would get a beautiful, deep cameo. However, they had serious problems with the packaging. And this is something I've written about in my previous books, but I'm going to go into a lot of detail in this next encyclopedia regarding the packaging of these coins in the 1980s, 1970s, because the packaging they used, while it looks great, it was not state-of-the-art. Now, the packaging from about the early 1990s on was a tremendous improvement. Here's a 1991 set, for example, and these coins look just as they did when they were first encapsulated about 30 years ago. Absolutely sensational. But just a couple years earlier, while the packaging looked the same, there was some material obviously in the holder that caused the coins to tone. This earlier packaging, was a ticking time bomb. The longer these coins are in this packaging, the worse they got. Look at the haze on this 1989 coin. When this coin was originally encapsulated, it was a beautiful, deep mirror proof. And these were from Lester's estate. And you could see all of these were, all the packaging, all these things, they're absolutely pristine. But again, it's the materials in the packaging. That was a 1989. Here's a 1987. You know, the penny, the Lincoln cents didn't have the problem, but the Kennedy half dollars were really susceptible to the materials that were in the packaging that was not inert. And they developed this very hazy, unattractive toning. Here's a 1988 set. The vast majority of these sets from this era have these issues, folks. I've got a whole bunch of 1984 sets. I'm just going to show you one of them. But, I mean, there were boxes and boxes of 84 sets. This is actually one of the better ones. It's not as bad as some of them I've had. You can see the frosted cameo, but the haze. And curation can only do so much. When you've had this haze on this coin for decades and decades and decades, on these delicate proof surfaces, that pretty much ruins the coin. Before that, they had these sets from 1981 and 1980, where there was a different holder, but with the same results. Here's a 1981 set. Here's a 1980 set. Here's this 1980 set. Look at this blue haze on the quarter as well. Just ruin the coins. Here we go on the reverse. And so you had all this work going into making these proof coins, and apparently they just weren't very scientific in the manner of packaging. And that's what makes so many of these coins so difficult to come by. Now, NGC is incredibly strict when it comes to grading these coins. The set I have put together, folks, this is the perfect time to acquire one of these sets. I've been specializing in Kennedy half dollars again since the 1980s. I was submitting Kennedy half dollars for grading for, when PCGS and NGC started offering the deep cameo designation in the early 1990s, I was submitting coins to them. I received the very first Kennedy half dollars that were graded Proof 70 deep cameo by PCGS. This was about just about 20 years ago. However, the one thing I didn't want to do is go and charge huge premiums for the coins, because I saw dealers putting these coins in auction, and the coins were going for incredible premiums when PCGS first started grading coins in Proof 70. Up until around the year 2000, there was no such thing as a Proof 70. The highest grade PCGS or NGC ever gave any coin was a Proof 69. And then around the year 2000, they started offering the Proof 70 grade. And what they would do is take a coin that, if it looked flawless under normal magnification, they would pull it aside, study it under even higher magnification, and then if it still looked flawless, they would give that coin a grade of Proof 70. They started doing that again around the year 2000, 2001. You started seeing these Kennedy half dollars in auction. Here's a 95S clad. There you see it appeared at a 2003 auction, folks. Sold for around $3,000. Here's a 1999S, 2005 auction, about $1,400. There's another coin, 2001S clad, 2005 auction, about $1,700. There's a 2003, around $2,500. Just those 4 coins alone is almost $9,000, just for those 4 coins. That's not something that I felt was long-term the best possible deal for my clients. My focus has always been on what a coin will be worth in the future, not what it may be valued at today. So often, collectors will focus on getting a good deal at the present, in the present. For example, if you see a coin going for $2,500, a 2003 Kennedy, and somebody's offering one for only $2,000, well, you buy it because you're getting it for $500 less than what it sold for in auction. You think you're getting a good deal. But then I would ask myself, okay, that may be a good deal at that point in time, but what is it going to be worth in 20 years? Okay? That's the important question to ask. It's not if it's a good deal today, it's what will it be in 10, 20 years from now? And so that's what I've always focused on. For example, here's a coin, accented hair Kennedys. These are coins that I've been selling for $600, $700, $800 in Proof 68 condition. And now you have dealers asking $2,000 for these coins because it's a really rare coin in high grade condition. Here's a couple more coins that I offered in a Morgan Dollar presentation, the 1979S Reverse of 78, that I had a Morgan Dollar presentation where in the set we had these coins, and we had the coins valued at around $600, $700. And now you have dealers asking almost $3,000 for these same coins. Now the sets I have, they're graded by NGC, folks. I'd like you to take a look at the populations of the coins in these sets. These coins are the very finest NGC specimens, curated, every single example. They are extremely difficult to get in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, especially when you look at those earlier dates. You can see how much rarer they are. I mean, in some of the years, the NGC example is non-existent. There are no 1968S's graded in 70 by NGC. The 74S, PCGS has graded 164 examples, NGC 1. This set is starting with a 1978S. PCGS has graded 1,200 examples, NGC 1936. You go through all those years in the 1980s where I showed you all the packaging problems that the coins had. How rare they are in NGC graded Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. You've got some coins. You've got the 1981S Type 2, only 151 examples graded. The 82S, only 237 examples graded. 83S, only 270 examples graded. We go to the next page. 84S, 146 examples. Folks, that's no fluke. Again, Les had the most amazing group of modern proof sets I'd ever handled. And virtually all the 84s had these issues, these toning issues. It's hard to get a Proof 70 with a coin that looks like this, an Ultra Cameo. So you look at these coins, going back to this list, you see the 84S. They've only certified 146 examples. You're getting one of those in this set. 85S, only 221 examples. 86S, 187 examples. There are so many coins down the list. It's not until you get into those later years where, again, the packaging improved, you didn't have the toning problems, so the 70s are not as rare. Take a look at this set. Take a look at all those dates. Take a look at the 84S in this set, folks. It is fabulous. That's as good as it gets. I've got this complete set, every date from 1978 to 2019. The 79S type will be the Type 1 and the 81S will be the Type 1. That's a 42 coin set. At $300 a coin, this would be an essential set for your collection. This would be a great set for your collection, and it would be a fair price. This is where the market is for exceptional Cameo Kennedy half dollars in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, around $300 a coin. That would come to a little bit over $12,000. News I have for you, though, is that, again, this came from an estate where I was able to go through these coins and cherry pick the finest examples. There are no middlemen here. These are coins that I went through, I did put in the time. So I'm able to offer this set, folks. You're getting this set for $3,495. Folks, that comes to about $83 a coin. Bear in mind that includes the grading fees, encapsulation fees, the handling fees, all the work involved. And again, my labor involved, going through tens of thousands of these sets. You're getting this set for $3,495. $83.21 a coin. But it gets even better because that's the 42 coin set. There are two coins that I didn't include that are an option if you want to own them as well. They're the 1979S Type 2 and the 1981S Type 2 Kennedy half dollars. These are among the lowest mintage Kennedy half dollars in proof condition in the entire series. In fact, the 81S Type 2 is the lowest mintage Kennedy half dollars in the entire proof Kennedy half dollar series. These proofs were struck generally in very low numbers, 1 million to 2 million to 3 million coins per year. However, the 79S Type 2, as you can see from that chart, 1979 they struck 3.6 million proof sets, but only 4 to 5% were of the Type 2 variety. That's about 150 to 180,000 coins total mintage, folks. That is a coin with tremendous, absolute rarity. It's rare in any condition. Even beat up coins that were run over by a Sherman tank should be worth a couple $100. And then we go down to the 81S Type 2, folks. This coin is virtually impossible. 1 to 2% of the entire mintage, estimated. And this is from doing years and years of research, of looking through literally tens of thousands of 1981S proof sets. And in all my research with that database, it's somewhere between 1 and 2% of the total mintage. At the most, there's 80,000 coins out there. Folks, that is so rare. I mean, you talk about the 1893 S. Morgan dollar with a mintage of 100,000. Okay, it was struck in 1893. It's a Morgan dollar, I get it. But even good examples that are heavily circulated go for $4,000 or $5,000. Any old 81S Type 2 with only 40,000 to 80,000 possibly struck, it's probably nearer the lower end of that scale, should be a $500 to $1,000 coin. Well, okay, Rick, that's cool. Hey, that's great. But what is a Type 2? Well, we've got some pictures for you. It has to do with the S mint mark. In 1979, the Type 1 that you see at the very top there, I don't understand what the mint had in mind at that time. Now, every other S mint mark I've seen the mint ever use, going back to the 1800s, it looked like an S. But for some reason in 1979, they had this thing that looked, I call it the blob variety, because I can't tell what it is. It's like, I don't know, what does it look like? It kind of looks like a snowman or an 8 or something. I don't know. It's hieroglyphics or something. Well, they figured, they got the picture there. Maybe they were getting a lot of complaints. A lot of collectors were saying, hey, there's something wrong with my 1979 S proof coins. I can't tell what that thing is. What is that? So they actually redesigned the S so it looked like an S. Only about 150 to 180,000 1979 Kennedy half dollars had that redesigned S mint mark. And then in 1981, they made one final change. There were a lot of collectors who were complaining, well, the S mint mark is so small, I could barely see it. So they enlarged the S, much larger S, but that was at the very tail end of the year. They only struck those for maybe a couple weeks, folks. And so you only had maybe 40,000, at the high end, 80,000 struck with that Type 2 variety. When you see these selling in auction in the past, they go for a lot of money. Here's a 79S Type 2 that was being offered by a top-rated seller on eBay, an NGC in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for over $1,200. Here's a 1981S Type 2. Now this is interesting because this is a Proof 69 Deep Cameo. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. He understands how rare this coin is. That's the last one he had. He had 12 examples. You can see there he had the last one. It was $1,944 for a Proof 69 Deep Cameo, Type 2. Then there was one that's sold in auction in Proof 70 for over $4,000. Now, here we have the 79 Type 2 and the 81 Type 2 in Proof 70 condition. There they are, folks. There you see the S mint mark. It's a small S. But when you compare it to the Type 1 variety, there's the Type 1 variety with the blob variety. And so you have the Type 1, and then you have the Type 2. Now, if you want in your set the Type 2 79S and the ultra-rare Type 2 81S, here's what I'm able to do on this. Again, you've got dealers selling the Type 2 and 6.9 Deep Cameo for $1,900. In auction, some have sold for over $4,000. If you want to include both of those coins, it's only an additional $900 for both coins. In other words, you get the 44 coin set for $4,395, folks. $4,395. That's less than $100 a coin. $99.88 a coin. And you will get a copy, the last edition from the guidebook series of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. You'll get the limited library edition, the collector's library edition, hand-signed and numbered. We have a limited number of these copies remaining. Also, you will be first on the list when my next book comes out on the Encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. You will be on the list to receive one of these books if you wish to own one. For $4,395. That's $99.88 a coin. Folks, this is the best I can do. I have a limited number of these sets because those better dates are so difficult to come by in this ultimate grade. And again, you're getting the hand-selected specimens, every example curated in these state-of-the-art NGC holders. Now, that is an ultimate set, and it's at an ultimate price. I mean, I specialize in these coins. Not only are you getting the top grade set at a great price, you're getting the finest specimens, and there are so many great dates in there, including those Type 2s. But I know there's a lot of you that, you're saying, I'd love to own that, but, that's not in my price range. I've got the same set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo that includes the 81S Type 2 and the 79S Type 2, folks. The 44 coin set. And again, bear in mind that you had some dealers asking over $1,900 just for the 81S Type 2 alone in Proof 69 Deep Cameo, just for that one coin. But again, this is not based on other dealers' prices or what the market will bear. My cost to you, my price to you is based on my cost. It's not based on what the market will bear. That Proof 70 set I could market at $9,900 and we would sell them. They're a great deal at $9,900. This set you see here, I could market at $1,900 and it would be a fantastic deal, folks. But I'm able to offer this set for $1,095, the 44 coin set. Think about that. That's $24.89 a coin, and it includes the 79S Type 2 and the 81S Type 2. The only reason I'm able to do that is because I've had some really good fortune going through Lester's incredible collection, his hoard that he's assembled for over 50 years. Cherry picking the finest examples, getting great prices, getting the coins curated, encapsulated in the state-of-the-art holders, passing the savings on to you. We went through all the middlemen. There are no middlemen in this process, folks. And that's the only reason I'm able to offer these sets at these kinds of prices, $1,095 for the entire set, including the Type 2s in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. In closing, this is the perfect time to build a spectacular Proof Kennedy collection. Sasha's got a couple examples. One's graded by NGC, one's graded by PCGS. They're both graded Proof 69 Deep Cameo, folks. These are the kind of coins you will not get. When I say you're getting the very finest curated examples, here's an illustration of what I'm talking about. There are so many coins out there that may have the grade on the holder, but the coins in the holder aren't the finest for the grade. For example, there's a lot of coins out there. Here's an 84S graded by NGC. Obviously wasn't curated. You can see all the haze on the coin. It's not the best possible quality for the grade, folks. It's just not. You can see that with your own eyes. Now look at the coin you're getting. This is what it's all about, folks. It's a real obvious difference. Your eyes don't lie. This is why I love doing live TV, folks, because you go on the computer screen, you go on the internet, and people can Photoshop coins to make them just look spectacular. But this is as it is. This is with our studio lighting. There's no Photoshopping here. We got another coin here, a couple more. There's a couple 85S's. In this case, there's an 85S graded by PCGS in a Proof 69 Deep Cameo. And you can see it's developed a lot of toning over the surface. It's in a Proof 69 Deep Cameo holder. That's not the kind of coin you're gonna get. Here's the one that you're getting in the set. As pristine as the moment it was struck back in 1985. In closing, I've got the most amazing Kennedy collections for you. We're really right on the cusp of the Franklin and Kennedy series really exploding in popularity. And this is why Whitman was open to the idea of offering a book on the Franklin and Kennedy half dollars in their encyclopedia version, in this expanded version, color throughout. It's going to be at least 400 pages, folks. It's going to be a historic. It's a tremendous amount of work. I'm working on it now. When I get home tonight, I'll be working on it some more. So it's a huge project, but it's such an important project because these series really are what collecting is all about. They offer you folks watching so much opportunity. You get so much eye appeal, so much quality, so much rarity at such a great price. And again, the only reason I'm able to offer them at this price, I've specialized in these coins for decades. I've had this relationship with this gentleman, I'm calling him Lester, that's not his real name obviously, but I've had this relationship with him since the 1980s. He's in the semi-retirement now, and I'm going through some of his finest holdings from his collection. That's massive. And I have limited amounts of these coins in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. I have more of these sets in 6.9L Ultra Cameo. The best part is, again, I've cut through all the middlemen, I've done all the work myself, and I'm able to offer them at just a record collector-friendly price. You get the 6.9 Ultra Cameo set, all 44 coins that include the 79S Type 2, the 81S Type 2, and 6.9 Ultra Cameo. We have one dealer asking just for the 81S Type 2 and 6.9 Ultra Cameo, asking over $1,900 just for that one coin because of its tremendous absolute rarity. There are only 40,000 to 80,000 struck. The number is probably closer to 40,000. They're extremely rare. And I've got this set for only $1,095. Why for only $1,095? Because I'm able to do it. I got a great deal. I'm passing it on to you. And then the ultimate set, folks. We have the 42 coin version without the Type 2s. That set is only $3,495. That's only $83 a coin. Now bear in mind, when NGC grades a coin Proof 70, they go through an extra process to get that 70 grade. When they get a coin that under normal magnification looks flawless, they then pull it aside, study it under higher magnification, and if it then still looks flawless, it gets that coveted ultimate Proof 70 grade. So the grading fees are a little bit higher. My cost is a little bit higher. But I'm able to pass all the savings that I've got going through these coins, where I'm able to offer this set to you for only $3,495, $83.21 a coin. It's an amazing opportunity in these Kennedy half dollars, but get the ultimate set with the Type 2s. The 79S Type 2 and the 81S Type 2 in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. I mean, NGC, folks, has only graded 151 examples of the 81S Type 2 and 70 Ultra Cameo. There's a lot of other dates where they've graded fewer than 300 examples in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo that are in this set. And I am able to offer this ultimate 44 coin set for only $99.88 a coin. That's $4,395. When you consider that the 81S Type 2 alone in 70 Deep Cameo has sold in auctions for over $4,000 just for that one coin. Now is the time to pick one of these sets up. I sure hope you're able to do it. They're all available on the 2-payment option. If you want to get the 42 coin set for $34.95, you can't afford to put the entire amount down today, put half down today of $1,747.50, and we'll hold one of these sets for you. Pay the balance at 30 days. The 44 coin set, put half down today of $2,197.50. And we'll hold one of these sets for you, and that is incredibly important. I have a very limited number of the key dates in this set. The coins like the 79S Type 2, the 81S Type 2, the 80S, the 81S Type 1, the 82S, the 83S, the 84S, of which there's only 146 graded, 86S, 89S. There are a lot of extremely rare dates in this set that I have very limited quantities of. So if you can put half down today, we will reserve one of these sets for you. And in 30 days, when you make your final payment, You're going to own one of the greatest numismatic opportunities that I've ever been able to offer in all my years, specializing in the finest United States proof coins. This is a great, great opportunity, folks. I hope you take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
Welcome, collectors. I'm James Gerstel. This is Rare Collectibles TV. This is a gold event that I'm really proud to bring you because it involves an extremely scarce coin from a time when it was the workhorse coin of American commerce. The $5 gold series was more widely used than any other size, and heavily melted as well. We here at Rare Collectibles TV love United States classic gold. And one of the reasons we love it so much is because the history is so extensive and all the trials and tribulations of the U.S. economy over the course of a century are illustrated in our gold coin production and illustrated in the surviving amount of gold coins that remain today. And this one, ladies and gentlemen, is a coin that should not exist at all, because literally, nearly every single one of these coins are only to be found in circulated condition. How is it that Rare Collectibles TV manages to find some of the finest United States gold in some of the greatest conditions available out there in the marketplace? We work really hard, and I gotta say this, and you may have heard this from other folks, our connections for United States gold from all over the world, and this is very important, are very extensive and top-notch. And I really have to congratulate the buyers at this company for coming up with some of the greatest deals. Everybody wants gold today because, well, for thousands of years, even as far back as the Egyptian times, gold has been used as money, accepted by all of mankind over the centuries as money. Today, that rings more true than ever. What are we talking about, ladies and gentlemen? From 1893, struck at the Philadelphia Mint, the one and only United States $5 gold Liberty, all certified by Professional Coin Grading Service in a Mint State 63. I'm starting to get excited about this. Let me show you the main reason why. We're going to go back a little ways, ladies and gentlemen, to the California Gold Rush. We all know the California Gold Rush took place in 1849 when people all over the world made their way to California to strike it rich in the gold fields. What happened was an extremely large amount of gold was discovered. And this gold was transferred to the U.S. Treasury, and then it was struck into coins. And it enriched the United States of America to the point where it became the world's top nation. In that short time frame, the West and the Western states changed the United States of America. An influx of population is an understatement. Literally, hundreds of thousands of people came to the Western states, came to California to participate in gold exploration. Well, what became of that was $20 gold pieces, $10 gold, $5 gold coins, $2.50 gold, $1 gold. There was even a $3 gold, and for a real short period of time, a $4 gold, known as a Stella. These are the sizes that the United States used to strike gold in as money, meant to circulate. No coin worked as hard in commerce and was used as extensively by the population of the United States of America, and especially out west, which is why I mentioned it, as the $5 gold Liberty. Now, one more time, I want to show you what we're dealing with, because I hope you get the idea. United States gold $5 Liberties, especially from this year, because I'll tell you all about the panic of 1893 and how that changed the whole world. But gold coins from this period of time that remain in uncirculated condition are an anomaly. A total miracle, if you really want to know the truth. Most of these coins are in circulated condition. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. When it comes to $5 gold Liberties, minted between 1839 and 1908, here is the story. The entire series comprised of over 74 million coins. And here is the real great part about this. The graded population of these coins in mint state, that's the second line you see there, MS60 or higher, 185,332 coins. That's the entire series between 1839 and 1908. The population of the entire series graded in MS63 condition of all of the Liberties, 37,759. So it becomes clear to us collectors here at Rare Collectibles TV that the $5 gold Liberty is a very, very scarce coin. Now, anywhere you go and anywhere you read, you're going to find out that this $5 gold coin, you know, back in the day, as we like to say, let's say back in 1893, $5 was a huge amount of money. It's funny because today, you could equate that $5 gold coin to, well, about $1,000, maybe even more than that. That was the purchasing power of gold. That was the strength of $5 gold Liberties. Let me show you why today the $5 gold Liberty that we have selected, 1893, pre-1900, is one of the most sought after coins. And we have them all in mint state. And that in itself should not be happening. I'm going to tell you that story in a second. I want to let you in on a little Rare Collectibles TV secret. We do a lot of research here. You would not believe the army of people we have who are constantly perusing our numismatic library. We have an unbelievable numismatic library that literally took decades to accumulate. And in that library is some of the greatest literature and books about United States gold. And from that, we start to learn some of the greatest facts. And then we get tied into the U.S. archives directly, and we do a lot of research, hours, untold hours. And what we find out is that this coin is below the radar. Let's take a look at the breakdown specifically for the 1893 $5 gold. This is a PCGS population report right here. Hardly any of these coins exist. Over 1.5 million coins struck. But look at the small amount of coins that have been graded. In MS62, only 3,981 coins have ever been graded. And that is since the mid-1980s, when PCGS first started grading coins. Now, we're featuring MS63s, and I'll tell you why. Well, first of all, look at the population. A mere 2,599 have been graded in the history of coin grading at PCGS. In that time span, that's nothing. Now, if you want to illustrate real rarity, take a look at one grade up. In Mint State 64, only 539 coins exist. And look at the populations, how they go down. This exists in hardly any $5 gold Liberties the way this one does. And I'll tell you why in a second. Mint State 65, 44 coins in the history of PCGS have been graded. So don't tell me that an 1893 is not a rare coin. Now look at this. Mint State 66, only 7 coins exist. And the finest known example is one Mint State 68. You're never going to see that coin because that coin will never surface. This coin, of which the Smithsonian, the world's largest coin collection, largest U.S. coin collection, has a Mint State 62 example in their collection. So when you go to the Smithsonian, Washington, D.C., and wait in line for hours, the Mint State, 1893, Philadelphia $5 gold Liberty that you will see will be a Mint State 62. So we're beating the Smithsonian. That's pretty good. Hardly any grade Mint State 63. And Mint State 63 is a fabulous grade to own. All original mint luster, a coin that is never circulated, a coin that was put away. How did this happen? You're going to find out in a second. Now, everybody knows that auctions are the best way to buy coin, right? Because when you go to an auction, what does it start at? It starts at zero. So you decide what you want to pay for it. That one, $1,380. Hold the presses, because right here, right now, we have an unbelievable quantity. And I don't get to say that very often, of a coin where there's only about 2,500 that have ever been graded. We have a neat little quantity here. Look at that, folks. Look at that luster. Look at that original strike. Those are all 1893 Ps. $995. $995 for an 1893 P. So we were sitting around talking yesterday. I brought up the fact that I want all the collectors out there to know, number one, this coin shouldn't even exist. Almost every single one will be circulated, be worn out, or have been melted down by the government. Because our government, the United States of America, melted a tremendous millions of United States gold coins during the 1930s. And so we were sitting around, and I began to say, you know, collectors already know this. It's not just $20 gold coins that are rare and sought after. It's not just $10 gold eagles that are rare and sought after. But one of the rarest of them all is the $5 gold, because nearly every single one of them, almost right down to the very, very last one, was circulated. So to find these coins in mint state is far, far tougher than $20 gold or even $10 gold. I got to say it. And I want to illustrate the collectability of classic U.S. gold. Have you ever heard of the 1911D $2.50 gold Indian? It's a small coin. It's a lot smaller than the $5 gold. But its rarity is not based on its gold content. Now, look at this. This is a 1911D in a mint state that sold at auction for almost $30,000. And I just want to illustrate to you the power of United States gold and the rarity of the ultimate workhorse coin, the $5 gold Liberty. If you had $5 gold Liberties back in 1893, what would you do with the coin? You would spend them. In 1893, the United States suffered one of the worst depressions in our history. It was actually called the Panic of 1893. Back then, that's what they used to call depressions. You know, 1857, with the sinking of the Central America, that was the Panic of 1857. In 1893, there was a worldwide depression, and it affected all commerce all around the world. And it heavily affected the United States of America. In fact, in 1893, when our country was really just beginning to sow its oats, when it was beginning to expand as a republic, as a major power, it suffered a Great Depression. 15,000 businesses closed in the United States of America. And when you consider 1893, a time when the United States of America was a much different country, population was so much lower. Population in 1893 was like 30 million people. Can you imagine 15,000 businesses closing at that time? So the Panic of 1893, why does it affect this coin right here? Nobody would put a coin like this away. This coin right here was spent by everybody. There was a depression going on. It lasted until 1897. It involved all major business and minor businesses, big and small, banks, the government, everybody, all over the world. Most of these coins got spent because nobody, literally nobody, could afford to put these coins away. So the fact that these coins exist and uncirculated today, as evidenced by the small populations, leads me to conclude that when I see people selling this coin for $1,400 or $1,500 or $2,000, and you go up a grade and you're going to spend $1,000 more, and you go up another grade, forget it. Forget it. You got to empty the bank for that one. Thousands and thousands and thousands. To be able to own this coin is absolutely a miracle. $995 for this coin, certified. Now, not only was the Panic of 1893 a major deal, in 1929, the United States of America suffered the Great Depression. It began in 1929, got really bad during the 1930s. It was by far the worst depression, it was worldwide, that the U.S. ever suffered. Unemployment was rampant everywhere. I mean, huge amounts of people out of work. Banks were going under. People started hoarding gold because gold is that security, no matter what. People will always turn to gold, and it's been proven for thousands of years. So people started taking their greenbacks and exchanging it for gold. The government saw this happening and knew that without gold in the Treasury's coffers, the economy of the United States would not recover. President at the time during the Great Depression was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And he was famous for his fireside chats where he would communicate to the whole country by radio, and he would lecture often. And he began earlier in the year of 1933 to admonish people to take it easy, to not hoard so much gold, to not panic. People did it anyways. So in April of 1933, there was a proclamation, a presidential decree, 6102, that said 1 month you have to turn in all your gold. By May, everybody in the United States of America holding $100 or more worth of gold had to turn in their gold to the United States Treasury, to their bank, to the government, so it could be melted down, put in Fort Knox to back the economic recovery. Well, there were a lot of enterprising Americans who did not want to turn in their gold, just didn't want to do it. They began shipping their gold overseas where it was legal to own, and they began storing it in banks across Europe. Many, many generations later, these hordes of coins began to come back to the United States, known as the Great European Bank Hoard. 99% of these coins, literally, were $20 double eagles of very common varieties, $20 saints most of the time, the common varieties. $10 gold occasionally, but the rarest are these $5 gold 1893s because they're in mint state condition. So this is a coin that should have been melted down. And as you can see, this modern PCGS holder, these coins recently came from Europe, part of the European Gold Bank Hoard. Rare Collectibles TV does the European bank hoards like nobody else. In fact, there is nobody else. We have the ultimate conduit that leads us to scarce examples of these coins. We pass the common. We don't take the common coins. And we go for the truly scarce, the undervalued. Because when we know that a coin has unbelievable history and a future that is so bright because its populations are so low, its survivability is really, really low, that's the coin we want. Because we do a lot of study and we know. We seek out the below-the-radar coins. Now, you tell me, this coin should not exist today. Most of the examples you will find of coins like these, especially a coin that is dated during the time of one of the worst financial crises that the U.S. has ever gone through, this 1893 $5 gold Liberty. So there you have the $5 gold melt figures percentage-wise just during the period of 1933 to 1940. 33.67% of all the gold that was struck by the United States of America, $5 gold, between the years of 1839 and 1932. 33.67% were melted down. That's a big percentage. That's why you see those figures of over 75 million coins minted in the series, and then it drops down where hardly any in mint state are certified, and even fewer in mint state 63. I mentioned population, not population of coins that are graded, but population of the United States of America. And I was perusing our library and reading different articles in some of the major publications, and every one of them said that the $5 gold coins were so popular amongst the Western states. And let's take California, for example. Today, the state of California has over 40 million people. But in 1850, 92,000 people lived in this state. That was it. By 1860, 10 years into the gold rush, that was almost 380,000 people, just California alone. And by 1900, 1.5 million people lived in California alone. Increase in population. Happened in Utah, happened in Colorado, happened in Nevada, all of the Western states. And what was their preferred coin of exchange in commerce? You're looking at it right there. $5 gold liberties. Folks, this coin from the time, do a little reading on the Panic of 1893, you will see that it was one of the worst financial calamities this country ever suffered. So these coins, when you couple the existence of these coins with the Panic of 1893, the Great Depression of 1929, the great melts of United States gold in 1933 to 1940, how does this coin exist? That's what we ask ourselves all the time. So take a look, because this really says it all. The mintage was over 1.5 million. Total certified in mint state 60 or higher. Look at that, folks. 8,772 coins. That's nothing. The percentage that are certified in MS 60 or higher percentage, a tick over 0.5%. You can't argue with that math. That is scarcity. Ladies and gentlemen, Rare Collectibles TV, we are one of the leading numismatic firms in the nation. One of the reasons for that is we seek out the rare and scarce at the best possible price. So you can rest assured that we will deliver extreme collectability in grades that you are not likely to see because they simply don't exist. And we find literally that needle in a haystack. And when we come up with a quantity like this, I'm blown away. Mint State 63. Now, I didn't even get into coin grading and the various degrees of coin grading. That's a whole other show. But let me just tell you that a Mint State 63 coin is right in that sweet spot where you get all original luster. You get an original strike. You get a coin that looks like it did the day it was struck in 1893 that has never been circulated. I don't know how it happened. For less than $1,000. So certified, amazing luster. Let's take one more look before they drag me off the set. $995. $5 gold liberties. One of the scarcest issues is 1893 struck at Philadelphia. Hardly any exist. A lot were melted. This coin right here at $995, never going to happen again. Thank you so much for watching. Take a look at the great luster of these coins, the great price. They're live. And I want to thank you again for watching Rare Collectibles TV. You know what to do. Don't go anywhere. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tomasca, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the Eagle. The Eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS-62 and MS-63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS-62. Take a look at these, MS-62 and an MS-63. For comparison, I also have an MS-60 that we can show the viewers so they can see the difference. Now, when we're talking about MS-60, 62, 63, if you're new to United States coin collecting, those numbers are meaningless. So let me explain in about 30 seconds what that all means. Coins are graded on a 70-point grading system.